Gaming's amateur bracket tournament for November 23rd. I believe we have picked a round 1 team to stream, going to have the matchup between Dragon Ball Z and Team Purple Nips. A little bit of a shout out for Dragon Ball there, I believe. Again, I have had a member from Dragon Ball add me to their friends list, and I will be getting that invite into game momentarily. There we go, I actually have an invite into our round 1 game here, just waiting for the purple team, Purple Nips. Kind of appropriate to be playing from the purple side to join us. Also, looking at the time, we are 3 minutes to the hour, so the matches cannot begin for 3 more minutes, but as we reach that hour mark, you are free to hit that start button, assuming that you have all 10 summoners in the lobby and that everybody is ready to go. You do have 15 minutes past the hour mark for matches to begin, so don't fret if everybody is not quite ready at the exact hour mark. You do have 15 minutes to get that matchup started. Of course, if you do go past the 15-minute mark, the team causing the delay can have their opponents report a win against them, in which case we will either disqualify that team as a no-show and look to either advance their opponents or swap a team that may be waiting in to play. Again, teams sometimes check in late, and we do have teams waiting occasionally to come into the tournament, as we can't really modify the brackets once they're released. I'm not currently aware of any late check-ins, so we don't currently have any teams in that situation, but of course we are 2 minutes to the hour. Everybody's about to look at that bracket and say, hey, why aren't we there if they're not? Anyways, guys, again, I've picked a round 1 game for us to watch this evening. It will be Dragon Ball Z on the blue side with Team Purple Nips on the purple side. Also, guys, with 26 teams participating this evening, we do have enough teams to activate our secondary bracket tournament. Again, it is showing blank right now because that is for the first 8 teams to lose legitimate matches, meaning you can't forfeit your round 1 game. You do have to show up and play. We do consider surrenders past the 20-minute mark to be a valid matchup, assuming that you're not winning and then throwing the game to do so. Again, guys, the first 8 teams that lose legitimate matches get added into the secondary tournament, where they have a second chance to participate for some prizing for the evening. Of course, the stream will follow the main event games. Looks like we have 5 rounds of play this evening. Round 1 leading into round 2, with round 3 being the quarterfinals, 4 in the semis, and 5 for the finals, meaning team making it all the way from round 1 into the finals, taking that first place slot, could end up on a 5-game win streak this evening, though there are some teams with buys into round 2, looking like no teams with their matches starting up in round 2 right off the bat. All of the teams will be waiting for a round 1 game to conclude before they can start, so take a bit of a break, guys. If you're in that situation, maybe watch the stream. If you're Radek Nation especially, we have the game leading up to your matchup on the stream this evening. Again, this is going to be round 1 for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. Oh. Looks like Purple Nips has unfortunately just forfeit the round 1 match we had planned for the stream this evening. Is there going to be another team in Twitch chat looking to get on the stream? Also, I do apologize, getting things set up, I wasn't paying as much attention to Twitch chat as I could have been. Going to go over some of these comments briefly. Looks like there is one admin issue from Revenge Gaming Team. Let us know what you need. Also going through the rest of the Twitch chat comments here. Again, if there's a team looking to get streamed tonight, as it looks like Team Purple Nips has forfeit their game, let us know. Alright, looks like Team Charlie Foxtrot is looking to get themselves on the stream this evening. Let's take a look and see who we have from Charlie Foxtrot. Alright guys, somebody from your team, please add Dark Orbs in-game and send me an invite into that lobby. Again, somewhere with the admin issue, please let us know what that was. Seems like I may have the invite here to my friends list, looking for an invite into that game. Actually, I did see a comment from a team called RAR in the Twitch chat earlier on. If there's still a member of RAR in the Twitch chat, though you guys did fail to check in, assuming that there are no other late check-ins in the same situation, we could potentially add you in place of Team Purple Nips for the round 1 game against Team Dongen Ball Z. And of course, I'm going to be moving over to the game between Team Charlie Foxtrot and Samsung White, assuming that both of those teams decide to show up for their matchup. Looking like there's some rank questions in Twitch chat as well. Indeed, for the amateur tournaments, ranks must be between Bronze 5 and Gold 1 in the solo queue. So before you guys complain about somebody being Platinum or Diamond, make sure it's not in their 3v3 ranking or something crazy like that. 3v3s are a little bit different than the 5v5 tournaments, of course. 5v5 rankings don't really count either, which may seem a little bit odd, but we don't really see too many gold or below solo queue summoners making their way onto Platinum and Diamond teams, so it's not normally a huge issue. Looking like something may have gone wrong with that lobby. Maybe Samsung White having another version of it formed up again, looking to get ourselves into a round 1 game this evening. Getting questions about how you check in. That information is available in the rules, and it is emailed out to the contact address provided to us for each team on the day of the event, so it's important to provide us with a valid email address that is occasionally checked to make sure you guys understand how to form up matches and how to get yourselves checked in. Of course, that information is also available from the rules page. I do believe we're going to be streaming the game between Samsung White and Charlie Foxtrot, but I'm waiting now for an invite back into that lobby. And I've got an invite into Dominion draft mode. Looking like we're having some trouble getting the matchup formed up correctly. Alright, there I do have a member of Team RAR contacting me, so we are going to swap them in place of Team Purple Nips. As Purple Nips has informed us, they can't play tonight, though they did check in, and Team RAR was the first to inform us that they were available to play, but had failed to check in. So again, guys, Team Purple Nips being replaced by Team RAR for the evening. That has now been affected into the bracket, so if you refresh your pages, you should be seeing the correct matchups there once again. Alright, Summoner's Rift, Beta Draft Mode. Is this going to be Tournament Draft Mode? Needs to be Tournament Draft Mode. Oh no. Seeming to have a few issues here getting our early matchup set up. Again, guys, looking to be streaming the matchup between Charlie Foxtrot and Samsung White, though I have swapped a new opponent in for Dongen Ball Z, meaning we could potentially stream the game between Dongen Ball Z and Team RAR. We do know both of those teams should be available. Getting a question in my chat there. How do you get to Challenger in 34 wins? I do believe it was actually 35 wins. Not to be a dick, but yeah. That is actually a team that I was invited to, composed of summoners playing in our semi-pro and open bracket tournaments. They made the push for Challenger just before season's end, and they were successful. Congratulations to that team, of course. Alright, looking for RAR to get us into this matchup. Going to send Team Dongen Ball Z the lineup for Team RAR here. See if we can get everybody into our lobby. Apologize for my silence, you guys. Trying to take a quick look down the Twitch chat. Alright, Revenge Gaming Team was a member of Team RAR, so his issue has been solved. You guys have been added into the event and actually looking to stream your game, so get your invites on here. Also looking through for a few more issues, looking like a few more teams weren't aware of how to check in, which is always unfortunate, as check-ins do close at quarter to the hour in order for us to form up that bracket. As soon as signups close, we do send out an email telling you guys how check-ins work and how to form up your matches, which of course is also available from our rules page. I can get that link posted into Twitch chat as well for you guys, as well as the link to the bracket page for this game. I haven't posted that in a little while here, I believe. So again, I will post that rules link and the link to the bracket for tonight. Also getting a comment of Saku Maru is plat. Not quite sure who Saku Maru is, but we can definitely look into that. A summoner actually in this lobby. Interesting indeed. Taking a quick look, guys, making sure that is not a solo queue rating. That is a Platinum 5 solo queue. So when they signed up, they likely were in gold. But Saku Maru technically can't play tonight. Thank you for pointing that out. I wasn't paying attention. Alright, I apologize for my silence there, guys. Looking to see if we can get Sakumaru replaced from Dongan Ball Z. I do assume he was in the Gold 1, Gold 2 range when they signed up, but has been probably playing solo queue a little bit more actively than he intended to, and made his way into Platinum, which is impressive, but unfortunately does disqualify him from this evening. CJ says they have a Smurf, but you can't field your Smurf. Getting somebody in Twitch chat looking to sub in. Not quite sure what role Sakumaru plays, and I don't think we've ever actually had a sub come in from Twitch that wasn't already related to the team, but I have no issues with it. You have 6 minutes in order to get this matchup started, guys. If you guys can pull in that sub, we will continue. Otherwise, I'll be jumping to another round 1 game, or potentially subbing in a team in place of Dongan Ball Z, which would be unfortunate, as we already had to replace the purple side in this matchup. Again, guys, this is round 1 for Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament, where summoners must be ranked between Bronze 5 and Gold 1 in the solo queue in order to participate. And indeed, we are seeing Sakamaru in Platinum 5, and that has been confirmed as his solo queue rank, so they are looking for a substitute at this time. Unfortunately, don't have 100 cert on their team, but we can affect roster changes for them if they can tell us a summoner name to add. Do apologize for my silence here, guys. Looking to get all these brief issues sorted out so we can get ourselves into game. We do have 5 minutes until teams can technically be disqualified if they don't forfeit. Again, in order to get into that secondary bracket tournament, which has been active for the evening, you do need to play your round 1 games. Alright, looking like we have the Coffee Shop reporting an early win against Further Reaper, making me believe that Further Reaper has forfeit their matchup here, which is unfortunate, but will allow us to sub in one more team. And I believe that Namja Gaming was the second team to notify us this evening that they were missing from the bracket potentially. So we will be substituting in Namja Gaming in place of Team Further Reaper. getting confirmations that at least one of our round 1 games here, the matchup between Black Paladins and MPLS Smokers, about to get itself started. There are still 3 minutes until all matches in round 1 must technically be begun. Alright, seeing Luke 5474 added to the blue team here. I believe we do need to effect a roster change there for Dong and Ball Z. And again, guys, if you let us know you need a roster changes, we will do our best to effect those for you in a timely manner. We do understand that summoners occasionally simply can't play. Alright, and with that, we are into champion selection here. Finally having a round 1 game onto our stream this evening. Waiting for that first ban to come out. Looking like it will be Warwick getting banned out. Warwick, a fairly standard ban since the patch 4.20 coming in. Waiting on that second ban now to come through. Again, guys, we are heading into round 1 of play here, seeing Udyr as the second ban, the first ban for Team RAR. I'm going to refresh this bracket, make sure everything is up to date, as we had a few teams getting swapped around due to no-shows. Again, the matchup we have on the stream this evening is the J matchup in the bracket, Team Dong and Ball Z facing off against RAR. Dong and Ball Z playing from the blue side with RAR on the purple side. Dong and Ball Z opting to ban out Warwick first, followed by an Udyr ban from Team RAR, and Jax will be the third ban of the night. Alright, seeing Fiora as the fourth ban here, the second ban from Team RAR. Again, guys, we have Team Dong and Ball Z. A little bit of all night long from these guys, and Team RAR. On the purple side, another loud team potentially. Of course, I suspect they may be a little bit faster than the Dragon Ball Z references, taking at least 3 episodes to pull off any kind of play. Seeing Fizz as the third and final ban there from Dong and Ball Z, with Oriana now banned out from Team RAR, and I'm going to stop picking on the blue side here. I'm not familiar with their playstyle at all. This is the first time I believe any of these summoners are actually participating in a not-so-stock gaming tournament, so good luck to both teams this evening in our round 1 matchup on the stream. Of course, for those of you not aware, we do have all of our round 1 games happening concurrently. Only one of them, of course, will be able to make it onto the stream this evening, and then we will follow the winners of this round 1 game into round 2, where they'll face off against a team that has already been decided, actually. Team Radak Nation will be playing the winners of this matchup, having a bye through round 1. With 26 teams participating this evening, unfortunately, a few byes were necessary. Seeing Vi hovered over here now by a Freaks, though, waiting on Doki for the win, or Doki FTW, to pick up a champion as well. The Vi has been swapped out for Isu, but swapped back in for a Vi, and Callista is now being hovered over. Again, guys, for anybody not aware or who may have watched yesterday, I'm not all that familiar with the newest champion of the league, but she was played throughout all 4 rounds we had on the stream in last night's semi-pro tournament as an AD carry champion, so I suspect to see her a few more times in tonight's tournament. So the Callista and Vi have both been locked in now for Team RAR. Believe that will be their ADC and their jungler. Megavin from Team Dong and Ball Z also opted to lock in Thresh as their first pick. Not sure if I did comment on that. Thresh is showing Smite at this time, so I suspect he will be traded over onto their jungle summoner. I apologize, their support summoner, with Megavin actually being their jungler. We're now seeing CJ and his Mad Lice hovering over a Lee Sin pick, who I suspect will be traded onto that other summoner with Hi, I'm a Mata, looking to pick up a Mundo for their top lane here, potentially. Alright, the Lee Sin and the Mundo have both been locked in now for Team Dongan Ball Z, leaving it up to Oracle Descendant and Dark King Zilla to pick up champions for Team RAR. We now have Dark King Zilla hovering over an Aurelia pick. Looking like this Aurelia could make it into the game. If she does, I suspect they will be having Aurelia into the top lane, facing off against the Mundo that is already showing on the board. Oracle Ascendant now hovering over Alistar. I've seen Kalista and Alistar played together fairly successfully in the past, and Alistar was previously one of my favorite supports, so seeing him make a little bit of a comeback in that lane is going to be interesting heading into Season 5. The Alistar and Aurelia have both now been locked in for Team RAR, handing things back over to Dongan Ball Z, where we have Tryndamere and Syndra. Being hovered over the Tryndamere will however be swapped out for a potential Vayne pick. I believe Kalista does outrange Vayne, has a little bit better harass in the early game potentially as well. That could be a difficult bottom lane. 30 seconds for both of these summoners to finalize their champion picks here. Vayne showing Revive, Teleport, believe will be changing those out, not wanting us to know what she's planning to play there. Hopefully we'll see her either log in Vayne or pick an ADC that is potentially a little bit better scaling against the Kalista. I believe we've seen both Draven and Caitlyn play it very efficiently against the new champion. We're going to get to see Vayne locked in, as well as the Syndra, however, handing things over to Keegan Scott, the last champion from Team RAR, now looking to lock in a champion. Akali will be hovered over, is showing Teleport with Aurelia already selected into the game. I believe Akali will end up being their mid lane champion, fielded against a Syndra. Syndra having a bit of a range advantage against Akali. Akali's early game might not be the greatest. The Akali now swapped out for a Cassidy and then a Nidalee here, potentially, though. We'll see what they choose to lock in. Keegan Scott now hovering over a Lissandra pick, a little bit of a safer pick, feeling into a champion like Syndra. Of course, not quite the assassin potential from the Akali or the Cassidy that she initially was showing. Alright, looks like the Lissandra will be locked in for Team RAR this evening, and we are 20 minutes past the hour. I'm not receiving any additional win reports coming in from teams saying that they have not had their opponents show up. So I believe all round 1 matches are now underway. We do apologize to any teams waiting to see if they can get onto the bracket, but I think we are now good to go for the evening. Seeing these champions get traded around between all of these summoners, they're going to jump like mad for a while. They're going to troll us a little bit, not letting us know who's playing what here, potentially. Again, for anybody who wasn't watching the pregame, Luke5474 is actually what we would call a pug, coming in from the Twitch chat, as the blue team had a Platinum 5 summoner they weren't able to field into the evening, and no substitutes available. They requested that roster change, which was effected, and we now have Luke5474 playing mid lane for Team Dongan Ball Z. Of course, with that, the period for teams to finalize their runes masteries and summoner spells, as well as trade around those champions, has just expired, meaning that these guys are on the roles they will be playing for this matchup at the very least. Again, we have a Vayne Thresh bottom lane from Team Dongan Ball Z, with a Kalista Alistar bottom lane coming out from Team RAR. The mid lane matchup will be Syndra from the purple side facing off against Lissandra on the blue team, and the top lane matchup is going to be Mundo versus Aurelia. Junglers are going to be Vi and Lee Sin, two very strong junglers as well. Taking a look down these team rosters, I think that Vi and potentially potentially Alistar may be the weakest two links on these teams. I apologize, not Vi and Alistar, but Vayne and Alistar. Vayne is the lowest HP but highest, or almost highest, damage AD carry in the league, but is a little bit more difficult to play, especially for the lower tier, so she can do very, very well as well. We'll see how you mad cuz AD cuz bad ends up doing on this Vayne. Also seeing him locked in with Flash and Cleanse is an interesting choice. His support does have heal to assist him, however, so we'll see how that lane does play out for them. Kalista has opted for the Flash heal, which is a little bit more of a standard pick. Alistar going for the Exhaust Flash as well. Again, guys, we are heading into round 1 of play here this evening for Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. We have Team Dongan Ball Z playing from the blue side with Team RAR on the purple side. Looking like about 1 minute of spectator delay now remaining. We are going to be heading into this round 1 game in a few more short seconds. Again, about 45 seconds of spectator delay remaining here. Again, that spectator delay period is enforced by Riot. It's an unfortunate delay for us, but does let us go over those champion picks and team compositions a little bit more in depth. Of course, these summoners are ranked at least as high as I am, so I'm not the best judge of what they're planning, unfortunately. I mean, I am Silver 4, but sitting on a challenger team, so you can take that with a bit of a grain of salt, I suppose. Again, guys, heading into round 1 of play here for Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. We have Team Dongan Ball Z with the Vayne Thresh bottom lane, Syndra as their millionaire, Mundo in the top lane, and Lee Sin from the jungle, facing off against the Kalista Alistar bottom lane, Lissandra mid lane, Aurelia top lane, and Vi in the jungle. Also, interesting to note, Team RAR has not picked up a teleport into this matchup. Aurelia has opted to take Ignite Flash as her summoner spells. Again, guys, we are watching Team Dongan Ball Z from the blue side face off against Team RAR on the purple side. Looking like Kalista actually did not pick up a trim for the end of Season 4. Not quite sure where Oracle Ascendant's rank is currently sitting, but wherever it is, hopefully, if it's above bronze, he's done it in the last few, well, it would have to be in the last few days as the season ended roughly 1 week ago. At this point, no, I apologize, almost 2 whole weeks ago at this point. Looking forward to Season 5 getting itself started up, potentially. Taking a look against those trims again, that one untrimmed summoner, but 3 gold trims from the purple side with 1 silver trim as well. And 3 silver trims as well as those 2 gold trims coming off of the blue team. So a fairly even matchup as far as ELO is concerned. Of course, those of you remembering from the pregame, Luke 5474 was added in last moment as their mid laner, potentially Sakuramu, or Sakarumu. I apologize, guys, I've forgotten exactly what his name was, not seeing on the screen. I can't read it back out to you. He was, again, though, Platinum 5 and not able to play this evening. And without any actual substitutes available, they requested a roster change, which is allowed. And the summoner Luke 5474 came in from Twitch chat to allow them to play this evening. So we'll see how well they manage to do. Also, guys, for those of you joining us for the first time, we do host 3 events per week. We have our open bracket tournaments where summoners anywhere from level 1 to 30, unranked up to challenger, are able to participate, as well as our semi-pro brackets for summoners ranked between gold 5 and diamond 1. And of course, you are watching our amateur bracket tournament currently for summoners between bronze 5 and gold 1. So feel free to hit that follow button and come back to join us for future events as well. seeing a request for face cam in the Twitch chat. I actually don't have a functioning webcam at the moment, so even though I would love to oblige, I actually can't currently. But that will allow us to focus on the action of the game if we ever actually got ourselves into this game, seeing Callista sitting around 37%. Hopefully she didn't have any problems connecting, as this is round 1 of play for our amateur bracket tournament from Not So Stock Gaming. There we go, seeing Callista jump up to 76%. We'll be onto the Rift in no time flat now. I do hear the sounds of the Rift, which is the first cue that we are heading into our game. Of course, for anybody not aware, with patch 4.20, there was also a 15-second delay before you can leave your pool at the beginning of the game. A little bit reminiscent of the Dominion map, potentially for some of us. Not sure how you guys feel about that. We've talked to some of our higher ELO players, and they feel that it's not going to make a significant impact on the game, but I personally find it a little bit annoying to just be trapped there that much longer. Seeing summoners now load into this game, all but Thresh and Alistar have purchased their items. Seeing Alistar make his buys as well as Thresh finishing those item purchases, Thresh will be the last one out of his base despite that 15-second timer where they are able to purchase their items and make their way onto the map, or towards the barrier, waiting to make their way onto the map. Looking for some level 1 shenanigans now to potentially break out. Also interesting to see where these levels of players will be opting to start their jungle champions. In the Platinum, Diamond, and Challenger level ELOs, we've seen a lot of teams opting to start their junglers on these smaller camps, which actually gets their jungle level 2 and allows them to solo the larger camp. Looking like Vi may not have gotten that memo. They will be starting on the blue camp if they stay with this current positioning. Also, not the greatest positioning in order to defend their jungle, but it does not appear that the blue side will be affecting an early invade here.
You could never bear our burden. Soft are the targets of our spears.
Getting reports that I've loaded into the Twitch chat. Believe that may be a summoner from the matchup at hand, potentially our Callista, who is having a little bit of a longer load time than the others. Of course, guys, we do have a 3-minute delay. As we hit that, speculated summoners actually hit their load screen. So our load screen isn't actually the same as theirs. I'm not sure exactly how the load screen timer is dictated in spectator delay. Also, we are approaching that 1-minute 55-second mark, where buffs will be spawning onto the map. Also, seeing the Lee Sin starting on his red buff for their first buff. We had this scoreboard reorganized for you guys as well. Syndra also opting to put a little bit of damage onto the Sentinel camp, while Lee Sin is assisted by only the Vayne and Thresh on his red buff. I do not actually recall the name of the red buff. It's Brumble something, Brumble Gruff, Brumble Grant, or something along those lines. Also seeing Mundo and Aurelia already up into the top lane with mid laners duking it out in the mid lane as well. Again, guys, it is Mundo and Aurelia in the top lane, with Syndra and Lysandra in the mid lane. Looking to this scoreboard finally reorganized here. I believe we have things finally accurate there. Again, guys, Callista and Alistar facing off against Vayne and Thresh in the bottom lane with Vi and Lee Sin as the junglers in this matchup. As we approach the 3-minute mark, it seems like both teams are content to play this one a little bit safer. And of course, we are on patch 4.20, so doing so is not necessarily a bad choice. Not sure how much experience both of these teams have on the new patch. We are going to see some action into the bottom lane, though. Alistar engaging on the Thresh, being counter-engaged by the Thresh Flay. Callista and Vayne do as much work as they can, do as much damage as they possibly can to both members of the opposition. Seeing a bit of a wet noodle fight break out in the top lane as well. Mundo and Aurelia down to around half HP, which is interesting to see in the top lane at this early point in the game. Also, Lysandra taking a little bit of pressure from Syndra in the mid lane, is sitting down about half of HP, while Syndra is fairly healthy still. Callista and Alistar have managed to zone the Vayne Thresh pair against their bot lane, and Mundo is seeming to do a little bit of work against the Aurelia in the top lane, though their farm is deadlocked at this point in the matchup. Stun coming up from Syndra in the mid lane as well. Vi is onto her Raptor camp. For anybody not aware, the Raptor camp was previously known as the Wraith camp, but again, with patch 4.20 coming out, has been renamed and reworked a little bit. Mundo looking for more pressure in the top lane, lands a nice cleaver onto the Aurelia before minions manage to make their way in front of her. She will take a little bit more damage before he backs off of that, going for a ward into the river, but there are no junglers on the top side of the map. They will be alone in their lonely island. That is the top lane. Another cleaver coming out from the Mundo. He's doing fairly well against his Aurelia, but as I say that, I know she has picked up a 5 farm advantage over him while being zoned against her turret. Lee Sin onto what was previously known as the Golem Camps, now known as the Krug Camp, is going to be looking to make a gank into the bottom lane here potentially. Callista and Alistar playing this lane fairly aggressively for their team. Of course, playing it as aggressively they are doing fairly well, but Zane has managed to maintain an early farm evenness with the purple side. A little bit of poke coming in from Lissandra in the mid lane onto the Syndra as well. Seems like things have evened out in the mid lane. Lissandra actually picking up a little bit of a fire advantage, which has just been evened out by the Syndra. Seeing things more or less deadlocked in this game. An overall, no, I was going to say 100 gold advantage for the blue team, but as I say that, we see the gold ticking back up to even for the purple side, but we now are seeing the blue team with a 200 gold advantage. Not quite sure what just happened there to both summoners in the solo lane, potentially picking up a siege minion, and Mundo has taken Ignite. First Blood will go over to the Aurelia as a gank comes in from the Vi. Do apologize, I was a little bit late commenting on that, but that was a very well executed gank by the Vi. The Ignite coming in from Aurelia, enough to finish off the Mundo, despite him using his flash to try and escape. So unfortunately Mundo's flash will be down, looking to see if he walks his way back up into the top lane or will teleport to get as much farm as he potentially can, while Aurelia has backed as well. Also Aurelia, having taken Ignite over the teleport, will not have teleport available to her at all in this matchup. Indeed, Mundo will teleport back out to the top lane, not miss very much at all, despite taking an early death in this game. Again, that was First Blood coming out in the top lane action into the mid lane here. Gank coming in from Lee Sin to try and keep the Syndra alive. Lissandra's ultimate has come out. Ignite goes out onto the Syndra. Syndra could be going down here. We might be seeing things go 2-0, but I think Ignite will not have quite enough damage to finish things off. Vi coming in for a counter gank as well, but it's not overly needed because they're looking for their first turret of the game at the 6.5 minute mark here. Indeed, Lissandra and Vi have engaged fairly heavily onto that mid lane outer turret. Lee Sin is looking to defend the turret, is down to half of its HP. Already Vi still hammering. The Q comes out from Lee Sin, but he's not going to go back in. Alistar managing to knock up both a Vayne and a Thresh with his Pulverize in the bottom lane. Takes a little bit of auto attack from the Vayne for it, though, seeing I believe 3 of those connect. Callista doing her best to farm and harass the Vayne Thresh pair as well, while Vayne focuses on her support. Aurelia looking to re-engage against Mundo. Mundo's W being activated. Mundo is down to 200 HP. The ultimate coming out from the Aurelia, not quite enough to finish him off, and her Ignite not yet available again. Mundo will remain alive through that exchange. There's going to be more damage coming out in the mid lane. The ultimate coming out from the Cinder, not quite enough to get Lissandra. As she jukes herself to safety, will begin to recall from the second tier turret. Lissandra able to get a little bit of a farm advantage into the mid lane here potentially now. A nice poke coming out from Callista in the bottom lane, and Aurelia re-engaging onto Mundo in the top lane. Mundo staying up here with about 300 HP. Will be looking to farm out under his turret while Aurelia pushes those minions. Of course, should Aurelia manage to lock that lane, Mundo could be in a little bit of trouble in the top lane. Already seeing him with a 10 farm deficit. Also Lee Sin into the bottom lane. Destined come out onto the Alistar. Alistar will go down, evening out the kill score in this matchup. We are still however seeing Team RAR on the purple side with a 200 gold advantage. Of course, 8 minutes in with only a 200 gold difference. Things are still very close between these two teams. Callista opts to stay in the bottom, and despite both Thresh and Vayne being fairly healthy there, she seems to be content to get a little bit of additional farm. Not all that afraid of the Thresh-Vayne pair, though Thresh with his death sentence could potentially end things for her as well. Seems like she will maintain her life in the bottom lane. Pinks coming out from the blue side into the mid lane. Lee Sin could be coming in for a gank against Lissandra, but should he do so, he will be spotted out by the sight ward placed into the river. Vi also making her way onto the red buff camp. Thought she may have been heading into the top lane, but Aurelia has recalled. Lissandra looking for more pressure in the minute. That turret has lost just below half of its HP from the advance coming in from Lissandra and Vi. fairly early in the game. Stun comes out from the Syndra onto Lissandra. Lissandra down to 3/4 of her HP. Syndra still with almost full HP, down to about 3/4 of her HP as well. As Syndra gets a little bit more poke and punishment back onto the Syndra. Looking for a jungler to make their way into this mid lane, make this a real fight. Bit of damage coming in from the Lissandra. The stun comes out from her as well, but Lissandra chooses to come back in. The Q, or the, I'm not sure what that skill is on the Lissandra, which she uses to... Yes, Glacial Path. It is actually her E. I apologize, guys. Opted not to follow that back up, as it would have put her far into Syndra's turret. She comes back in as Syndra comes into the mid portion of the lane. Her ultimate has just come up, but Lee Sin comes back into the mid lane, and Lissandra pays for her advancements as Syndra picks up a kill. I apologize, Lee Sin picks up the second kill of the game, not quite able to hand that over onto his mid lane carry. Lee Sin has both kills for his team so far. Irelia with the only kill for her team as well. In this matchup, we're seeing a 2-4-1 kill score. Team Dongenball-Z has just picked up a slight gold advantage with that play into the mid lane. Kalista and Alistar still in the ball lane vein, looking for an engagement here. Potentially Thresh hanging back a little bit farther than I would expect, knowing that he wants to collect as many souls as he possibly can. Also seeing 3 of those little souls hovering around him means he's able to last hit minions for Vayne and get them both a little bit of additional gold, potentially being zoned out by the Kalista and Alistar pair right now. Vayne takes a huge poke coming in from the Kalista. Indeed, that may be why they're playing as far back as they are. It seems like Kalista is fairly strong at this point in the matchup. Gonna be more action into the mid lane here, where Syndra looking for more damage against the Lissandra, and Lissandra not wanting to give up any ground. Meanwhile, top has returned to being the wet noodle fight that we know the tanky meta top lane to be. Of course, the meta has shifted slightly away from those tank top laners, but we are seeing Irelia and Mundo in the top lane. Vi also making way for a potential gank. We're seeing a gank executed into the bottom lane as well. Lee Sin coming in for a potential kill onto the Alistar. The passive, no, the ultimate coming out from the Kalista to attempt to save the Alistar. Kalista will get locked down. Kalista will go down as well. Vayne exiting that fight with about 200 HP. Alistar with about 200 HP as well. The Death Sentence connects, so Lee Sin looking to throw a Q. Picks up the kill onto Alistar, takes 2 turrets, but will survive that fight. That is 2 kills for 0 in the bottom lane for Dongenball-Z. Thresh opting to recall from the bottom lane bush. Vayne appears to be looking for a little bit of additional CS, potentially some pressure against that bottom lane turret. Vi is looking for a roam into the bottom lane. Thresh actually cancelled recall, will intersect against Vi here potentially. It's going to be more action into the top lane there, where Mundo is getting a fear, though I believe his ultimate has just been activated. No, his ultimate is still available to him. Seeing him with about 500 HP, able to regen fairly efficiently still. Lissandra gets a bit of poke onto the Syndra in the middle lane. Lee Sin is making his way as well. Irelia has chosen to dive at the top lane turret. Ignite has come out onto the Mundo, but with his ultimate being activated will not be enough to finish him off. No, will be enough to finish him off as one more Q comes out on the Irelia, not quite able to take her down. That is a well-executed dive by the Irelia. Lee Sin making his way up, will catch her out, potentially no, the ward goes down, but not quite soon enough for him to ward hop in and get the damage. Irelia recalls safely from the blue team Tribush. Lee Sin has engaged onto his Gromp camp, though, previously known as the Wipe camp. Also, personally, I called them the Toads, though officially they are known as the Gromp camp, again previously known as the White camp, has been reworked, much like the Golems turning into the Krugs, and the blue buff Golem turning into the Sentinel. Fortunately, I forget the name of the red buff, but Wraiths have been turned into Raptors as well. Dongenball-Z is now going to set up for the first dragon of the game at the 13-minute mark here. A little bit of a later dragon than some teams try to go for, but still a fairly decently timed dragon here. Destined coming up for touch, but is not going to be enough to contest it. Dragon will go down to Vi on the purple side. They're going to pick up their first dragon of the game. I apologize, that was not Dongenball-Z. That was Team Rar from the purple side picking up their first dragon of the game despite being down by 2 kills. They're not going to pick up a kill onto Lee Sin as well as a kill onto Syndra in the mid lane, evening out the kill score. They have once again exerted some dominance there and have now picked up a gold lead despite being behind moments ago. That first stack of dragon potentially giving them the confidence and the strength they needed to make plays into the mid lane's action into the bottom lane as well here. Alistar and Callista fighting off against the Vayne and Thresh. Alistar getting extremely low, will be going down here. Callista now going to be the focus of Vayne and Thresh's attention, looking like Vi and Lissandra could roam to the bottom lane, but are focusing on their blue buff currently. Thresh looking for a death sentence here, potentially onto Callista, would potentially mean death for her, but in the top lane, Mundo may go down as well. The ultimate coming out from the, well, he managed to dodge a number of those hits, his ultimate coming through to keep him alive. Well played by Ball Z's Mundo. Again, guys, Ball Z on the blue side with Team RAR on the purple side. Also getting a request for a bracket update in the Twitch chat. I will verify the bracket is indeed being updated for you guys. See what's going on with that situation. Alright, seems like our admin team has fallen asleep there. We've got a number of win reports trickling in. Those should be affected onto the bracket momentarily for you guys. Looks like we've had 3 round 1 matches so far conclude. Again, those will be appearing onto the bracket as soon as possible. Just looking to see what happened to our other admins there. If they don't respond momentarily, I will do it myself, but I am seeing a response there now. Alright, we're good to go for that bracket. Should be updating momentarily, guys. You're seeing Lissandra dive onto the Syndra in the mid lane. Lee Sin coming in to contest against Lissandra as well. Vi coming for the counter kick. Lissandra has gone down to 200 HP, but Vi managed to lock down Lee Sin. The also comes out from the Lissandra as well. Lee Sin down to about 50 HP. Lissandra will exit that fight with her life. Vi down to 400 HP here, though Alistar coming in from the side to try and keep her alive. Cinder and Lee Sin will back off of that fight while Aurelia comes in onto Mundo once again in the top lane. Apologize for my silence, you guys. Just coordinating with my admin team there. There's a little bit of confusion from the 2 teams that got subbed in today. They had affected wins onto the bracket for those teams, but then we substituted teams into their places, so I reset those wins and they got confused as to why things hadn't been updated. And of course, while I'm going over, there's going to be action in the mid lane. Vi picks up a kill onto Syndra, I believe, with assistance from the Lissandra. Alright, looks like our team is once again on that bracket, guys. I do apologize for the delays getting those matches affected onto it. Please be patient with us for one more moment. I'm now seeing some wins being affected here. Again, not the right one, and Coffee Shrine won their matchup a second time. No, it was Coffee Shop that had a team forfeiting against. So Coffee Shrine's win is the first one, and that is the correct matchup being reported. You guys are doing an awesome job. I do apologize for doubting my team. Alright, back to the matchup at hand. They're seeing a 5-4-5 kill score. The first turret has actually gone down. Mid lane, outer turret going down in favor of Team RAR. Again, Team RAR on the purple side with Ball Z on the blue side. Looking like a 1,000 gold advantage at this point in the matchup for Team RAR. Alright, looking at some action in the top lane. Aurelia can pressure against that top lane outer turret, but not getting too much pressure against the Mundo at this time. We are seeing him sit just above half HP. Vayne and a Thresh also now pressuring the Callista Alistar pair. Seeing Alistar with 3 deaths, Callista with 1, both of them with no kills quite yet. The Vayne Thresh pair has been doing fairly well into the bottom lane. 103 onto both of them. Thresh with that 1 kill secured both of those champions in the bottom lane with 3 assists. Looks like Lee Sin may have picked up one of his kills in the bottom lane as well. He's sitting 3-1-1, doing the best on his team so far, at least as far as KDA is concerned. Vayne and Syndra are both sitting with over 120 farm. While Lysandra is still out farming Vayne, Callista is about 10 farm behind. Sorry, out farming Syndra. Callista is about 10 farm behind the Vayne. In the top lane, looks like Aurelia has roughly a 20 farm advantage over Mundo, and the jungle clear speeds have been fairly even, but Lee Sin should have a slight gold advantage there. Mundo getting pressure now in the top lane. Aurelia is in the bottom lane here, sitting in the Tribers looking for a pick against the Vayne Thresh pair. Lee Sin also making his way into the bottom lane. The top lane outer turret from the pro side has gone down to the advance from the Mundo. Aurelia forced to make a play here. Vayne will be coming in against the Callista. Blast for backlit. Alistar coming in looking for a play here as well. We do have 3 members, soon to be 5 members of Team RAR in the bottom lane. No, making a play for Dragon here, which of course is going to be contested as they just quickly exit the bottom lane, allowing Vayne Thresh and Lee Sin to know what's going on there. Mundo also teleporting down into the bottom lane will be too late. RAR has picked up their second dragon stack. That's going to be 2 dragons to 0 for the purple team. I apologize for my silence there again, guys. Just verifying the bracket has been updated correctly. Again, we have now updated the bracket, so please verify your matches that have concluded have been affected there. Looks like we have 5 or 6 matches that have concluded, waiting for 2 or 3 more. So we have those 8 first losses before we get the secondary bracket tournament released for you guys as well. Seeing Callista and Alistar with assistance from Aurelia still in the bottom lane. Siege down onto this bottom lane. Outer turret Lee Sin also in the bottom lane assisting the Vayne and Thresh. Death Sentence actually connects onto the Callista. That is exactly where the Thresh wanted that Death Sentence to go. Results in the kill onto Callista. Aurelia will go down as well. Going to be 2 for 0. Alistar now caught out by the play. Has been slow. Lee Sin and Vayne hammering away on him with assistance from the Thresh as well. His ultimate has been keeping him fairly. They pulverize with it onto all 3, but Vayne picks up the double kill. That's going to be 3 for 0 in favor of Team Dongenball-Z. That is a great play there. A huge overextension by Team RAR, seeing 3 of their members go down without picking up a single kill. The death sentence from the Thresh allowing them to execute that nearly flawlessly. Though Syndra is taking pressure from the Lysandra in the mid lane. Vi coming in as well, looking to answer this with a kill for themselves. We are seeing now an 8-4-7 kill score. Team Dongenball-Z still has roughly a 200 gold advantage, despite being down currently by 1 turret. Though Vayne is looking to answer with a bottom lane outer turret, they're going to even out the turret score here. That is a great play for Dongenball-Z. They now have roughly a 700 overall gold advantage. Vi looking like she might go down to the red buff here, managed to finish off with about 300 HP remaining. And she will actually be quite healthy coming out. I believe she will begin to recall, though. Getting a question to chat about what's happening with the P bracket slot. Not quite sure what you mean about that. I'm seeing Team Muffin Tops winning their round 1 game in the G matchup, which advances them into P, meaning they would be waiting for Team Gamja Namja and Team D Coffee Shop to conclude their round 1 game in the H bracket before that P match can begin. Also getting reports that we've had 7 matches conclude, waiting now on 1 more match report to come in for our last team to be qualifying themselves into the secondary bracket tournament before we release that for you guys. Going to see some action into the bottom, and in the matchup we have at hand, Alistar going full ham into the blue side, will not quite be able to connect, and another purple side turret will be going down here as Syndra is sieging down the mid lane outer turret. Going to be a 3-4-2 turret score in favor of Team Dongenball-Z. Alistar coming in, connects onto Vayne. Onto the turret. The turret will go down in the bottom. Now a 3-4-3 turret score. No outer turrets banning on the map at all. A 3 versus 3 fight breaking out in the bottom. bottom lane. Purple side lost this once before. Callista goes down. This is how it started out last time. Syndra into the bottom lane as well. Going to see Vi get knocked up. Vi quickly goes down as the other comes out from the Syndra. Alistar now all by himself. No Lissandra coming in from behind as well. Will Lissandra make her way in this fight? Indeed she will, but the Thresh Flay does not connect, but the death sentence does. And her E has already been used. Has been sure she was CC'd for the duration of it. Tries to get damage on Lee Sin. Lee Sin remaining with it 50. She comes back in, but Lissandra gets shot down with Lee Sin remaining alive. A 4-4-0 trade in favor of Dongenballz. I'm not sure why Lissandra would come back into that. I mean, she realized she needed to exit. Oh, seeing Luki 5-4-7-4 get engaged onto fairly heavily by the Aurelia. Aurelia picks up a kill, making that a 4-4-1 exchange. Go Aurelia. Getting some reports about teams looking to form up their round 2 matchups again when you finish off your round 1 games. If both teams are showing in the round 2 bracket, you are free to start that matchup, and it is expected to be started within 15 minutes of the bracket being updated. So please do verify who your opponents are, check out their team roster, and let them know you're waiting for them to invite you, or that you are looking to invite them to their game. Getting a question about people being rude and vulgar, saying, do we need to tell you? You don't need to tell us, but indeed you can tell us, and we will do our best to correct those actions. You can send us an email to admin@notsostock.ca. I'll get that posted into Twitch chat. Again, feel free to send us any screenshots as evidence of the offensive actions, and we will issue a warning to summoners. Should those actions continue, we will speak to them about potentially not participating in future events. Also, in the match at hand, red team has engaged onto their 3rd dragon. It will go down to the Callista. It's going to be the 3rd dragon stack going on to Team RAR. Blue team not quite successful in contesting it. Vayne has gone down. Alistar engages onto the Syndra. Syndra will go down. This team fight is going in favor of Team RAR. We've seen the last 2 go in favor of Team Dongenballz, but this is the 3rd dragon Team RAR has succeeded in taking. They now have 3 stacks of dragon. They're looking for 2 more, and they could potentially easily end the game even without picking a Baron. Baron having been available for almost the last 6 minutes now. I suspect one of these games will be looking to pick that up, push down some turrets as we approach the 30-minute mark here. Of course, even without looking for a Baron play, we're going to see Team RAR pushing down that mid-lane inner turret. Also, someone saying they see 8 losses. The secondary tournament should be starting up indeed with the 8th matchup concluding potentially. We should have the secondary tournament starting, and I'm getting reports from our admin team that the secondary tournament has been released. Going to refresh that bracket, make sure it has indeed. I am seeing Team Anaconda, Team Silence, Team Soggy, Poobottom, Team MLPS, Smokers team. Alright guys, the secondary bracket has been released. I'm going to get back to the matchup at hand though, as Team RAR is chasing down 2 members from Dongenballz right now. Again, we have a 12-10 kill score in favor right now of Dongenballz, but a 4-3 turret score in favor of Team RAR. Alistar has been caught out. Going to see 4 members, no 5 members of Team Dongenballz looking to finish that Alistar while he tries to use his ultimate to run himself to safety. Aurelia also looking to push down into the top lane, has engaged onto that top lane inhibitor. The inhibitor will be going down to her, despite minions having more or less just gotten into range, or just gotten into range to do damage to the turret. I should say they have been tanking turret for her, I do believe, though. 3 members of Team Dongenballz now responding into the top lane. There's minions against their next ray inhibitor turret, however. Aurelia making a huge push, a huge and successful push into that top lane. Again, now seeing 5 turrets to 3 in favor of Team RAR, playing from the purple side, despite Team Dongenballz on the blue side being up 13 kills to 10. We are seeing only a 100 goal difference between these teams. This is almost 30 minutes in. This matchup has been so close so far. Again, guys, the secondary bracket has been released. I'll get the bracket link posted back into Twitch chat for you guys. Again, we are in round 1. Some teams in round 2 already. And we will be heading into round 2 as soon as this matchup concludes, at least as far as the stream game is concerned. Again, guys, those of you not aware, we do stream 1 game per round, following the winners of that round into the next game. And while I was saying that action has broken out, looks like Blue Side was chasing down members of the pro team, but RAR will re-engage against Team Dongenballs. The all coming out from the Vi, but Vi quickly gets deleted. The fight will continue though. Syndra how down. Thresh will go down as well. Going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Vi sacrificing her life in order to pick the kills onto Syndra, Thresh, and Lee Sin. The Ignite has come out onto Vayne as well, while the Aurelia and Kalista look to chase it down. Aurelia secures that kill. Alistair actually looping around the long way would have secured it for them if Aurelia hadn't managed to jump into range. Now seeing a Team RAR look to siege down onto the first inhibitor turret of the game. This mid lane inhibitor turret down to half of its HP, down to a quarter of its HP. That's going to be the first inhib turret of the game. First inhib as well, if they continue the rate they're going. Indeed, first inhib now going down. They're going to begin to retreat off that advance. Alistar taking a cleaver from the Mundo has been slowed, but will make his way out of their base safely, I do believe. Lee Sin engaging onto the Raptor camper, seeing 3 members of the pro team recall from the blue side jungle. 4 members of Team Dongenballs on the blue side looking to push out into the mid lane. They have just lost that mid lane inhibitor, so this is a decent choice for them. Might see them also split pushing up into the Baron area. Indeed, seeing Thresh look to get vision control of the Baron pit. We may indeed see blue side looking to engage that to take that away from the purple team. Of course, with the recent Baron changes, it does allow you an additional sieging potential, though it has had the HP and mana regen aspect of it removed. Instead of engaging on the Baron, we're going to have them sitting in the pixie bush waiting for a pick here, which they should be fairly safe to. They have spread out a little bit more than they want to. Lee Sin potentially being spotted out. Thresh has been spotted by the side ward, and the death sentence slides between all 5 members of Team RAR. That is an unfortunate throw for the Thresh. Aurelia coming in against the Syndra, violating to come in as well. The sun coming out from the Syndra. Syndra now locked down at 4. If Syndra goes down, going to be a 5 versus 4 fight. No, Kalista not in range for Team. A 4 versus 4 fight. Well, Kalista looks to pick up a blue buff for herself here, potentially. Purple side looking to clear out vision from the Baron pit. They will engage onto Baron and Nashor, looking to end this game. Side could be setting up for a Dragon Blade, but there are still 20 seconds till Dragon will return onto the map. Kalista has spotted out Lee Sin trying to take down his red buff. Kalista will steal away the red buff from Lee Sin, choosing not to engage onto him as Lee Sin returns into the melee. Q will come out onto the minions, and Lee Sin makes his way, I was going to say, into the upper half of the jungle, but will continue down the mid lane with the remainder of his team. Again, there are super minions currently spawning into the mid lane for the purple team. Getting some complaints in Twitch chat about Team Dongenball Z having their mid laner be pugged. Again, guys, unfortunately, Dongenball Z had a Platinum 5 summoner for the team and no substitutes available, so in order for them to play, instead of having another team swap into their place potentially, they did need to find somebody very last minute. Someone from Strat did volunteer, and they accepted him as their mid laner, seeing the Syndra go 2-8-4. Not the worst score on the team, but she is still 50 CS behind Lissandra. That could potentially be the majority of their deficit, but indeed, it did allow them to play this matchup. Apologize for my silence there, guys. We are seeing blue side look to set up for a Baron play here. I thought that purple side had successfully taken Baron earlier on, but I guess they had been forced to fall off of that engagement. Vi and Lysandra are in the upper half of there. We do have 4 members of a Dongan Ball Z in the upper half of the jungle as well. We're going to see Dongan Ball Z fall off of the initiate Vayne, taking a bit of poke as Lysandra comes in. She will be slowed down momentarily. Now 4 members of Dongan Ball Z in lane. Aurelius pushing down into the bottom lane for Team RAR. We're going to see Dongan Ball Z wrap around behind the Aurelia. The Descendants has come out. Aurelia flashes over the wall, but Syndra is there to continue doing the damage, and Aurelia will go down. Team RAR once again initiating on to the Baron Nashor here. I'm not quite sure who has vision from the Scuttle Grab Lee Sin, as well as the remainder of Team Dongan Ball Z are making their way up towards River, have kind of halted their advance, though I believe this may be an uncontested Baron, will be an uncontested Baron at least at this point. For Team RAR, Lee Sin not making their way and trying to contest with Mundo's assistance. Baron has, however, already gone down. We have a now empowered team on the despite Aurelia not picking up that Baron buff. Again, guys, a 15-15 kill score. We are seeing, however, 6 turrets to 3 in favor of Team RAR. We have roughly a 4,000 gold difference between these teams. It's been a fairly close matchup so far, but Team RAR has now picked up the lead. Getting reports that Team Coffee Shop is still in game. Taking a look at the brackets, looks like Team Coffee Shop may have accidentally awarded a victory over Team Gamja Namja, as Team Coffee Shop had reported a win against their original round 1 opponent, but as opposed to giving them that round 1 win, we did swap in one of the teams that was waiting to play. So we do apologize for the inaccuracy there potentially in the bracket. I will verify that a match report has come in from them recently. No, indeed, not seeing a recent win report from Team D Coffee Shop. That matchup will be reopened while we wait for it to actually conclude. Apologize for my silence, they're just dealing with the brief bracket issue. Again, one of our members apparently wasn't aware that we've reopened that matchup twice so far. Again, guys, D Coffee Shop is facing off against Gamja Namja. I believe they were originally slated to play against Further Reaper. Unfortunately, Further Reaper did forfeit their round 1 game and were replaced by Team Gamja Namja, which has led to a little bit of confusion. But in the matchup at hand, we have Team RAR sieging heavily onto this top lane inhibitor turret. Not quite sure how long until the mid lane inhibitor comes back up. It's been down for quite some time, so I expect it should be coming back up momentarily. Team RAR is looking to succeed in sieging down a second inhibitor. The turret has just gone down, but Lysandra takes a huge amount of pressure, seeing members of Blue Team get very, very low here, though somehow managing to not go down. The Lee Sin taking a huge turtle, making his way out of the fight. Mundo going to be the first summoner to lose his life from the Blue Team. 2 members, no, 3 members of Team RAR have gone down. Now only Alistar remaining with the Baron buff. Aurelia, however, will have enough damage to finish off the inhibitor in the top lane. We're now going to have 2 inhibitors down from a Team Dongan Ball Z.
Purple Team's turret has been destroyed.
Seeing Vayne take down the Raptor camps here, looking to pick up a little bit of an advantage for herself. Indeed, looking at the scoreboard here, Vayne actually seeing about 50 farm over Callista, has 4 kills over Callista as well, has roughly a 2,000 gold advantage over Callista. That is very well executed from the ball lane for this Vayne. We've seen Vayne do very well for her team. Actually almost double everybody else's farm, only Syndra defying that rule. Blue slicing up for their first Dragon of the game will be successful, taking down Dragon as Lee Sin, I believe, lands the smite, and it costs Aurelia her life as well here. Dragon Ball Z coming back and trying to pick up the Lysandra, who has exited the fight. The blue buff is alive. We're going to see Vayne initiating on the blue with the Designator connects on Lysandra. Lysandra uses her Zonya's Hourglass a little bit late. Could have potentially saved that, knowing she would have been going down either way. And she does go down. Blue buff has now been stolen, going on to the Syndra. Lee Sin engages onto the Gromp camp as well. Vayne going to farm out into the bottom lane, looking for a bottom lane inhibitor turret here, potentially. 40 seconds for Lysandra, 20 seconds for the Aurelia. We do have Alistar, Vi, and Callista available to defend. We have super minions spawning into the mid lane, making their way towards those Nexus turrets. Blue team will be forced to recall here. The super minions are coming down in the top lane as well. Hopefully, at least for them, they won't be losing their first Nexus turret to minions alone. Alright, so we've seen minion pressure now cleared out here by Dong and Ball Z, and they are 20 kills to 16 despite being down by 3 turrets, having 2 of their inhibitors removed from the map. They are still in a position where they can contest. If they can get these 2 inhibitors back up, potentially pick up a second dragon, pick up a Baron, and look for some turrets, they could turn this game around into their favor still. Again, guys, it's been a very, very close matchup so far in tonight's round 1 game. We are nearing the 40-minute mark, and Riot has looked to shorten games with the changes we've seen. At least that's my opinion of a lot of the changes. Games should be a little bit more dynamic, a little bit faster in play, so seeing those 50-60-minute game will be a little bit rare. Seeing us now at the 40-minute mark, I'm looking for Team RAR on the pro side either to find their way back in to Dragon Ball Z's base, or Dragon Ball Z to get those inhibitors back up and find their way into RAR's base. Either way, I suspect in the next 5 to 10 minutes this game will be over.
Blue team's inhibitor is coming soon.
Alright, seeing now that bottom lane inner turret going down from Team Dragon Ball Z, but their mid lane inhibitor has just respawned. Seeing Vayne do their best to really pressure. Mundo also trying to really pressure from the top, of that inhibitor is still down, so they still have some minions spawning against them in the top lane. Mundo taking a huge amount of pressure here, might actually get executed, but makes his way to safety with just around 100 HP remaining. I believe his ultimate was utilized. No, his ultimate not utilizes the equipment he has, simply causing him so much health regen right there. He jumps back up to 200 HP almost instantly. Lee Sin also up into the top lane. Mundo opting not to head back into the pool quite yet. Not quite sure what he's waiting on there. Indeed, coming back in, he will begin to recall from the inhibitor, but opts to cancel the recall. Purple side, however, has set up for their second Baron of the game. Should they take this uncontested, it will likely mean their victory, but Thresh is in range. Vayne and Lee Sin also in range. Mundo coming in, Slender coming in as well, a little bit late though. The Baron has gone down to the Callista. Lee Sin chooses to engage. He gets blasted over the wall though, and Lee Sin will go down. RAR choosing to re-engage against Thresh, but Thresh gets headbutted back from the Alistar. Vi engages onto the Syndra. Vi taking a huge amount of pressure there. Vi going to be a jungler being traded for the jungler. The second kill here will be going over onto the Lysandra. That kill being killed, I believe, by the Syndra. Aurelia going down as well. Team Dragon Ball Z may have just found the solution they've been looking for. Getting reports that a team may be having difficulty finding their 5th member into a round 2 game here. Looking for Team Foxtrot on the bracket. Team Charlie Foxtrot against Kappa Feel. How do you lose your 5th member after just finishing a game? That is unfortunate for them. Indeed, the matchup at hand, though, we do have Team Dragon Ball Z facing off against Team RAR, Vayne engaging against the Alistar here. Apologize for my silence, you guys. Just looking through the exact timing of some reports here. Looking for Foxtrot. Where is your win report? There we go. At 7:52. Indeed, it has been 20 minutes since their win report came in, so it would have been 15 minutes since it was updated onto the bracket. So you guys are free to report a win against them if they are not having their 5th member into the lobby. Oh, Windows Update. I mean, you are able to also allow them a brief time extension if you want to wait for that 5th member to come in, but if you really want to win, you can report your win and it will be affected onto the bracket as the rules do state. They have 15 minutes between matches. Apologies for my distraction there, guys. Looks like the middle inhibitor from Team Dragon Ball Z has gone down a second time here. And Team RAR will pick up their 5th. That was the 5th dragon of the game. They just got their buff tripled. They are now looking for a win. I believe they picked up 2 Barons and now 5 dragons. Again, guys, with the changes to the dragon, their 4th dragon stack would have been significant, but that 5th one makes you nigh unstoppable. Seeing all 5 members of Team RAR make their way into the blue side base. They're going to try and backdoor the top lane inhibitor. Inhibitor will be going down here. Mundo chooses to engage. Alistar throws the headbutt. 3 of the members of Team Dragon Ball are going to come in. Mundo already down to half HP. Going to see Team RAR begin. Dexys Aurelia looking to make her way into the fight. It's going to be 4 versus 5 until she arrives. Make that 5 versus 5 as Aurelia comes in. Make that 5 versus 1 as Alistar goes full ham here. But their team will follow up before he takes too much damage from that engagement. Team RAR looking to end this. Mundo taking huge amounts of damage. Aurelia has fallen off at that engagement. Syndra has gone. That's going to be the first kill for RAR. Second kill, third kill for RAR. Thresh and Mundo go down as well. Vi tanking those 2 Nexus turrets takes a huge amount of damage. They're going to get minions onto the Nexus turrets. First Nexus turret will drop. I believe this is going to be the second Nexus turret dropping. Alistar again going full ham is assisted by the Calista. Vi coming in behind the Nexus. Well, they have taken the Nexus turret. Nexus will drop. That is the game in favor of Team RAR. Congratulations, Team RAR making their way into round 2 of play. Going to be playing against Team Radek Nation. Again, guys, that was Team RAR just managing to emerge victorious. And I know I've seen the comments in Twitch chat about them having a pug mid laner, or about Dragon Ball Z having a pug laner, and how they potentially could have won that if they had their full team available. But you can't field a Platinum 5 summoner into the amateur room. Of course, with Platinum and Diamond summoners, you could win. It's not fair. So indeed, giving them that pug was the fairest choice we had, as they didn't have anybody on all 4 of their friends list who was able to participate. And we saw them do very well despite not having the team practice that they would have liked with their mid lane carry. They did make it all the way to the 45-second mark, but were not quite able to come out victorious. We did see Vayne do very well, breaking the 400 farm mark, being nearly a full 100 farm above Calista. That is an amazing victory for Team RAR. Again, guys, looking to get the matchup between Team RAR and Team Radek Nation formed up here. Apologies for silence there, guys. Looking for the information here. No, it looks like Radek Nation will be making the game. So I suppose I should be contacting a member from Team Radek Nation here. That now I am concerned. Indeed, guys, so unfair matches indeed. I'm seeing Luke 5-4-7-4 playing for Team Radic Nation, meaning if he had won that round 1 game, he couldn't have played for his team. I probably should have checked team rosters a little bit closer. That is definitely against the rules. Radic Nation is going to have to either sub out Luke 5-4-7-4 or be disqualified. That... wow. I apologize, guys. That is an extremely unprofessional reaction from me on the stream, but that is unheard of and completely unacceptable. Alright, getting reports that team... let me double check the team name there. Team... Which team was that? Ah, yes, it was in round 2. It was Team Phoenix, I believe. Something. I apologize, guys. We have 26 team participants, leaving a little bit of a hectic start for us tonight, apparently. Charlie Foxtrots, I believe, against Kappa Field. Kappa Field reporting that their opponents could not field their full team, and I'm seeing a member from a team, Charlie Foxtrot, in Twitch as well, confirming that is the case. So indeed, Team Kappa Field will be awarded their victory over Team Charlie Foxtrot. It is unfortunate to see them make their way through round 1 and then get disqualified for not being able to field their entire team. That is why we do allow you guys to add up to 9 summoners into the matchup. Alright, so we're going to add a member from Team Radic Nation, see, first off, why they're not throwing the matchup, and second off, what they're going to do about the situation with Lukey. Alright, Team Foxtrot in Twitch chat. If your guy can get his computer restarted when you have your 5th summoner available, please let us know. Looks like we may have a few weird forfeit situations potentially emerging into the second round, so we'll see if we can potentially get you back in, as it's always sucks to be disqualified on weird technicalities like that. Apologize for my silence here, guys. Trying to figure out these admin issues. Again, we had a summoner from Twitch chat very kindly, I thought, volunteer to play for Team Dragon Ball Z in their round 1 game, but it turns out he's actually a member of Team Radic Nation, which means it's disqualified him from playing for the team he intended to play for the evening. So Radic Nation is in a very awkward position. Alright, looks like Team Radic Nation does have a substitute again. Luki 5474 will not be allowed to play for the night as he participated for another team this evening. We're going to be substituting in AOW Sasquatch for Team Radic Nation. Apologize for my silence here while I look to get our round 2 matchup underway. Also, we seem to have a few admin issues cropping up as the round 1 games have concluded, and the secondary tournament is also getting started up. Alright, Alright, are there still members of Team Kappa Feel in the Twitch chat? Looks like Team Charlie Foxtrot has found their 5th summoner. I do understand that it is well past the point where that matchup should have been started, about an additional 10 minutes of delay, but it was due to Windows updates, so if you guys can find it in your hearts, we will allow you guys to play that game through, so let us know. Otherwise, we will be looking for a place to potentially fit them back in if other teams end up in similar situations in round 2 of play. Looking like I do have an invite here, potentially. Looking for my invite. Apologies, guys, I got distracted there. It looks like I did have an invite, but it seemed to have expired, potentially. They've gone into champion selection without me. Oh, joy. What a night. Haha. Alright, so I guess I'll be joining them after they finish their champion selection, entering into spectator mode. As they finish that, we'll have a 3-minute spectator delay still. We'll all be able to see what they selected for their champions, but unfortunately we will be missing the ban phase as well. Well, I guess we're missing the entire pick and ban phase, but again, we'll get to see those champions before we get into the load screen. Not quite sure what this invite is to. Summoner TY something. Come on, lobby, load up so I can see what I've been invited to. Aw, lobby is full. Maybe they invite to the game. I thought it showed them in champions, so they may have actually dropped out in order to get us back in. So that is a kind thing of them to do here, if that is the case. Of course, they will be enforcing the same pick, same ban rule if they've... Oh, come on, drop somebody to spectator mode before sending me another invite, guys. The technical, or if you can call them technical, difficulties. Disconnected from chat. Why am I disconnected from chat? That's not cool. Alright. Yes! Got myself into the game here. And this does look like the matchup with Team RAR on the purple side. Once again, it will be Radic Nation on the blue side. Of course, we have had Radic Nation forced to swap out one of their summoners due to that summoner having violated one of our rules, which is unfortunate for their team. Going to be the second time we see Team RAR facing off against the team forced not to play with their entire core roster. In Game 1, it was due to a team member having a platinum ranking in the solo queue, so he was not able to participate. Also looks like Lobby has exploded as they've noticed my challenger ranking in the 5v5 team queue. But with that, we will be into champion selection for our round 2 game here between Radic Nation and Team RAR. Apologize for my silence here, guys. Admin issues everywhere. We are seeing Callista finally banned out from a game, so we will not see Callista coming into this matchup. Indeed, that did not happen at all last night, so seeing her get banned out is an interesting choice here. Alright, so we're seeing Callista, Aurelia, and Lysandra banned out here by Team Radek Nation. I believe we saw Callista and Aurelia both played by the pro side, as well as Lissandra played by Team RAR in round 1 of play. I suspect they may have been watching that round 1 game where Team RAR did fairly well for themselves. Team RAR, of course, has responded by banning out Warwick, which is a fairly standard ban, and Thresh and Vayne, which they played against in round 1. Potentially not realizing this is a different team than round 1, or just realizing Thresh and Vayne is a really strong combo, and they don't want to face off against that a second time. Getting reports that Team Muffin Tops may have been attempting to field an invalid summoner. What is with the unvalid ranked summoners this evening? I do apologize for my distraction from the games at hand, guys. And apologies again there for my silence, guys. Looks like the summoner Primer 42 was unranked. And we'll be having team... that was Team Muffin Tops, unfortunately, forfeiting from their round 2 game. Looking into what we should do about that one. I believe their opponents have been added into the secondary bracket. Let's see where Anaconda is. Did Anaconda make it into second? Yes, Anaconda did make it into the secondary bracket. So it looks like I'm going to be replacing Team Muffin Tops with Team Charlie Foxtrot. I do apologize for my silence here again, guys. We are going through our champion selection, but the admin issues have decided to abound as we make our way into round 2 and into the secondary tournament as well. We've had Charlie Foxtrot forfeiting from round 2. Well, they had their 5th summoner, unfortunately, with Windows updates, and, you know, I've been forced to Windows update in the middle of a tournament before. It sucks. We lost a little over half a match. It was a half-hour update for me, and you know what? If I was playing in the event and I got in that situation, I'd want a second chance, so I want to give them that second chance. And if you guys don't like that, I mean, I really do apologize, but I would do my best to give you guys the same a second chance as well. And I know there's people saying in Twitch chat that we've not done that in the past, but sometimes we have a heart, sometimes we're too busy to have a heart, but we try our very best to be accommodating. So please, do be patient with us. Do give us a little bit of leeway. Again, guys, we have Vi and Lucian. Sorry, I'm going to finish this change, and then I'll go over the picks and bans we're seeing here. You guys can see what's happening in this lobby, and I will detail it as we get potentially into the spectator delay period. Muffin Tops. Alright, there we go. Apologies, guys. Just looking for the teams I need to get fixed up here in the bracket. I'm going to let them know. Probably going to head over to the bracket here momentarily, just double check that everything is now re-accuratized. Of course, my bracket's going to try and mess itself up. Again, we had Muffin Tops facing off against somebody in round 2, and I've replaced Muffin Tops with Team Charlie Foxtrot, assuming that that went according to plan here. Yes, Team Namja were facing off against Team Muffin Tops initially in round 2. They're not facing off against Cabafield quite yet here. Match details, why are you doing that? Huh. Anyways, going to get that fixed up. Bracket having a few more issues here due to the teams not showing up, forfeiting, doing as teams occasionally do. Also, guys, we are into round 2 of play for the matchups on the stream this evening. I do apologize for the little bit of disarray here. Alright, there we go. We've reopened the matchup for Gamja Namja and Team Charlie Foxtrot, previously Muffin Top sitting in that position. Also, Twitch chat has exploded. Do apologize for not being as close attention to Twitch chat as I potentially could have been. Alright, so we are into the spectator delay period. Normally I would take a quick break here, but I'm going to quickly go over the picks and bans before I do so, since we've had so many crazy things going on in the last 5 minutes here. So it looks like we have a Graves Leona bottom lane for the blue side, and that is a pretty strong bottom lane. I've seen it done very successfully. Graves is a great burst champion. Leona's a great burst in CC champion as well. We're looking like a Cali in the middle with Jax as their top laner. I have not seen Jax played recently, but he is a very strong champion. Also Vi in the jungle for the blue team. Again, guys, it is Radek Nation playing from the blue side with Team Rar playing from the pro side. And speaking of Rar, we have a Lucian Morgana bottom lane pair. That's going to be very strong for them, with what appears to be Malphite playing in the top lane, Orianna in the mid lane, and Udyr for their jungle. Again, the bans were Callista, Aurelia, and Lysandra. All of those respect bans coming off of Team Radek Nation, as well as Warwick, Thresh, and Vayne bans coming through from Team Rar. And alright guys, with about 1 minute of spectator remaining here, I'm going to take a quick break to refill my water, and I will be right back. Alright, so looks like we got back a little bit after our load screen, but before champions can actually make their way onto the map, everybody but Morgana has finished purchasing their items into this round 2 game. Again, guys, we have a team Radek Nation playing from the blue side, with Team Rar playing from the purple side. Also looks like the summoner Lukey5474 maybe in the Twitch chat there. Again, man, I do apologize. You can't play for your team tonight, but we're not going to hold against you in future events. Please, though, do familiarize with our rules, as you did technically violate one this evening, which means you've had to be replaced for Team Radek Nation. Again, it is unfortunate we are seeing the second team now fielding rosters aside from potentially their core rosters against Team Rar on the purple side. Also do apologize, I'm a little bit out of breath here. Just ran upstairs as fast as I could to refill my water, run to the washroom with only a minute remaining of spectate delay there. Normally I have my 3-minute period, but I was a little bit delayed getting away due to some admin issues. Going to see some level 1 action breaking out here potentially. Leona has made her way into the purple side jungle. Graves is waiting in the wing. Leona could get cut out. The ball comes out from Leona. Morgana has spotted everything, but chooses not even to throw an automatic. The cesspool comes out first. She opted not to start with Dark Binding. I don't think I've ever seen Morgana start with a cesspool. That is an interesting choice made by Team Rar for their level 1 Morgana. Alright, and again we are seeing both teams opt to start with their largest jungle camp. Again, at the higher level of play, we are seeing junglers start with the Krugs or the Gromp camps. But we are seeing the lower tier junglers here starting with their red and blue buffs respectively, potentially not aware that with the recent jungle changes, the Krug and Gromp is enough. Sorry, the Krug or Gromp camp is enough for them to attain their level 2 and have a little bit of an easier time with their first buff. Or second buff, depending on how you consider the buffs now with the recent reworks. Also a little bit of action into the bottom lane, and speaking of action, before we have too much of it ensue, I should get the scoreboard reorganized for everybody. Alright, looks like we're now good there. Jax has picked up a little bit of an early lead against Malphite, but we are still in the first and the second waves of minions, so it's not a huge lead. We'll see how that evens. There's going to be action in the bottom, and Lucian is well behind Leona, but he dashes back to safety. The exhaust does come out on Lucian. Leona getting down to about 300 feet. Lucian down to 200 feet. Burst coming out from the Graves. The level 1 Graves still being very strong. Reaches level 2. Lucian has reached level 2 as well. We could see them choosing to re-engage here, where the fight kind of dissipates a little bit. I believe Morgana has reached level 2 and will now have her Dark Binding. Again, not having the level 1 Dark Binding is a little bit of a weird situation, at least in my opinion. Her Dark Binding will not connect, but Leona lances in on Lucian. I believe it should cost her life. To the Graves managed to get a little bit more burst onto Lucian. Lucian could be going down here, will be going down here. Graves has been locked down, I believe, by the Morgana's Dark Binding, as well as Cesspool coming. Graves down to about 100 HP, will make his way back behind the bottom and try and begin to recall. Morgana looking for a few last hits here, potentially will drop the Cesspool, looking for a siege minion for herself. Meanwhile, we have Malphite and Jax duking it out in the top lane. Bringing things over into the mid lane, it looks like Orianna has a slight advantage in the early game, sitting only 3 farm above the Akali. Akali's doing fairly well, managing her last hits. However, she goes down to about 100 HP. Orianna flashes in under the Akali's range. Akali is forced to flash out, but will maintain her life. I believe Orianna's cooldowns may not quite have come off before she flashed in, and we see Akali into all chat saying a few. Alright, seeing Vi engage onto Orianna. Orianna's down to about 300 HP. This is going to be a fairly well-timed, I'm not sure if I should call it a gank or a mid-lane sustain by the Vi, but still a good choice by Vi to head into the mid-lane. Also, Jax down to just below half HP in the top lane. Malphite doing fairly well in pressuring the Jax, despite being down a tiny amount of creep control, or creep score, I should say, at this point in the match. A bit more burst coming out from the Waves, not quite able to connect onto the Lucian, I do believe. Dark Binding comes out from Morgana, hits a minion, however, Leona and Graves will remain safe through this exchange. Taking a look at the farm, whereas Lucian has done a slightly better job at managing his last hits than the Graves has. Jack's looking for one more last hit onto the minion. I thought he was going to jump onto the Malphite, look for a little bit of damage, as the Malphite is out of mana here. Udyr is onto his red camp in the jungle, looking for a gank into the top lane. Potentially Dark Bind comes out, but again does not connect. The cesspool will get her a little bit of gold from the Graves, assuming that she has started with the Spell Thief. The Frost Fang. I believe it starts with the Spell Thief something or other, but I have broken the camera. We're going to head back into the matchup. Black Shield comes out onto Lucian, but no spells nor damage come out towards Lucian. A little bit of a waste of the skill, and the Dark Binding again is thrown more or less randomly, connecting onto a minion, not able to hit neither Leona nor the Graves. We are seeing this Morgana have a little bit of trouble set up engagements for the Lucian. Of course, Leona is doing her best to zone the Morgana-Lucian pairing back off of their side of the map and off of the farm, but Leona does have both of those little spirits from the Relic Shield. I believe it is called the Relic Shield. Yes, hovering around her, meaning she has not managed a single last hit in the last while for her team. Looking like Graves will make his way towards the Tribers, looking for some vision control. Morgana and Lucian looking to engage. Vi also potentially wrapping around in the bottom lane. Udyr has just cleared out a sight ward from the picture post, and Leona lands a maximum range lance onto the Lucian as he dashes away to mark Dark. The Black Shield comes out as well, so he is not rooted through that. Dark Binding also comes out onto the Graves. A double shot coming through from Lucian, a little bit more poking. Graves goes down to about 300 HP. A health potion has been utilized by the Leona, who is sitting at about 400 HP as well. Going to be a gank from Vi into the bottom lane. That's not quite able to connect onto Lucian, and Dark Binding does hit her, I believe, mid-dash. No less. Leona down to about 200 HP. Lucian chooses to re-engage. The Black Shield is on him, and activity is down to 200 HP as well. Graves down to 300 HP. The Dark Binding connects as he dashes behind some minions. He's back down to 50 HP. The Vi picks up the kill onto Lucian, but I believe Morgana picks up the kill on Graves. No, Lucian picks up the kill onto Graves, barely managing that last hit. We're going to have an exchange of ADCs, making it now 2-4-2. I believe all of those kills occurring now in the bottom lane as well. We are, however, seeing roughly a 900 gold advantage for Team RAR. Looking down the scoreboard, it seems like Orianna has roughly a 15 farm lead over Kali, but the Jax has 12 over Malphite, so I'm not 100% sure where this gold advantage is coming from at this point. I believe that may be the assist gold. Nope, looking at the scoreboard, we have 3 assists from the blue team, only 2 from the purple side. Seeing purple side up a little bit of gold is slightly surprising. Looks like Lucian is actually about 500 gold over the Graves, and Orianna is up about 200 over the Akali, while jungles are fairly even. No, Vi has a 200 advantage over the Udyr, but Malphite and Jax are even, as well as Morgana being about 600 gold over the Leona. So indeed that gold score advantage is mainly from the bottom lane, with a little bit coming in from the mid lane as well for the purple team. Going to be action into the bottom lane. The Lucian has been locked down, but the Dark Binding comes out from the Morgana. Lucian trying to dash himself to stay, has about 300 HP remaining. The ultimate has just come out from the Morgana, connects onto both Leona and the Graves. Lucian chooses to focus on the Leona. Graves flashes back in on Lucian. Lucian down to about 50 HP. Graves has been locked down, but Lucian will be the first round. Leona being exchanged. Graves also down to about 50 HP. Morgana looking for the double kill here, but Graves gets himself to safety. More action in the mid and top lanes as things go crazy in the bottom lane. Seeing Akali and Orianna duke it out while Jax and Malphite do the same. Taking a look across the scoreboard, look like Orianna is having a little bit more trouble against the Akali than I would have expected, and Orianna will go down. Akali, having reached level 6, now level 7, finally able to come back in, go full ham against Orianna and do what Akali does best, burst people down. That is the assassination attempt she was looking for. She is down 6, yes, but now up 1 kill. Will have evened out that gold score. Action into the top lane as we see Vi coming in for a ganks. Malphite down to 150 feet. Flash coming out from both the Jax and the Malphite there. Malphite will escape that unless Vi comes in for a full dive. Takes 1, no, 2 turns. The ultimate comes out and she finishes off Malphite behind the turret. But Jax takes 1 too many steps and costs him his life as he takes a few too many turret hits. Udyr also hammering away on Vi in the top lane. Vi will go down to the Udyr, returning things to a 5-4-5 kill score. We are, however, still seeing a Team RAR on the purple side with roughly an 800 gold lead over Team Radegg Nation on the blue side. Dark Bind comes out from Morgana, actually connects onto the Graves. The Culling comes out from Lucian as well. Graves down to about 100 HP. Graves will be going down here, I believe. Indeed, Graves goes down, but Lucian takes a turret hit. Leona looking to continue things. Lucian takes a second turret hit as he walks in. And Callie into the bottom lane. Morgana will go down. Jax also teleporting, I believe, into the bottom lane there. Going to pick up 2 kills for 1. They did lose their ADC, but they did pick up 2 kills for 1 in that exchange. So it's still a strong play for them. However, it does leave Malphite and Udyr alone in the top lane. They're looking to take down the first turret of the game at the 10.5 minute mark, while blue team, that is Radic Nation, sets up for their first dragon of the game. That will be a successful dragon for Radic Nation. And the top lane outer turret only down to about half HP, but Udyr is quickly doing damage to it. Malphite forced to take a couple turrets while they wait for minions to come back into range. They are going to respond by taking down that top lane outer turret. Of course, with the recent change to dragons, I'm not quite sure how trading a dragon for a turret works out. Of course, in global gold, that should give purple side an advantage. Indeed, we are now seeing them with a 1,200 gold advantage as opposed to the 800 gold advantage they had a few moments ago. Dragon now giving a global buff and a small amount of gold to the Slayer of the Dragon without giving the global gold that it previously did. Turrets, of course, still do give your global goal. Lucian engaging onto Graves in the bottom lane. Morgana coming in from behind the Lucian. Leona also coming in to assist the Graves. Lucian continues the fight. Morgana has not been spotted out, has now been spotted out as Black Sheep. Dark Bind comes out, but not quite long enough range to reach the Graves as Graves gets down to about 300 HP behind his turret. Lucian still fairly healthy through this fight. Apologize for misdirection there. It's going to be a gank into the middle executed by Malphite. Orion goes into about 150 HP while Akali tries to finish things off. Malphite also trying to finish off the Akali. Akali forced out of her shroud. May actually manage to get out of this with her life. Orion backing from the mid lane. We have 2 members of Team Ra trying to chase down the Akali. She's looking for an exit point here. We're going to see her caught out by the Malphite. Potentially the shard will come in. Oriana gets caught up by the Akali, but Akali will go down under the turret. Leona also engaging onto Lucian in the bottom lane. Leona, however, is down to about 300 HP, tries to lance back in despite Graves being down to 50 HP as well. We are seeing here a 7-4-7 kill score, roughly a 1,200 gold lead still in favor of a Team Ra as they have picked up that first turret of the game. Also seeing Akali in Twitch just saying, "I was dead, may as well try." I believe that is a comment about her play into the mid lane onto Oriana. As she got caught out by the Malphite, she tried to pick up the kill onto Oriana, but was not quite successful. Also seeing Vi gank Lucian into the bottom lane. Vi may be successful holding up the turret. Graves also choosing to stay out in the bottom lane with only 100 HP to his name. Not quite sure what he is planning to accomplish there. Opting to back and return to lane would have been a potentially better choice, but Vi is able to pick up the kill with assistance from the Graves. Actually picks up a kill with assistance from the Vi, but the Dark Bind connects onto Vi, and Vi will go down to Morgana as Morgana enters the lane. Graves is going to get cut out now by the Udyr as well. Indeed, Udyr will catch out Graves, and Graves will go down. We now have Udyr and Morgana chasing down onto Leona. The Dark Binding from Morgana will connect. Stun pitch coming out from Udyr as well. A pause actually comes through from blue time. Graves says he's lagging, but Graves has already been killed. This is a rather inappropriate time to pause after your ADC has already died with the lag. For anybody not aware, we do technically disallow pauses during team fights and key gameplay moments. In the events of lag and disconnect, we do allow for pauses in those situations while issuing warnings if they're not appropriate. Seeing Graves say he is lagging and already be dead, though, is not an appropriate time to pause while Leona is being chased down, so we will be speaking to the blue team about their pause time usage. Again, though, it will not result in disqualification, simply a warning for the team. We're going to see more action ensue from that fight. Akali actually succeeding in cleaning things up for her team. Picks up the double kill onto the Morgana Udyr. Of course, they did pick up the kill onto Leona as well, so a fairly even exchange for their team, as I believe Graves had previously gone down, though he has now respawned. Alright, we are seeing Akali look to engage against Oriana once again in the middle. Indeed, she will engage on Oriana. The shroud comes up, she's not going to stay in it. Also, Jax in the bottom half of the river has more or less abandoned the top lane at this point. We're seeing a huge amount of pressure exerted towards that top lane inner turret. Minions will reach the top lane inner turret. Looks like they have 2 minion waves, a third one coming in and a fourth one having just spawned to assist it. Jax will now make his way back up into the top lane to clear the ward in the river bush in the bottom half of the river. Looks like Jax will make it with plenty of time to assist the turret, looking for an additional creep score advantage, seeing him actually up about 30 CS over Malphite at this point, but Malphite has just caught out the Akali. Akali will be assisted by Leona, but Orianna and Lucian are there as well. It's going to be a 3-for-2 fight in favor of Team Ra. I believe that was an ultimate coming out from the Malphite, but not quite long enough to connect onto the Akali, as slows will continue to come through. Double shot coming out from Lucian onto the Akali. Akali down to about 300 HP as the culling comes out. Leona tanks most of that damage, but remains with about 700 health to her name. We now have 4 members of Team Ra in the mid lane, looking to siege down onto the last outer turret from Team Radic Nation. Morgana also entering the mid lane here. We're going to see a 5-versus-4 fight. Akali still sitting in their pool, looking to make her way back onto the map. She has purchased her Hextech Gunblade and will return into the mid lane, but it's a little bit too late to keep that mid lane outer turret alive. Again, a 10-for-10 kill score, but now a 3-for-0 turret score. Team Ra has been doing very well, but Orianna will go down. Lucian very low as well. Graves, no Jax. Fairly, the ultimate comes out from the Morgana, will finish off the Jax, seeing the fight continue. We've seen a 2-for-2 exchange so far. Graves and Jax going down. Orianna and Lucian also going down. The Akali comes back in. I apologize. The Leona comes back in that leash, making me a little bit confused. Vi ends up, however, going down to the Leona under the turret, and Akali comes in a little bit late, having been distracted potentially by a kill in the jungle. She did indeed, though, pick up the kill onto, I believe it may have been Udyr going down there. So a 3-for-3 overall exchange, seeing now a 13-for-13 kill. So Akali comes back in under the turret onto the Morgana. Morgana Stark comes out, not able to connect onto Akali though. Black Shield also on Morgana. Teleport coming out from the Malphite into the mid lane. We're seeing Akali going to now back off of this fight while she waits for the remainder of her team to rejoin her. Again, guys, we are in round 2 of play here for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. We have Team Radic Nation playing from the blue side, facing off against Team Rar on the purple side. So far, a fairly strong performance here by Team Rar, despite the kill score being even. They have picked up the first 3 turrets of the game and secured a 3,000 gold lead, and we are now just past the 15-minute mark in the matchup, so we are slowly entering the mid-game portion of this match, seeing a Vi look to engage onto Lucian. Not sure if she has vision, does not look like he's been spotted out there. You're potentially trying to solo Dragon here. And Jax succeeds in taking down the first turret for his team. Malphite, however, will take down the Jax with assistance from one other team member on his team, and blue side will pick up their first dragon as Vi smites that down without Lucian also going down. In the river tab, we have 4 members of Team Radic Nation successfully taking down Dragon after Udyr, I believe, tried to solo that. Lucian getting caught out in the blue side jungle. Potentially a little bit of a throw for them. Indeed, I think that may have actually been the second dragon there for Team Radic Nation, as they traded the first dragon for the top lane outer turret. So indeed, they now have 2 stacks of dragon despite being down by 2 turrets at this point. We are seeing them down about 3,000 gold still in this matchup, despite an even kill score. Again, they are empowered by 2 stacks of dragon, doing fairly well. Controlling the dragon area part has cost them 3 turrets to the 1 they've picked up in the top lane. Roughly down about 3,000 gold. I guess about 2,500 would be more accurate. Leona potentially getting caught out here by the Morgana. The ward comes out in a push, but Morgana does not throw the dark until she sees the Graves, and it will connect. The sets will come out onto Leona, though. Will not do any damage. Going to be more action in the million. Orianna is trying to engage against Jax here. There's Black Shield comes out from Morgana, keeping her fairly healthy as Orianna attempts to continue farming. Graves also picking up the Raptor camp for himself as Lucian re-enters the bottom lane. Taking a look down the scoreboard here, Jax has the best farm for his team, while Orianna has the best farm in the game. Lucian also have about 20 farm over the Graves at this point in the matchup. We're seeing them even in kills. Lucian has died 7 times, while Graves has only died 4. Jax looking to relieve more pressure in the top lane. Orianna also looking to recall from the mid lane after exerting a bit of pressure towards that mid lane inner turret. Malphite and Udyr will make their way towards the mid-half of the map. I suspect Udyr will make his way into the jungle, seeing Akali and Leona in the bottom lane, maybe looking for that bottom lane outer turret. The Leona makes her way back into the jungle here. Akali will continue the advance. Morgana making her way towards the bottom half. We have Lucian and Malphite heading into the jungle or towards mid lane. Malphite will wrap back around into the bottom lane. Leona and Vi are also there to contest against this turret. I'm wondering exactly where Leona is headed. She has been spotted out by a sight ward from the early Malphite and Morgana trying to engage against the Vi, Akali pair. Leona will make her way back towards the bottom half of the map. Graves also making his way towards the bottom lane, but it seems like his team may have been scared off of their initiative. Also, only 30 seconds until Baron spawns into the map here. Udyr and Lucian are engaging against the Jax. I suspect Jax will be going down here unless he can find a way to somehow make an extra juke. Udyr is chasing down, will land the stun, and Jax goes down. Ball coming here from Orianna will connect onto Akali in the mid. We do have 3 members of Radic Nation looking to siege down into the mid, looking for their second turret here. Again, we are 3 turrets, 1 Malphite with an amazing ult. Orianna following that up, the Wombo combo, locking down 3 summoners for an extremely long time. We have seen 3 summoners from the blue team now be deleted. Vi going to go down. Graves, the last summoner alive. Wilgun's going to be the first ace of the game. Team RAR very well executed into the mid lane. Malphite and Orianna Wombo comboing their ults to huge effect. Lucian now looking to split push down into the top lane with assistance from one other team. That was a 3, I believe, versus 3 fight. 2 team members from Radic Nation not being available in the fight. The Jax and potentially the Leona as well, having gone down before things started up. Teleport coming out from Malphite beside the turret to the turret. A little bit of a waste by Dark King Zilla. Not sure exactly what he was thinking there. Lucian looking to escape the mid lane with his life as 5 members of Radic Nation make their way into the mid lane, again looking for their second turret of the game here. This could be a successful siege. Only Lucian and Morgana in range. Currently Lucian looking to recall Morgana very low. They're going to dive past the turret. Morgana will have her manage to exit that with her life. Akali taking a fair amount of damage. Leona now tanking the turret. Malphite still fairly healthy. Leona taking a few more turrets. Will flash out over the wall. Graves down to 50. Orianna looking to chase him down, but Graves will get at that with his life, at least to this point. Jax now looking to exit the fight, but Udyr will chase him down. Jax flashes out over the wall into the blue pit, will continue looking to make his way to safety, will non-exit through the blue pit, exit makes his way back into the drivers, looking to make his way back into the purple side of the jungle here. No, will re-engage against Udyr, or potentially accept defeat, and he does go down in that tri-bush. Morgana asking what the timer is for drag. It's up in 1 minute 10 seconds. Leona says 3 minutes. It is a 3-minute timer for the dragon, I do believe. And Baron is a 5, potentially, minute timer, though I could be mistaken about that one. Also, inhibitors are on a 4-minute respawn timer, if I am not mistaken about that as well. Looking like Team RAR will set up and take down the Scuttle Crab, exerting some vision control in front of the Dragon Pit. Not sure if the Scuttle Crab is available in front of Baron at the moment. Also Akali engaging onto Udyr, but Udyr has a slight speed advantage despite Akali's ult being available, I believe, 3 times to chase him down. We're going to see a team fight break out here, and we are seeing RAR up 22 to 15 kills. They're up 7 kills as well as 4 turrets. Akali will quickly go down. The culling comes out from Lucian as well here, looking like Graves will go down. It's going to be a double kill for the purple side. Udyr doing very well. Malphite also doing very, very well for his team, sitting 7-1-7. Has a fairly impressive kill participation for his team. Vi and Jax are available on the map still, but will not be able to defend that bottom lane inner turret, as 4 members of Team RAR siege down onto it. They're going to look for their first inhibitor turret of the game here as well, potentially. Inhibitor loses a quarter, no, a half of his HP fairly quickly, down to a quarter HP now. I believe this will indeed be an inhibitor. Jax sitting in the wing, waiting to look to engage with the rest of his team. Akali has come back in. Jax will engage onto the Malphite. This Malphite, however, is so strong. He goes down to half HP, though. Akali continues to engage, but Malphite jumps over. I believe that was his ultimate coming out. And Udyr has engaged onto Red Team's first or second dragon attempt of the game. I believe that will be their first dragon that is going to successfully go down. However, indeed, the purple side is showing 1 dragon stack, while the blue side does have 2 dragon stacks to their name, despite being down by 10 kills at the 23-minute mark in this matchup. Again, blue side is Team Radic Nation. purple side is Team RAR. Purple side is 25-15 in kills, 7-1 in turrets. They have roughly a 12,000 gold lead, despite things starting out fairly evenly, at least as far as kill score was concerned. We are now seeing a divergence in purple side exerting some dominance and a lead into this matchup. We'll see, however, if Radic Nation has what it takes to turn things around here. Again, it is still more or less anybody's game. We are seeing blue side with a 2-dragon advantage, or a 1-dragon advantage, 2 dragons to 1. Over they are down in kills, down in turrets. They've been doing fairly well in defending and looking to make picks, so if they can make a few picks, mount a very strong base defense, despite having a 12,000 gold deficit at this point in the matchup, they could look to whittle that back down and come back into the game still. Purple side looking to siege down into the mid lane here, potentially looking for that second inhibitor of the game. I apologize, guys, I had forgotten that purple side, that is Team RAR, was successful taking down their first inhibitor in the bottom, and that inhibitor is still on the map. We see a Kali try to engage on Lucian. Morgana also coming in the Dark Binding, not quite able to connect. Cesspool coming in as well, but again, nobody there for it to hit. Going to be a 5 versus 5 site, narrowly avoided in the jungle from the blue side. Baron is on the map, has not yet been taken down by either team. If purple side can take a Baron here, they would have more than enough power to start sieging down onto those inhibitors, as well as inhibitors potentially looking to end the game. But again, we are not seeing either team look for a Baron play here. We are going to see purple's team try and siege down into the mid lane here. Udyr was looking for a big one. Malphite going to go full ham, followed up by the Orianna. It's a huge wombo combo for a second time. Blue team being punished for balling up under their inhibitor turret. The inhibitor turret will go down. The inhibitor will go down. 20 seconds for anybody aside from Jax. No, Jax being the only member of Radic Nation available to defend right now. Team RAR might have enough power to finish off these Nexus turrets. Nexus turret number 1 down to a quarter HP. Nexus turret number 1 going down. Nexus turret number 2 down to half HP. 5 seconds for any summoners aside from Jackson. Jackson in this base not even attempting to contest. The second Nexus turret will go down. The Nexus down to half HP. 4 members of Team Radic are alive, but the Nexus will explode. Congratulations, Team RAR, emerging victorious through 2 rounds of play so far. Looking for my invite into that round 3 game. Gonna head ourselves over to the bracket, see who Team RAR is playing against in round 3. Looks like we're actually waiting for the matchup between Big Tree 10 and Sexy Yellow Pandas to conclude. So I'm going to take a quick look at their team rosters, see exactly who's on those teams, and if I can get us into that other round 2 game. Again, that was teams... take a quick look here. Big Tree 10 and Sexy Yellow Pandas. Alright, so let's take a quick look at Big Tree 10. Don't think I have any of those members on my friends list, but that's not a huge issue. Take a quick look at the Sexy Yellow Pandas. Again, they are in the same situation here, but I can head in through LOL Nexus. Again, guys, we just saw Team RAR emerge victorious over Team Radic Nation in a round 2 game, leading them into round 3, the quarterfinals of play, where if they can win that matchup, they will be heading into the semifinals and are guaranteed prizing for the evening. Oh no, can't find a game with this summoner. Let's try a second summoner. Looks like this game may have recently concluded, potentially. Of course, we'll try members from the other team as well and double check our match reports, which just come in. Indeed, seeing a round 2 and we're coming in at 9:03, so I guess technically 2 minutes ago I should have possibly seen that one, but it wasn't there when I looked only moments ago. So we are heading into round 3 of play. It's going to be Team RAR playing for a 3rd time this evening on the purple side with Team Sexy Yellow Pandas playing from the blue side. Let's see exactly how sexy these yellow pandas are. Of course, I've never seen a yellow panda. The ones I've been introduced to have been black and white, though I'm told there's a red panda as well. Seeing these sexy yellow ones could be a little bit too much for my little admin mind. Alright guys, so we're heading into round 3 here, looking for an invite between the teams, to the game between the teams RAR and the Sexy Yellow Pandas. Indeed, I will let the Summoner Oracle Ascended know that I need an invite into that game again. Alright, so taking a look down the bracket here, gonna pull it up onto the screen. Let's see where we're at for the evening. Looks like a number of round 2 games have concluded with just 2 still waiting to get themselves finished off. We have Charlie Foxtrot facing off against Team Gamja Namja in round 2, as well as Team Stealth Clan fighting with HHS Esports. The match between Stealth Clan and HHS Esports will be leading off into the game against Coffee Shrine, while the matchup between Charlie Foxtrot and Gamja Namja will lead into a face-off with Team Kappa Feel. Of course, we are already in round 3, waiting for our invite into that game. The game that we're going to have on stream will be Sexy Yellow Pandas facing off against Team RAR on the purple side. The other round 3 matches that are ready to go, or other round 3 match, I should say, is R4P3 Machine facing off against Moses Lake Gang. And of course, we also have Coffee Shrine and Kappa Feel, both waiting for a round 2 match to conclude before their quarterfinals game can begin. Again, guys, we are heading into the quarterfinals of tonight's tournament as far as the stream is concerned. At the very least, we're going to be having that 3rd round game starting up as soon as both teams get themselves ready. Again, just waiting for an invite into that lobby. CA commented to a chat about, if we win, can we steal their name? Apparently other participants are a little bit jealous of the team name RAR. Indeed, with a name like RAR, your opponents must be intimidated, but the Sexy Yellow Pandas, I suppose, may have a little bit of roar of their own. We'll see if we're going to see Team RAR overturned in this quarterfinals game, or if they're going to be managing to make their way into the semi-finals. Again, guys, we're heading into round 3, the quarterfinals of play for tonight's amateur bracket tournament. Again, this tournament is brought to you by Not So Stock Gaming, and this is Dark Corp shoutcasting for you guys. Our round 3 quarterfinals matchup is going to be the matchup between Team Sexy Yellow Pandas on the blue side with Team RAR on the purple side. Our round 1 game started off with Team Dongan Ball Z facing off against Team RAR, where Team RAR narrowly emerged victorious, and then they faced off against Team Radek Nation in round 2 of play, where things once again seemed fairly even till we got to that 15 to 20 minute mark, and RAR once again found their way to victory. And now we are heading into round 3 again, following the winners of that round 2 game, which will be RAR playing now their 3rd game on the stream, their 3rd game on the purple side in this round 3 game against Team Sexy Yellow Pandas. Of course, Sexy Yellow Pandas looks like they started out in round 1 as well, so they emerged victorious over Team Nuna Has a Big Booty from the blue side. Then they played on the purple side, so a little bit more diversity for them. Of course, going to be playing back on the blue side with their 2nd match on the blue side as they come into round 3. They did defeat Team Big Tree 10 in that round 2 game. Again, guys, looking for my invite here. Going to get us a member from Team Sexy Yellow Pandas, see if I can add one to my friends list here. Get us a proper invite in the game. They're having a little bit of an issue getting the game set up, or just a little bit of a delay. And once again, my friends list has reached 300 members. Time to go through the purge. Hamster the cat. Huh. Name like that. Just kidding. Not sure who Narox is the other, and I do apologize if I remove anybody that I know. I'm just removing completely random summoners for the most part. I do try to avoid names that I actually recognize, and I do realize I actually removed one that I did recognize, which is unfortunate. But it happens. Again, guys, just clearing up some space on my friends just in case anybody needs to add me for admin issues and the like, and so I can add that summoner from Team Sexy Yellow Pandas and try to get us into this round 3 quarterfinals game before everybody loses their minds. Alright, looks like both HHS Esports and Gamja Namja have both just emerged victorious over their opponents in round 2 of play this evening. So we're going to have HHS Esports facing off against Team Coffee Shrine with the tag of VBF in round 3 of play. Also going to have Team Gamja Namja playing against Team Kappa Feel again in round 3 of play. So we have all of our round 3 games. Those are the quarter-final games currently getting themselves started, with the only matchup that would potentially already be started is that one between R4 P3 Machine and Moses Lake Gang. And I've gotten my invite into game. Unfortunately, Dark Orbs cannot play tonight as he is Challenger tier. Oh wait, that's his team ranking, silver in the solo queue. I totally still qualify, but I am the shoutcaster, so I'm going to move myself down to that spectator slot and allow Purple Side to get into the game. Alright, so I've got an invite, but none of Purple Team has yet gotten an invite into this matchup. Looking for Team RAR to get themselves set up in the lobby. Hopefully both teams can get this all sorted out. Again, guys, all of our round 3 quarterfinals games are getting themselves started, meaning we have only now 8 teams remaining in tonight's main event. The winners of this round will be heading on into the semifinals, where we'll have 4 teams remaining. Of course, the winners of that round will head into the finals match, while the losers of that round head into the bronze matchup for the evening. Apologies for my silence, you guys. Again, we're going to have those 4 teams making their way into the semifinals, with the top 2 teams making their way into the finals matchup, while the teams defeated in that semifinals round will make their way into the bronze match as well. They have one more game to play, determining the 3rd and 4th place teams, as our top 4 teams are prized throughout Not So Stock Gaming's event. That goes for both the main and secondary tournament. Speaking of the secondary tournament, looks like 3 of those round 1 games have concluded, waiting now only a match report from Haosk for ranked team and Samsung White to conclude. The winners of that match will be facing off against Phage Clan in the secondary event's semi-finals. Of course, secondary event is a little bit smaller and progresses a little bit faster than our main event, where we are currently in our quarterfinals with still 8 teams remaining. Looking like we have 9 summoners currently into the lobby here. Waiting on one more, some potentially from the purple side, though we do have a few summoners into the spectator slots as well. We'll see if we can get both teams fully into the game here and get ourselves with a matchup started up as soon as possibly. Alright, and we are seeing all 10 summoners into this round 3 game. So again, we are going to have Team Sexy Yellow Panda playing from the blue side, with Team RAR playing from the purple side. Also looks like Twitch chat exploded once again while I wasn't paying attention. I do apologize, guys. Just going to take a quick look down this, see what I've missed. Alright, looks like we're just trying to get this matchup at hand formed up in the Twitch chat, which we do have all 10 of our summoners now into the lobby. But unfortunately, Deadly Chinese Man does need a quick restroom break. Looks like we're going to have some restroom breaks across the board. Speaking of breaks, as we get into the spectator delay for this matchup, I will be taking 3 minutes off in order to refill my water, potentially run to the restroom as well, and do whatever else a Dark Corpse does while he is not showcasing for you guys. Of course, stating that I will be returning as we get into the load screen and onto the Rift, as we are heading into a quarterfinals matchup, and I wouldn't want to miss that. Alright guys, again, we do have all 10 summoners sitting in this lobby, but it appears that some of these summoners do need a quick break before they can get themselves into the game. Taking a quick look down our match reports, they do technically have about 4 minutes remaining until they do have to start the matchup. But I believe we'll have all of our summoners back and ready to go well before that time, hopefully. And of course, this being a quarterfinals matchup, we can allow them a couple extra seconds if they really, really have to pee. Looks like we are all good with everybody being aware of when our matchup needs to get itself going. So we're going to get these summoners back at their computers momentarily and get ourselves into champion selection again, guys. We have Sexy Yellow Pandas playing from the blue side with Team RAR playing from the purple side in this quarterfinals. That is round 3 matchup for the evening on our stream. Of course, we have 3 other round 3 games occurring as well. That is the game between Kappa Feel and Gamja Namja, as well as R4P3 Machine facing off against Moses Lake Gang and HHS Esports, fighting with Coffee Shrine for those coveted slots into the semi-finals where you are guaranteed some form of prizing for the evening. Again, guys, the prize packages are 3,200 RP plus a triumphant rise skin for each member of the winning team. When I say each member, I do mean the final 5 participating members. So we do only award prizes to 5 members per team, with 2,400 RP for each of the final members of the second place team, 16 and 800 RP, respectively, for the third and fourth place teams. I'm not going to do the math on all of those teams, all of those packages, but the overall prize package for the first place team is actually 16,000 RP, as well as those 5 triumphant rise skins, and of course that is awarded in the secondary bracket tournament as well. Speaking of that secondary bracket tournament, the refreshment page is not showing all of our teams. There we go. We have the Anaconda and Soggy Poo Bottom facing off in the semifinals matchup there with Phage Clan. We have a matchup between Samsung White and Hyosk for ranked team to finish their game in the first round of the secondary event. Of course, the only event that gets our stream's attention is the main event, where all these teams in our current matchup are undefeated, while those in the secondary bracket are the first 8 teams to have lost matches in the main event tonight. Oh, hopefully Oracle had returned. Was seeing a start when Dark Orb says so, so I assumed they did have all of their summoners there. Seeing Oracle as the 5th summoner in the lobby. Hopefully he will get back. I do have my friends just though going to make sure he is there. Hopefully we're not starting without a member from Team RAR. Alright, but with that, we are good. We do have all 10 of our summoners in the lobby. Getting a he's present from another summoner, I believe. A member of their team. No, a member of neither team. Who are you, Imagine Stars, you crazy, crazy person? Either way, he is there. We have confirmed. Fizz also the first ban being banned out here by Team Sexy Yellow Pandas. Oh, apparently Doki may be having problems. So we're going to potentially have this matchup getting restarted here. I'm going to have a summoner dropping out of the queue from Team RAR. Alright, so it's going to be a moment until we get things restarted here. It's going to wait for Doki FTW to properly return here. Again, as we did get into Champions League, this is technically a restart. We are not going to disqualify either team for any kind of delay here. We're going to allow this matchup to occur. Hopefully Doki can return fairly quickly. Of course, if he does take a rather long time to return, we can look at potentially finding a substitute for him. Looks like Doki FTW's details have returned back into the lobby, so I suspect he has actually managed to reconnect here. Alright, it is technically the same bans / picks when we do have a restart before 5 minutes before 5 minutes have occurred in a game, though the only ban that came onto the field was a Fizz ban. So of course they're going to be apologize for my silencer, guys. Apparently we had Purple Team miss one ban due to that DC from Doki FTW, but it looks like Asian Iron Guy 68 will allow them to initiate that ban they missed. So we are good to go with fresh picks and bans. We will allow Blue Team also to either reban their Fizz or choose a new ban in its place. Both teams have agreed to this, so we will allow it. Though they will ban out Fizz nonetheless, we're seeing the same Fizz ban, and Purple Team will now be able to pick up their first ban of this matchup. Again, guys, we have Sexy Yellow Pandas playing from the blue side of this match, and they are facing off against Team RAR. I also believe that may be the first time I'm seeing Wukong's icon. He has received a visual update I wasn't aware of. Again, guys, we've had Fizz as the first ban here from Team Sexy Yellow Pandas, with Wukong as the first ban from Team RAR. Also, Morgana will now be banned out by Team Sexy Yellow Pandas. I believe we saw Morgana played fairly successfully through at least one of the 2 rounds we've seen Team RAR playing in so far. So seeing her banned out is not at all surprising. Of course, Fizz, I believe, more of a comfort ban for Sexy Yellow Pandas. Also, hello to our viewers in Twitch chat. Looks like we have a few first-timers for Not So Stock Gaming's tournaments. Again, guys, this is an amateur bracket tournament where summoners must be ranked between Bronze 5 and Gold 1 in order to participate. Of course, we do have 2 other bracketed events throughout the week, our open bracket on Fridays and our semi-pro bracket on Sundays. Our open bracket is open to any I apologize. Our open bracket is open to any summoner with at least 6 champions. You can be level 1 to 30. Of course, being level 1 with 16 champions can be fairly difficult unless you've purchased one of those packages. But it does allow for anybody up to unranked, up to challenger to participate, and then our semi-pro tournaments are for summoners between Gold 5 and Diamond 1, based on their solo queue rankings. And of course, our amateur bracket, which we are currently watching, I've already stated, is the Bronze 5 to Gold 1 event. Speaking of our tournaments, though, I should probably get back to this pick and ban phase. We've seen Fizz, Morgana, and Vayne banned out by Sexy Yellow Pandas, as well as a Wukong, Gnar, and Lucian ban coming through from Team RAR. Leona will be insta-locked by the Sexy Yellow Pandas, leaving things up to Team RAR here, and we are seeing Warwick not banned out for the first time in tonight's tournament stream. He is going to be hovered over by the summoner at Freaks, while Doki FTW locks in Callista, who was banned out in the last round of play but was played fairly successfully in round 1. And he reports that Caitlyn needs a visual update. Indeed, Caitlyn's one of the oldest summoners, oldest champions, I do believe, and she's really not gotten a VU throughout most of her days. But looking at her, I believe she's a little bit different than I remember in Season 2, so she may have gotten a rework some time ago. We are seeing Caitlyn hovered over here by the summoner Raikou. Also, the Callista and Warwick were both locked in by Team RAR. Garen will also be locked in here by PieGuy535 on the Sexy Yellow Pandas team, waiting here on Raikou to select this champion. Indeed, Caitlyn will be locked in, and from now on I'm calling him Raichu, just because that's Pikachu's evolved form. And it's kind of close, I guess. Anyways, Keegan Scott as well as Dark King Zilla hovering over champion selections here. It will be Lissandra and Malphite. No, swapping out Lissandra for a Moo, then the Orianna pick potentially, as well as Kog'Maw. We're going to see a little bit of trolling in the champion selection here. Looking to see if the Malphite makes anything in the game and what Keegan Scott will select. Also, back to my detailing of our events. If this is your first time out to a not-so-stock gaming tournament, we would love if you hit that follow button and come back for future events. Also, speaking of our event, I haven't posted the bracket link into Twitch chat recently, so I will get that bracket posted back into Twitch for you guys as we are into the third round, that is the quarterfinals of play, and our secondary bracket tournament has begun as well. Also, in this matchup, we have had Keegan Scott lock in an Orianna pick. I believe we've seen him play Orianna fairly successful in the past. Actually, in the last round, we saw Malphite and Orianna synergize very, very well for Team Rush. So seeing them lock in those champions once again, also with Warwick and Callista. I suspect they're going to have another strong performance here. Of course, Garen is not an easy champion to beat in the top lane, and Jarvan 4 is a fairly top-tier jungler. Viger also now being hovered over here. I would love to see some Viger played into the middle. He's not played all that frequently, but when he is a very, very strong little Yordle. Of course, he scales well against AP champions as well, so he may be able to put Orianna back in her place, and indeed the Viger has been locked in. So going to have a Caitlyn-Leona bottom lane pair for sexy yellow pandas, with Viger in the mid lane, Garen as their top laner, and Jarvan 4 in the jungle. Looks like we're going to be reverting to the tri-tank meta for this team. Also, Warwick and Malphite having been locked in by Team Rar. They have a decent amount of sustain there. Alistar also now being hovered over by Oracle's Ascendant. Indeed, we saw the Callista Alistar bottom lane in round 1 of play for them, so we may also see a potential tri-tank here, but Warwick may also build mainly damage for his team. Indeed, we have a Callista Alistar bottom lane pair for Team Rar, with Orianna in the mid lane, Malphite as their top laner, and Warwick in the jungle, though they are all currently, aside from Orianna, opting to show the summoner spell Smite. They do have 5 seconds to fix these summoner spells. We'll see if it comes in before the wire, or if they may end up playing with the wrong kits this evening. Alright, they all swap back out at the last moment there. Warwick, the only champion from Team Rar, with Smite still showing. Again, guys, Caitlyn and Leona in the bottom lane for Team Yellow. Sexy Pandas. I apologize. Sexy Yellow Pandas. Can't say those names that backwards. As well as Viger in the mid lane, Garrett in the top lane, and Jarvan 4 in the jungle. And of course, I did just outline the team composition for the purple side. And as we have reached our spectator delay countdown, I'm going to take this as my cue to take a brief break, and I will be returning as we get into the load screen and onto the rift. So bear with us, guys. We are heading into our quarterfinals matchup between Sexy Yellow Pandas and Team Rar. This is Dark Corpse, and I shall return momentarily. once again looks to come back just in time here. Leona still getting herself up to that 100% mark. Again, we have Callista with no trim, which is a little bit surprising as Season 4 just ended, and we are showing those Season 4 trims, meaning Callista is either currently bronze or has just proceeded into the silver tier. Also 4 silver trims coming out from the blue side with the 1 gold trim on the deadly Chinese man that is going to be their jungler. Again, guys, we are heading into round 3, the quarterfinals of play for tonight's amateur tournament from Not So Stock Gaming. We have the sexy yellow pandas playing from the blue side with Team RAR playing from the purple side. Seeing Callista purchase that black spear right off the bat. I believe that is her passive or a skill that's going to be giving her that. So it's not technically a purchase, but it does show up in the chat, which I had not previously noticed. Alright, everybody's going to be out of their base here, making their way quickly onto the map after purchasing their items. So Alistar has not yet purchased items. We are now seeing him make his way out of the base, make his way back into the base, looking to reopen that shop potentially. Not quite sure what's going on with the purple side. Alistar waiting to make his purchase here. We may see a pause coming out. Blue side is already into their jungle, is set up for their defense, while Alistar has just purchased items, still sitting in the pool for the red team. Maybe having a little bit of an issue here, does not know what to start with. Has purchased 3 health potions and his mana potion after refunding 1 mana potion. Makes his way now onto the rift. Here we go, we're going to have it 5 versus 5, a full minute into the game. Neither team, however, executing an invade. We have not seen an invade throughout the first 3 rounds of play here. I apologize, we did see a little bit of an invade coming out from the blue side in the first round of play, though it didn't result in a whole lot of action. Both teams fell off and went for their bottom lane buffs respectively, I believe. Though in this matchup we are seeing Jarvan 4 hover around the blue pit with assistance from both Garen and Veigar. I believe he will be starting on the blue side, the upper half of the map with his blue buff. Also working in from Alistar, has spotted Leona. She will make her way a little bit safer into her jungle. Alistar also being a little bit deeper into the blue side. Jungler is playing fairly aggressively, not knowing exactly where the rest of the blue team is. They do not have vision on the 3 members of the blue team in the upper half. Again, guys, this is Team Sexy Yellow Pandas playing on the blue side of the map with Team RAR playing on the purple side. Callista also making her way into the lane, avoiding the leash for Warwick there potentially, while Alistar gives Warwick a fairly hard leash. Leona and Kaelin also make their way instantly into the bottom lane, while Jarvan 4 is leashed by the Garen and Veigar. Seeing Alistar now make his way into the bottom lane, does have that leash effect on him from the Callista. Again, I'm not quite sure what that leash does for him, but it is some sort of assistance poking me out from the Kaelin on, because indeed we are seeing Callista playing against a Caitlyn here. When I saw Callista played at the higher tier of play last night, we saw Caitlyn banned out fairly consistently, making me believe that Caitlyn may be a bit of a counter for Callista's playstyle. Gonna be some action into the mid lane as Garen engages against Malphite. The silence will come out from the Garen. Malphite loses a chunk of his people. Garen is not heavily responded onto. Taking a look at that top lane, it will be a bit of a sustain lane. Garen, not relying on mana, may have a slight advantage over the Malphite, but we'll see how Malphite chooses to play the lane. Also, the mid lane, Orianna seems to have an early advantage here. Has zoned Veigar against his turret fairly early. Jarvan 4 also going for his red camp here. Could be expecting a gank into the mid lane fairly soon, though I suspect he will need to recall before looking for his first gank. Also taking a look down that scoreboard, I do still need to reorganize it. Alright, but that's now looking good. Again, we have a fairly even matchup in the bottom lane. Malphite's picked up a slight farm advantage over the Garen, but they are still very close in the top lane. We see action here in the bottom lane. Kaelin down to half her HP as Callista continues to poke down. Leona is trying to zone the Callista back off of the Kaelin. It will be successful. The Callista jumps around to Garen, taking pressure from Malphite and installing both of those summoners down below half HP. Malphite down to 300 HP. Garen will back off of that advance despite appearing to have an advantage. We're going to see Alistar headbutt in, lands the wombo combo as the pulverize comes out as well. Callista, however, chooses to focus onto Leona, getting a little bit of damage but not being overly effective. Again, in the top lane, we are seeing Garen and Malphite regenerating fairly effectively. Again, that sustained lane is going to be an interesting matchup for those two. Garen having a slight advantage here as far as farm is concerned. Malphite will go back in onto him, though. Going to see Jarvan 4 looking for his Raptor campaign again, potentially a gank into the mid lane. It looks like he has performed his first recall, has opted to start with the Stalker's Blade. Again, I'm not sure exactly what that entails. I'm not quite as familiar with the jungle changes as I would like to be. But indeed, Jarvan 4 has started with Stalker's Blade, has picked up his Wraith Camp, chooses not to effect a gank onto Orianna quite yet. Orianna has been zoning the Viger fairly efficiently against her. Indeed, now he will come in to the middle. The stun coming out from the Viger, as well as the EQ combo coming out from the Jarvan 4, seeing a smite come out onto Orianna as well, I believe, from Jarvan 4. I believe that is what the Stalker's Blade will allow him to do. Let's take a quick look. Yes, Smite can be cast on enemy champions from that passive, so that is why he's chosen that item to increase his ganking potential, potentially, but not all that effective of a gank against Orianna. In the middle, the Viger is getting a fairly significantly behind. Orianna has picked up a 10 farm advantage already. Every other lane is appearing to be much, much more even. The Viger could be looking to stack up his passive, or his Q's passive, I should say, and become a powerhouse into the mid and late games. We'll see how effectively he can maintain his last hitting, maintain his farms. Not quite sure if it's every last hit he gets, or just every last hit with his Q. I believe it is every last hit, though, as opposed to Nasus, who only builds those stacks when he last hits with the specific skill. Kalista managing to farm fairly efficiently in the bottom, and Caitlyn has been zoned fairly far back, but does have, I believe, a range advantage over Kalista, so will still be able to pick up a few last hits in this situation. Seeing her down about 3 CS under the Kalista. Garen also re-engaging against Malphite does a fair amount of damage. Malphite is out of mana, is not really going to be able to punish Garen at this point in the matchup. Both those champions going to be looking to recall here and get a little bit of an itemization advantage potentially, though Malphite does still have his health potion available while Garen only has his Doran's Blade. Malphite has just recalled, purchased his chainmail vest, opting to actually sell his cloth armor to purchase that item. Going to see him repurchase the cloth armor, however, which is a bit of an interesting change there. Not quite sure exactly how that one is going to play out from. Should be a net gold deficit, so a questionable choice for Malphite if I'm correct about what just happened with those purchases. Speaking of this matchup, though, we're going to see Kalista land a nicely timed Piltover's Peacemaker onto Kalista, despite Kalista trying to jump away to safety. Kalista continuing to try and manage last hits here, is going to pick up one more minion right there. Seeing Kalista up, still only 5 farm over Caitlyn. Caitlyn's doing fairly well in the bottom lane. All bottom laners now reaching level 5, looking for an engagement there, but will not come in. Alistar is sitting in the bush, but is being given away by the leash from Kalista. Unfortunately, sitting in the bush is not going to be an effective way to bait your opponents with Kalista as your ADC. Looking like Garen has opted to recall as well, purchasing 2 longswords and boots as his first items. An interesting purchase for the Garen. Not quite sure what he's looking to build there, though I'm sure I'll find out with his next back. Leona has also engaged against the Alistar. Caitlyn coming in, Jarvan 4 coming in for the first gank into the bottom as well. The EQ combo not able to connect as Alistar flashes away to safety. That will still be a fairly successful gank. The action will continue into the bottom. Kalista taking a fair amount of smite coming in from the Jarvan 4. EQ combo looking to come through, but Alistar lands the headbutt. Pulverize comes through onto both Jarvan 4 and the Leona as well. Jarvan 4 flashes away while either Caitlyn or Leona flashes in to secure the kill. Yes, it was Caitlyn flashing in, and now Warwick into the bottom lane has reached level 6, looking to execute his first gank here. Ultimate not quite able to come out of Caitlyn. Sword goes in, and the ultimate will come out onto Caitlyn. Alistar blasting Leona back. The Pulverize coming out onto the Caitlyn. Caitlyn down to 50 HP here, but Alistar and the Warwick are not quite going to be able to get in range for that last hit. Caitlyn will exit the bottom lane with her life. Seeing that first blood go over onto the blue team, while they managed, I believe, to take down Kalista. Alistar and Warwick looking for a kill. In response, we're not quite able to finish off Caitlyn, so we are now seeing the blue team, that is Sexy Yellow Pandas, with the first and only kill of the game, and we have reached the 8.5 minute mark, so a fairly safe game for both teams so far. The only real divergence between summoners is actually I apologize, guys. There's a divergence in the top and mid lane as well as the bottom lane. Bottom lane being the closest lane. The divergences in the top and mid, however, are in opposite directions. Orianna having a 10 farm advantage over the Veigar, while Garen has roughly a 10 farm advantage over Malphite, which is keeping their gold scores fairly even. We do see that one kill in favor of Sexy Yellow Pandas does give them roughly a 100 gold advantage at this point. So Purple has done fairly well, maintaining a slight farm advantage. Indeed, Warwick up about 7 farm over the Jarvan 4 in the jungle is likely how that gold is so close still. Also, Kalista picking up now a 10 farm lead over the Caitlyn. Caitlyn slight starting to fall behind a tiny bit here. Anyway, a ping has come out from the Orianna, but Veigar is still in the mid lane. Jarvan 4 also making his way through the mid lane there, looking like he will be making his way onto the red buff before affecting any additional ganks. Warwick also going for his Raptor camp here, and a shard coming out from the Malphite connects onto Garen. Malphite sitting with full HP and a fair amount of mana. There's going to be a little bit of a wet noodle fight continuing in the top lane here. Looks like Malphite may get a bit of pressure against the Garen shard here, but Garen will quickly be able to relieve that pressure, assuming he can get as many last hits under that turret as possible. He could actually turn that into his advantage as well. Kalista also free farming in the bottom lane, a little bit here assisted by the Alistar. We're seeing both Caitlyn and the Leona in the bottom lane. Of course, Alistar is a fairly strong counter for Leona, so seeing her first lock in the Leona and then Alistar being selected as the last support, also knowing that Alistar was played in Rar's first game this evening. Bit of an unfortunate Leona pick for them. Of course, despite that potential counter, we are seeing the Caitlyn do very, very well, as well as Leona getting 10 of farm there for her team, handing a little bit more gold over onto the Caitlyn, while Alistar opted for the amulet coin, I believe, sorry, ancient coin, getting his gold passively through Kalista's farming. So taking a look at those gold scores in the bottom, and yes, Caitlyn is up about 3,000 gold over Kalista, and Leona is fairly even with the Alistar. There's going to be action into the mid lane. Jarvan 4 is all will come out, but Orianna flashes safely. A little bit more damage coming through from the Veigar, but not quite enough to manage the kill. She escapes that with about 50 or less health remaining. Going to be more action into the top lane as Garen engages against Malphite. Malphite also counter-engaging against the Garen. Warwick will make his way up into the top half of the map. Has been spotted out by a sight ward from the blue team, though. Looking like Caitlyn are looking to maintain their lane presence here, getting a little bit of poke onto Alistar in the bottom lane. Garen and Malphite also continue to trade in the top lane. Malphite having a little bit more pressure than the Garen here. Garen is going to be forced potentially to recall from the top lane, though it looks like he will choose to stay and pick up farm, as Malphite has just pushed those minions against the Garen's turret, and Malphite will actually opt to recall here as well. Garen choosing to recall as he say he will stay to farm. He has managed to push minions back out to the midpoint of that lane. Will be fairly safe for him to recall, knowing that Malphite has done the same, or suspecting at least that Malphite has done the same. We're seeing Alistar make his way back into the bottom lane here. Assisted by Kalista. We are still seeing Caitlyn and Leona in the bottom lane. Jarvan 4 on his Krug camp. No, I apologize. His Grump. No, it is indeed the Krug camp that was the goal. But Alistar comes in fairly heavily from the with assistance from the Kalista. They're going to be forced to back off this game, and Kalista jumping away to while she tries to continue last hitting Leona, looking for the lead. The ultimate actually comes out, connects not enough for the stun, but enough for the slow, and Jarvan 4 comes through with the ultimate. Kalista quickly goes down. Alistar lands the pulverize onto both Leona and the Jarvan 4. Malphite and Warwick now making their way into the bottom lane. Not quite sure if that was the teleport coming out from the Malphite or if he ran all the way down the bottom lane. The ultimate comes out from the Warwick. Caitlyn has been locked down. I apologize, Jarvan 4 has been locked down. Jarvan 4 also into the bottom lane. Malphite now taking that bottom lane turret, will pick up the kill onto Jarvan 4, but it costs him his life. Also costs Alistar his life as they both tank turret, with Caitlyn doing damage onto them. Warwick will exit the bottom lane. A little bit unhappy with that gank potentially. Caitlyn is going to now be empowered, sitting 2-0-2 and only 9 farm behind the Kalista. Has roughly a 1,000 gold lead. Has picked up her BF sword as well. Kalista opting to start with the Bilgewater Cutlass. We're now seeing Caitlyn and Leona put a bit of pressure onto this bottom lane outer turret, and Garen has succeeded in taking down the top lane outer turret as well. So we have seen the first turret of the game go down in favor of the Sexy Yellow Pandas. Looking like Oriana has been engaged onto by the Dragon 4 and the Garen. That will be enough to pick up their 5th kill of the game. Also seeing a question in Twitch chat about the game between R3P4 Machine and HHS Esports. I do believe that matchup is still currently underway. I apologize, seeing a round 3 win reported here by R4P3 Machine. We can get that affected onto the bracket for you guys. Do apologize for the delay with that one. No, that was a round 3 game. I am so confused. No, that was a round 3 game. Okay. Yes, R4 3P Machine emerged victorious over Moses Lake Gang. I apologize, in the quarterfinals, meaning that R4 P3 Machine may have been our first semi-finalist qualified teams. Looking through our match reports, indeed that was the first team coming in there. Also the round 3 report coming in from them, and now a round 3 win coming in from Gamaja Gaming. Indeed, they emerged victorious over Team Kappa Feel. But I had a report from Twitch chat that we had somebody waiting on the R4 3P game machine. Did HHS Esports or Coffee Shrine conclude their game there? Oh, I apologize. It was a member of R3P4 Machine reporting they had won and just hadn't been affected. So they're waiting on Coffee Shrine and HHS Esports, who we have not yet received a matchup before. Do apologize on those last 2 reports coming in a little bit slowly. Not quite sure what's going on with the rest of our admin team tonight. Somebody else was manned in the bracket, but it looks like I will be taking over that, so I apologize for any distraction that may cause throughout the rest of the evening. I'm going to get back to the matchup at hand, where we do have Sexy Yellow Pandas with a 5-1 kill lead. They have also picked up the first turret of the game, Garen being fairly successful in his lane against the Malphite. The Malphite and Garen are even in kill score. Currently, Malphite actually picking up the only kill for his team so far. Oriana quickly goes down as Jarvan for ulti. I believe Warwick coming in for the Veigar, though maybe successful picking up that kill. Could cost Warwick his life. However, the Veigar does go down, and Warwick going to make his way back under his turret. Will actually exit that with making that a trade of the mid laners. Both junglers performing fairly admirably in that fight, though we are now seeing a 6-4-2 kill score in favor of Sexy Yellow Pandas. When you're behind to trade evenly can be considered a win if it's not a win in itself. Of course, you are looking to pick up those kills without it costing you any deaths. Seeing Kalista and Alistar look to farm in the bottom lane here. Caitlyn is 2-0-2 with roughly a 600 gold lead, but Kalista has picked up a 20 farm advantage over Caitlyn. Kalista looking to farm her way to victory here if she can't pick up the kills she needs. Garen also engaging onto Malphite in the top lane. Garen is fairly empowered here, but not all that far ahead of the Malphite yet. Warwick also making his way in as helping. Garen could be potentially a tiny bit overextended. The Warwick has not even spotted out. The Q comes out from the Malphite. The ultimate comes out from Malphite as well. Warwick opts not to go in when the ultimate comes out from the Malphite, and Warwick has not yet connected on Garen, not able to get any damage in despite Malphite slowing him down repeatedly. A little bit of a misplay by Team RAR in this quarterfinals matchup. Wondering if their communication potentially faltered there. Alright, looks like that's going to be the second turret of the game, going over in favor of Sexy Yellow Pandas. Leona and Caitlyn taking down the bottom lane outer turret. Do apologize for my distraction there. We're just checking on the status of the secondary tournament matches. Looks like Samsung White has made their way into the semi-finals, but my bracket failed to update despite it actually being updated. Also, Soggy Poo Bottom and the Anaconda have finished their semi-finals match, with Soggy Poo Bottom making their way into the finals, and the Anaconda going into the bronze match of the secondary event. Of course, our main event is still in the quarterfinals for the most part, where we've just seen Sexy Yellow Pandas succeed in taking down their third dragon of the game right there. No, I apologize. Is that the first dragon of the game? That is one for Caitlyn. I'm a little bit confused here. I thought I saw a 3 dragon stack from somebody. Was that a member of the purple team? No, purple team has not yet taken down a dragon. That is the first dragon of the game. I do apologize for any confusion from that, guys. I thought I saw a 3 dragon stack, but it is indeed just 1 stack on the dragon currently for the blue team. Again, that is Sexy Yellow Pandas on the blue side with Team RAR on the purple side. Both teams doing fairly well. We've seen RAR dominate 2 matches. I mean, their first matches were fairly close, but that second match, after the 20-minute mark, they did manage to dominate. They're now behind about 3,000 gold under Team Sexy Yellow Pandas, so I'm wondering if Team RAR playing from this purple side has finally met their match in tonight's tournament, or they will emerge victorious through a 3rd round of play with a bit of a comeback victory potentially, making their way into the semifinals. Action has broken out in the bottom lane though. Calista taking a fair amount of pressure. Alistar being pulled back to the Calista. I believe that is her ultimate being utilized there. 4 members of Team Sexy Yellow Pandas in the bottom lane, but a teleport coming out from Garen looking to stop the advance from Warwick, who was split pushing into the top lane. Orion also now making her way down towards the bottom lane here. He has been spotted out by the blue team. Dragonfort looking to engage onto Oriana potentially. Calista and Alistar engaging onto a blue buff. This is the 2nd or 3rd time I've seen Calista picking up a blue buff in different matches, so we could see Calista being a little bit more blue dependent than many champions. Giving that away onto the ADC as opposed to the mid laner is a weird situation. And while I detailed that, Garen was actually successful taking down Warwick from the top lane, seeing Garen now 2-0-1, doing very well for his team. Many summoners from Team Sexy Yellow Panda in the same situation, though we do have 3 members of Team RAR now in the bottom. It's going to be a 3-man defense coming out from Sexy Yellow Pandas, while Viger succeeds in taking down the mid lane. Out of the engagement from the bottom lane will be real. Malphite down to 100 GP. He will be forced to flash out after a smite comes in from the Dragon 4. Alistar comes back in to block Ace and the hole coming through from the Caitlyn. And that Malphite comes back in to drop the shard, but it will cost him and Alistar both their life, as the damage coming in from the Caitlyn, Dragon 4 and Leona is a little bit too much. Caitlyn picks up a double kill into the bottom lane for Sexy Yellow Pandas. Garen and Viger looking for a little bit of roam here. Garen now into the mid lane. Oriana and Warwick are in range to contest. Viger coming in a little bit behind. The Garen will be spotted out by Oriana before he gets into range potentially. And while I was going over that, Caitlyn, Leona, and Jarvan 4 were succeeding in putting huge amounts of damage onto that bottom lane inner turret. It's going to be the 4th turret in favor of Team Sexy Yellow Pandas. They now have a 4-1 turret score in their advantage, also a 10-2 kill score. They have about 5,000 gold at this 21.5-minute mark in the game. Kayle now looking to make their way back into the bottom lane, looking like Team Sexy Yellow Pandas have only lost that 1 turret, that turret being their mid lane outer turret. They have again succeeded in taking down 4 turrets from their opposition. Kayle doing very, very well in the bottom lane so far. Of course, the rest of the team also doing fairly well. Jarvan, of course, sitting with 6 assists and 1 kill, has a 70% kill participation. Caitlyn also in the same situation. Leona down to at 60%, still fairly impressive. Seems like Viger and Garen are the only champions not performing as well as the rest of the team, though still performing very, very well in this matchup. Seeing Garen with roughly a 30 farm lead over the Malphite, and Viger, I apologize, down about 50 farm to the Oriana. So Oriana doing fairly well despite having no kills. So Viger has not given up kills over on the Oriana. He has died once. I believe that was to the Warwick. A team fight will break out. Alistar looking to take as much damage as possible. This prune person coming out from the Viger, also seeing Garen get fairly low. Malphite also into this fight now. Calista and Oriana coming in from behind doing as much damage as they can, but Caitlyn picks up kill onto Warwick. Going to be a 2-for-1 trade here in favor of Team RAR. I apologize, Caitlyn picks up a kill onto Warwick in the bottom lane, I believe. Malphite picking up a teleport onto that bottom lane inhibitor turret will force Caitlyn and Leona off of their split push attempt here. I saw the Warwick kill come up on the screen, but I didn't see him go down in the team fight. I was a little bit confused about looking at the minimap. Does reveal Caitlyn and Leona were pushing down into that bottom lane. He was trying to defend it. Team RAR now looking for their 2nd turret of the game, looking for actually a 2nd tier turret. Jarvan is the only summoner from Team Sexy Yellow Pandas in range to contest, but Leona comes in range, has her W activated, I believe, and will come in, but it does damage to only the minions, not able to engage onto those 3 members of Team Ra. Would have been a 2 versus 3 situation for them. Not the greatest choice to engage, and they're going to be successful defending that mid lane turret. However, Garen chooses to go full ham here, takes a bit of a punishment for it. However, Leona comes in from the side. Garen down to 200 HP. Caitlyn picks up a kill onto Alistar. Warwick also going down once again. No summoners from Sexy Yellow Panda going down until Leona makes me a liar. Malphite also getting very low, but Jarvan 4 ends up going down. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Garen down to about 300 HP, but Orion gets locked down by the Vanguard. Garen going to try and go full ham here under the turret. Picks up the kill on Orion, but it costs him his life. Caitlyn also very low here. Spear coming out from the Kalista. Not quite able to connect on the Caitlyn. Vanguard looking to force Kalista off of the Caitlyn kill, and he will be successful. Going to be a 3-for-3 trade again. When you're behind, if you can trade evenly, I'd consider that one a 1-team fight. Team Ra are looking to come back into this match despite being down by 3 turrets and 7 kills. Indeed, Team Sexy Yellow Pandas has doubled the kill score of Team Ra in this matchup, but Team Ra is down only 4,000 gold, and we are past the 20-minute mark, so that's not a very large gold difference. We are still seeing a fairly close matchup here. Alright, it looks like Team HHS Esports has defeated Team Coffee Shrine in the round 3 quarter-finals of play. I apologize, Coffee Shrine defeated HHS Esports, according to my reports. Almost got that one wrong. Again, Coffee Shrine defeated Team HHS Esports in the quarter-finals, meaning they're making their way into the semi-finals of tonight's event. Congratulations to Team Coffee Shrine. You guys are facing off against R4P3 Machine. Also a dragon being engaged here by the blue side. This would be their second dragon if they can be successful. Warwick is range, but it will go down to the Malphite from the Pearl team without Warwick even needing to use his smite. It's going to be a stolen dragon. Warwick also goes down here as Oriana has gone down as well. Going to be a double kill for the blue team. A dragon steal for 2 lives may not be the situation that Rar was looking for. Jarvan 4 also re-engaging against Malphite and the Alistar. Malphite will go down as well, leaving only Alistar and Kalista to defend for them. This is a bit of an unfortunate situation for Team Rar. They looked to come back into the matchup, but they're now down 7,000 gold instead of the 4,000 they were only a few minutes ago. Giving up the dragon would have given a second stack onto Sexy Yellow Pandas, would have given them a bit of a damage and sustain advantage potentially, but taking it and losing that many members gives them a huge gold advantage. That's at least 1,500 gold being handed over onto the blue side from that play. Sexy Yellow Pandas now looking for the mid lane inner turret here. They will be successful. It's going to be the second inner turret being removed from the game here. We have now a 5-1 turret score in favor of the blue side. Also 17 to 70 kills. They have roughly a 7,000 gold advantage. Also, we have Team Samsung White defeating Phage Clan in the semi-finals of the secondary event. In the finals and the bronze match are now ready to begin for the secondary tournament. Also, guys, we had Coffee Shrine defeat HHS Esports. I understand I reported that backwards the first time I said it, but we have corrected that. It is Coffee Shrine making their way into the semi-finals. Looks like Coffee Shrine will be facing off against R4P3 Machine, while we have Gamja Nanja waiting in that third semi-final slot for the winners of the matchup. We have currently on the stream, looking at these teams, we have Team Sexy Yellow Pandas on the blue side looking to make their way into the semi-finals. We also have Team Rar on the purple side. We've seen them do very well, make a few comeback plays potentially in the last round of play, though not from as far as deficit as they've let grow in this matchup. Of course, they are still looking to make their way into the semi-finals as well. I suspect they're going to mount a huge base defense here, but Sexy Yellow Pandas does have a distinct lead as we approach the 30-minute mark in this game. But we'll see how this one plays out, if the Sexy Yellow Pandas can put this lead to their advantage and win this matchup quickly, or if Team Rar is going to continue to put up a fight and maybe even turn this one around. The team fight will break out though. Alistar managed to take a fair amount of damage. Warwick going to initiate onto the Caitlyn. Leona looking to stun out the Warwick. Exhaust comes out onto Warwick. Warwick down to about 400 feet. Caitlyn will pick up that kill. Jarvan Jarvan 4 goes down, as well as going to be a jungler for a jungler. Kalista exiting the stun coming out from the Vigar fairly skillfully. Alistar knocks up the Leona, damage coming out onto Leona as well here. Kalista doing huge amounts of damage. The ultimate comes up from Leona. She flashes over into the Dragon Pit. Caitlyn's ring Pillar Phoenix will not connect on any member of the Prism game. It's been a 1-for-1 exchange here, though we are 18-8 in favor of the blue side. Leona manages to lance over onto the Alistar, which stuns him out. He gets the headbutt onto her, manages to mess up his WQ combo there, though. The headbutt pulverize not quite connecting together. I think he was looking to knock her up and headbutt her at the same time, which is a difficult combo to land. At least for me it is, and I used to main myself some Alistar. Taking a look at the map, we are not seeing huge vision control exerted by either team here. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see purple team with better vision in this matchup. Normally we can say that vision win games, but this kill score and these objective controls are winning the game for the blue side. Garen being engaged 2-on-2 by both Warwick and Malphite. Warwick coming in a little bit late. Garen has flashed away, may actually make his way to safety here. Seems to be a tiny bit faster than both Warwick and Malphite, despite being low in HP. Warwick's passive potentially not quite being active, but as Garen was not below the half HP mark. Caitlyn and Kalista are both solo in the bottom lane, though it looks like Leona may look to wrap around to assist Caitlyn. She would be spotted out by the roaming Spirit in the jungle, as well as a Sight Ward. Spirit will now choose to follow her down, but it has actually disappeared. Not quite sure if that's just timed out or after it finds you, it stops. AMM034 in Twitch chat. Malphite and Alistar looking to be assisted by the Leona, getting some pressure into the mid lane here. May have spotted Garen. I believe they do not have a ward there, though. Garen has not been spotted, but the Sight Ward comes out from the Alistar. They now know Garen is there. Dragon back up now in roughly a minute. Going to see neither team able to make a play for the Dragon here, though. Purple side does actually have control of that portion of the map. They are down again 10 kills and 4 turrets. They are down about 7,000 gold. They are still putting up a huge defense here as we have reached the 30-minute mark in this game. Looking to see how Team Rar on the purple side tries to make their comeback here, and how Team Sexy Yellow Pandas look to continue exerting their dominance. As I say that, Warwick is successful taking down Team Rar's second turret of the game, with his auto attack speed coming along fairly nicely. He does have the Bork as well as his jungle item and Boots of Speed, though that doesn't actually affect his attack his attack speed, just his ability to move around the map with the last one. He is already doing fairly effective damage, able to take down that top lane turret fairly quickly. Garen, of course, was looking to respond to that, but did not get there in time to now make his way back into the mid lane. 3 members of the blue team also around that Dragon Pit. Dragon back up in about 10 seconds here. Purple side has just taken down their blue up, is making their way into the river. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 fight. Actually, no, 4 versus 5 as Warwick comes in as well. Garen still in the mid lane, could wrap around to make it a 5 versus 5. Indeed, will come into this. Leona in the Dragon Pit will be engaged onto by the Alistar, seeing the support focus down first, but Jarvan 4 will lance in, throws his ultimate, locks down 2 members of the purple side. Jarvan 4, however, will pay with his life. All members of the blue side, the purple side still alive. However, Warwick goes down as well, going to be a trade of the junglers. Alistar going down here, but 3 members of Team Sexy Yellow Pandas have now been deleted. Make that 4 as Orianna picks up the quadra kill. Malphite looking to slow her down. Kalista coming in and picks up the ace. Orianna was still alive, but was way too far behind. That will be no penta for the Orianna, but it looked like she had it. That is a great play by Team Rar. They're going to be coming back into the game with that one. They're now only down 3,000 gold, and they're looking to get themselves a dragon advantage. This will indeed be their second dragon of the game, because Malphite managed to steal the second dragon overall of the game from the blue team, which had set up for it. So we're now seeing a 2-4-1 dragon score. Warwick also successfully split pushing that top lane outer turret, has gotten them a 5-for-2 turret score. Those 5 kills for the ace, making them now down only 7 kills. I mean, it's still a significant disadvantage, but if they can come from behind and make that ace once, if they can do it again, they'll more or less even things out. Getting questioned about, is this semi-finals? No, it's actually not. We are in the quarter-finals of tonight's event. We have Team Sexy Yellow Pandas playing against Team Rar. Sexy Yellow Pandas on the blue side with Rar on the purple side. I've also posted that bracket back into Twitch chat. I believe we have 3 semifinalist teams already qualified in. Only this last quarterfinals matchup still underway. Seeing freaks in Twitch chat saying this is hard. Hopefully their Warwick has not just abandoned the game for too long to greet us with his presence. Potentially a pause coming out in the next couple minutes here, or just a brief presence from the Twitch chat viewer while he is dead in the game. Not sure Warwick's alive right now, but with the spectator delay, it's hard to say what's really occurring for them when he said that. Also, Doki FTW in Twitch chat talking as well, making me suspect a little bit more we may see a pause timer coming out momentarily. Looks like Vigar managed to catch out Alistar in the purple side of the jungle. However, Alistar is going to headbutt Vigar back into the wall. Vigar, however, has assistance from 5 members of his team, or 4 members, I should say, of his team. I thought those were assistants coming in for the Alistar, but apparently I'm just color confused. And that was actually Alistar's Doom coming in, but Alistar managed to exit the fight and is now coming back in with his, I apologize, Vigar's Doom. No, yes, Alistar's. I'm just going crazy. The team fight will continue. And Jarvan 4 picks up the shutdown onto Orianna, but Vigar goes down as well. Having been originally engaged on, they decide to pick him up. Malphite picks up a double kill as Jarvan 4 goes down. Garen also going down in this fight. Malphite picking up the triple kill here. Kalista has gone down. Warwick getting fairly low. Garen picks up the kill onto Kalista somehow post-mortem. No, that was just a late notification. Caitlyn being focused down. Caitlyn will go down. Malphite getting very low here. Damage coming out from the Leona. Leona being chased down by the Malphite and Alistar. We're seeing Malphite with almost no HP remaining. Leona might be able to pick him up, but the crowd control coming out is quite astounding. Leona flashes out over the wall. However, that is again a 4-for-3 trade in favor of Team RAR. That is a 1 team fight for them. They are still looking to come back into this matchup, find a way to emerge victorious, despite coming back from roughly a 7,000 gold deficit. And indeed, after that large team fight, I suspect that may have been what allowed those 2 summoners to make their way over to Twitch chat momentarily, potentially being dead from that fight ending. Though Alistar didn't go down, and we did see him technically into the chat. A little bit of hype coming out from a Twitch chat member for Team RAR, though it is technically spelled with a W. Garen looking to chase down the Alistar-Orianna pair in the mid lane, but he is not quite strong enough anymore in order to affect that 2 versus 1 situation confidently. He is 5-4-7 with over 200 farm, but as we are at the 35-minute mark, seeing the summoners with only 200 farm is not all that impressive. Kalista, however, has managed to pick up 270 farm, is doing fairly well for herself in this game. Kalista may be the answer her team is looking for, though she is sitting 4-3-10. Hasn't managed to pick up all that many kills. Alistar, however, sitting 1-4-13. Seems like he's been affecting these team fights greatly. And of course, as I say that, I see Doki FTW, the player from the Alistar, saying that he is so bad at Alistar. I think you're doing great so far. Again, guys, this is the matchup in the quarterfinals, round 3 of play between the Sexy Yellow Pandas and the Team RAR. Sexy Yellow Pandas playing from the blue side with RAR playing from the purple side. Both of these teams are undefeated through 2 rounds of play, both of them looking to make their way into the semi-finals, where they're guaranteed at least 1 of our 4 prize packages for the evening. Of course, they can only get 1, but whether it's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place team, package, is determined by their performance after the semi-finals begin. And as we are in the quarterfinals, both of these teams are looking to be the last team qualifying into our semi-finals for tonight's tournament. They've come 2 matches. They are in the 3rd. They are fairly far into the 3rd. Neither team willing to give this up. And Garen decides to declare that he is holding the world up. Not quite sure if he means that he is carrying the world, or if he's simply slowing it down. Callisto tries to engage onto Garen there, and we are waiting for Dragon to come back onto the map. Both teams seem to be aware of its respawn timer, and I believe it was contested when it went down last time, so with them both being aware is more or less expected, especially with the recent reworks where Baron and Dragon, as well as buff timers in the jungle, have been added to the in-game interface. Stun comes out from the Vigar. Malphite has been locked down. A huge amount of damage came out, but Purple Team picks up their third Dragon of the game. We'll see if they can win the team fight as well. Orion's going to be the first one, but Caitlyn has taken a huge amount of pressure. Warwick looking to finish it off, will pick up the kill onto Caitlyn. Mid laner for ADC, 2 damage dealing chambers have been deleted. Also Jarvan 4 going down. Callisto will go down, as well as the Owls are going to be a 3-for-2 trade, this time in favor of Team Sexy Yellow Pandas. They're looking to make this back into their advantage. Garen, however, being pressured down by the Warwick. Warwick will end up going down while Garen maintains life. Malphite looking to exit this fight. Vigar trying to chase him down. This is definitely a team fight going in favor of Team Sexy Yellow Pandas, but the Dragon did go over to the purple side. And that is going to be their third stack onto Dragon, while Sexy Yellow Pandas, I believe, still have only 1 stack so far. However, that may allow them to take down this mid lane inhibitor turret. That's going to be an advantage they've been looking for quite some time. Garen and Leona trying to do as much damage as possible while minions are there too. It's the Malphite making his way into the mid lane. Throws a shard, takes down a minion with it, clears out the minion wave fairly quickly. Garen and Leona will fall off the turret. Orianna also coming back up here is going to be into the mid lane. Garen and Leona looking to wrap around in the top lane where they have a decent amount of minion pressure making its way towards that top lane inner turret. If they can clear just one more wave of minions, Malphite and Orianna also looking to respond to this. Both of these teams playing phenomenally so far. I'm really looking forward to seeing who managed to make their way in the semifinals and how intense this semifinals matchup is going to be. Garen lands the shard on, sorry, Malphite lands the shard onto Garen, but Garen continues to exit that lane. Also, hello Jabber16 in Twitch chat. Also, as we are just past 40 minutes in, I do not believe either team has been able to set up for a Baron play quite yet, but it looks like Purple side may actually be attempting to do so. They do have vision control in front of the Baron as well as in the Baron, but they are not potentially aware that blue side does not have any wards in that vicinity though. Blue side looking to get pressure back into the mid lane while Garen and Jarvan 4 are in the upper half of their jungle. Looking at the minion pressure, minions from the blue side are making their way into the bottom half of the purple team lane. Sorry. Yeah, that made no sense, guys. I do apologize. Minion pressure in the bottom lane. Callisto is responding to that, as well as Malphite making their way down. The remainder of Purple Team making their way down as well. Looking potentially to pick up a blue buff as it responds onto that, though Malphite will begin to recall. Alistar makes his way towards the Dragon, but looking to exert a little bit of vision control here. Also, a sight ward in the mid lane has spotted out those 3 members from Team Sexy Yellow Pandas, making their way back towards this inhibitor turret. Warwick looking to engage. Malphite and Alistar coming from the side. The 90 caliber net will connect onto Alistar, and ultimate coming out from Leona, not quite able to stun him, but it will slow down the Warwick and Malphite. Alistar coming back in full hand with this from the killers. Flashes in, misses the pulverize. However, and Caitlyn will exit that fight, making her way to safety. Blue side pinks coming out towards the melee, but it appears that Rar, having failed that engage, knows that if they stay, they could be at a disadvantage. Indeed, with them down still about 6,000 gold, they would be at least a slight disadvantage as far as itemization and overall power is concerned. But these champions working in the late game, Malphite and Alistar, as well as Warwick and Orianna, are fairly strong and fairly well scaling champions into this late game. Of course, Leona, Garen, and Jarvan 4 are also very well-scaled champions in the game, as well as Vigar, if he's managed to maintain any kind of farm. And indeed, he's only 10 farm under the Orianna, so I expect his Q will be doing large amounts of damage at this point. Looking to see how many stacks he has on that. Where are your stacks, Vigar? I don't know. Anyways, back to the matchup at hand here, guys. Seeing blue side look to get some pressure into the mid lane here. All 5 members of the blue team are still alive, but we do have all 5 members of the blue team. Again, Sexy Yellow Pandas on the blue side with Team Rar on the purple side. Blue team is sieging down onto this mid lane inhibitor. Callisto potentially overtaken, but not being punished for it. We're going to see Purple Team make their way out of the base, looking to relieve pressure from the mid lane. Garen looking to split push into the top lane here. Alistar has been caught out by the Vigar's stun, as well as Orianna being rooted in place momentarily. Shield coming up from the Orianna onto Malphite. This could be a large ball delivery system. See if they can connect onto Caitlyn. Caitlyn running for her life here. Jarvan 4 and Vigar looking to wrap back around in this fight. Garen looking to recall from the river near the Baron pit. Will not be able to get into the middle in time. This will be a successful inner turret taken down by Team Raw. We're now seeing a 5-4-4 turret score, only a 1 turret deficit now remaining for Team Ra. They are definitely coming back in this game. They have once again a 3,000 gold deficit, which they have shrunk repeatedly back and forth from about 8,000, 7,000 down to 4 and 3,000. We're now seeing them down to 3,000. They're at their largest position of strength they have been in a long time. They're setting up for a Baron play here. Garen and Vigar do not appear to be aware, and indeed that will be a first Baron up again. That's going to be a successful, uncontested Baron for Team Rar. They're now going to have an additional sieging capacity. Garen potentially being spotted here, indeed being spotted out here by the Warwick Alistar pair, but Warwick ends up stepping on a Yordle snap trap that was placed by the Caitlyn. We are seeing them forced to disengage the fight against Garen without picking up that kill. Warwick and Alistar are now going to relieve additional pressure from the mid lane, while Malphite relieves pressure from the top lane. Cuz looking to pick up the red buff for her team from their jungle. Caitlyn and Leonard looking to split push down into the bottom, looking to get a bit of pressure for their team, while Vigar and Jarvan 4 are in the mid lane. Jarvan 4 looking to make his way towards the upper half of the map. Malphite getting pressure towards this top lane. Inner turret will begin to recall, knowing that Jarvan 4 and Vigar are responding potentially. Again, guys, we have Team Rar still down about 8 kills. Is my math? Yes, 8 kills. And down 1 turret, but they are up with 3 stacks of dragon, while Team Sexy Yellow Panda only has that 1 dragon stack, and we are seeing Pro Team now set up for their 4th stack of dragon. We may see them successfully pick up. They also have their Baron buff currently. They are making a huge comeback here. Sexy Yellow Pandas potentially not knowing how to end this game, because if flashing in onto the Garen will continue to jump and pursue. We're going to see all 4 members, no, all 5 members of Sexy Yellow Pandas now looking to make their way towards the mid lane inhibitor turret. And again, with Purple side having the Baron buff, they will have great pressure to siege, but they have not brought any minions with them. Looking like Rar has realized the fallacy of their effort. They're returning to kill out a few more minions, get some pressure into the mid lane here so they can attempt to actually siege it or make a play into the bottom or top lanes for their team before their Baron expires. Vigar taking a huge amount of damage will flash to safety. Not quite sure if that flash was necessary, but it will indeed get him to safety. Plus taking a Pillar Meteor from the Caitlyn. That Pillar Meteor only connecting onto the Callisto though. Malphite doing huge amounts of damage with assistance from his team onto this inhibitor turret. Minions are there to assist him. The turret will go down. It's the first inhibitor turret of the game, actually going in favor of Ra as they have just evened out the turret score. The team fight will continue. Caitlyn has gone down, a 60-second death timer on that Caitlyn inhibitor now going down as well. Team Rar looking to actually continue into Sexy Yellow Panda's base. This Nexus turret will go down. It's going to potentially cost them. Oriana will go down for it. This could be a bit of an overextension. This could be a throw for them. Coming back from behind, entering a enemy team base so deeply, but they pick up 3 kills for the 1 death. They're actually going to be able to take down this last Nexus turret. Alistar, however, headbutts Leona to safety, leaving only Garen here to defend the turret, but the turret will go down. The Nexus is now naked. Rar still down to 6 kills, have picked up a 2 turret lead, and will win the game. That is one of the best comebacks I have seen in an amateur tournament in a very, very long time. That game was intense and that game was long. Rar, you guys deserved that one. Alright, so we are going to be heading into our semi-finals matchup here. We have Team Rar just managing to emerge victorious over the Sexy Yellow Pandas in that quarterfinals game. We're going to have them playing for the 4th time tonight on the purple side of the map. They're going to be playing against Team Gamja Namja, and also looking at their positioning on the tournament bracket. If they do manage to win their semi-finals game, or even if they lose it, their 5th game of the evening will be from the purple side as well. That is probably, or I guess that is the only real issue with being the bottom team in the bracket. You move your way up, but it's always to the bottom section of the next bracket. So again, Gamja Namja are going to be playing from the blue side of this semifinals match, with Team Rar playing from the purple side. Looks like another summoner confused about my challenger status. Indeed, I would be me if I could too. Oh wait, I am me. Indeed, guys, I am actually silver 4 in this solo queue currently, though I feel I play a little better than the silver level. I have not managed to farm out of it in about 500 games, so my feelings and the reality not quite so divergent. I am, however, a member of a challenger ranked 5v5 team. not that I've actually played any matches with that team, and it's actually a team that plays in our open and semi-pro bracket tournaments occasionally. I apologize, now only our open bracket tournaments, as some of their summoners have managed to make it to Masters in the solo queue. Alright guys, I have far too many windows open here, but I did manage to send that request to get my invite to that semifinals matchup to the correct summoner already, so we are good to go. Waiting for this round 4 semifinals game to get itself started. Just looking to close out a few windows so I can actually tell what's going on in my client. Getting reports in my client again that I am Challenger. Don't let anybody tell me otherwise. And indeed, I do show Challenger in that status, but it is in the 5v5 team. I'll make it there solo queue someday. Again, guys, waiting for my invite into round 4 of play. That is our semi-finals matchup between the teams Gamja Namja and Team Rar. Team Rar playing from the purple side for their 4th time. Gamja Namja playing their 4th matchup. Looks like they have rotated fairly efficiently back and forth between the blue and purple side, which most teams normally do. Only that very top-seeded team and the very bottom-seeded teams in a position where they would always play on the purple or blue side if they continued to win. Look for a summoner from Gamja Namja here. I do believe I have a few of these guys potentially on my friends list. I think I got a message from somebody earlier on. Let's see if I have my freaking user. Yes, I do. Alright. Letting them know to invite me when they're ready. Letting both teams know ensures I generally do get that invite. Again, guys, if this is your first time joining us for a not-so-stock gaming tournament, we do 3 of these every week. We have our open, semi-pro, and amateur bracket tournaments. You guys are currently watching the amateur bracket, where summoners must be ranked between bronze 5 and gold 1 to participate. Our semi-pro is for summoners ranked between gold 5 and diamond 1, while our open bracket has no restrictions. Aside from that, you must have the 16 champions required in order to start a tournament draft mode game. I believe our rules actually may omit that, but we ran into an issue 2 weeks ago, I believe, where we had some level 1 and 2 summoners, or level 10 or so summoners coming in. I was like, yeah guys, they can play. But when they tried to start the matchups, they couldn't actually hit the start button because they didn't have enough champions for them to enter. They got the weird little error message that occasionally crops up there, so unfortunately those teams, as they weren't able to field substitutes, were disqualified from the event. But hopefully, in a week or 2, they'll manage to pick up their 16 champions that come back to have that experience of the open bracket tournaments. Also, the point of my story is what I was saying was go ahead and hit that follow button. If you enjoy what we do, we'd love to have you guys back to come out and watch or possibly participate in future events. Apologize, I'm starting to stumble over my words here. Alright, and it looks like we do have 9 summoners currently into the lobby, looking for that 10th summoner to emerge. While we wait, pick me a new icon. I don't want to show silver anymore. Should I go championship? Should I go random things I'm not sure why I was awarded? Should I go for my autumn weird things or my Christmassy things? I did manage to pick up all of those ones when the events were going, but I've been so busy with these tournaments that I've actually not paid all that much attention to the events going on, so I missed most of our Ascension icons as well as a few potentially for more recent events, but I'm going to get myself some of the new ones next time we have an event going on. Alright, and that 5th member of RAR is now into our lobby here. Again, guys, we have teams Gamja Namja playing from the blue side with Team Rar playing from the purple side. We are into our semifinals. We are down to 4 remaining teams. Of course, no teams are actually eliminated in this round. The winners moving on into the finals matchup, while the losers move on into the bronze matchup. Of course, if you do lose, you are limited to a maximum of 1600 RP for your account in your prizing, but if you win, you can get that coveted first place slot with your 3200 RP and the Triumphant Rise skin. Again, guys, the packaging is actually displayed on my screen here. It's a total of 16,000 RP for the winning team. A little bit less as you go down each tier, as well as those 5 different rise skins for the winning team. Though no other teams get the rises, you've gotta win it all. Of course, the secondary event is in the same situation. Also, I'll refresh that window since it appears to not be up to date. Looks like, again, our finals and secondary matches are ready to go for that. And of course, we are in the semi-finals of our main event. It looks like both teams are not quite yet ready to go. Oh no! I hit a wrong button. I thought that was a friend request. Oh my. Back to game. Whew. I do apologize for that, guys. I seriously just glanced at that request. I was like, hey guys, like something. I was like, okay. And then I was like, oh crap, that was the game invite. Not what I intend to do at all. I'm going to be looking to get back into this semi-finals matchup between Team Gamja Namja on the blue side and Team Rar on the purple side. But as I have 10 summoners, the lobby is full. Somebody's going to move themselves down to the spectator, and I'll get back in. Alright. Alright guys, again we are heading into the semi-finals of tonight's tournament. We have Team Gamja Namja playing from the blue side with Team Rar playing from the blue side. And indeed, Oracle Descendant is actually Bronze 1 with almost 300 wins ranked. That is quite an impressive rank score in Bronze. But that explains why she's playing as well as she is without that silver or gold trim. I was a year ago in that situation. It took me over 300 games to get myself from Bronze 5 into Bronze 1. Another 100 or 2 to get myself from Bronze 1 into Bronze 5. And after all of Season 4, I've only got myself from Bronze 1 down to Silver 4. But I did get that silver trim. So I'm quite happy about getting a trim this season. Alright guys, we do have all 10 summoners in this lobby, but it looks like we are not quite yet ready to go. Also a quick reminder for you guys as we get into the spectator delay. That is my little period to take a quick break, so I will unfortunately be leaving you guys in silence after the champion selection. But as we get into that load screen, I shall return, and as we get onto the rift, I promise I will be here to do my best to shoutcast for you guys. Again, guys, this is a semi-finals matchup. We have Gamja Namja and Rar both managed to make their way all the way into the semi-finals matches. Also, we have Coffee Shrine and R4P3 Machine duking it out in the other semi-finals match. Taking a look down Gamja Namja's win list here, they did start in round 1, where they managed to defeat D Coffee Shop, followed up by a game against Charlie Foxtrots. That was originally supposed to be Team Muffin Tops. Muffin Tops was attempting to field an unranked summoner into their matchup, which is actually not allowed. We do require a minimum of 10 ranked games played for those summoners to have a ranking between Bronze 5 and Gold 1 in their solo queue, which got them Team Charlie Foxtrot, was actually disqualified from this matchup where it says PH was for placeholder against Team Cavafiel, as they had a summoner forced to do Windows updates and they violated the 15-minute start time rule. But as that's a terrible, terrible way to lose, we gave them that second chance against Team Gamja Namja, but Team Gamja Namja was victorious, leading to a matchup between Cavafiel in the quarterfinals where they again emerged victorious. And that brings us to our matchup at hand, where we have Gamja Namja on the blue side facing off against Team Rar on the purple side. Of course, Team Rar's history, you guys are a little bit more familiar. We follow them from round 1 of play, where they played a few close games and made an amazing comeback game in that quarterfinals game. They really, really want their prizing for tonight, and they've made it to the semifinals, so they are guaranteed at least a little bit for their efforts. Of course, while I've been blabbing on, we've had all of our bans come through. Callista will be banned out for the second time this evening. I'm not going to question that Callista ban at all. We've seen the summoner Oracle Ascendant, I believe, playing the Callista very, very well in 2 rounds of play. Also, Malphite and Oriana being banned out. by Team Gamja Namja. I believe those are both respect bands as well. We saw them played amazingly in the last round of play. Though they had a little bit of a deficit at the beginning, they came back very strong. Saw them played with huge wombo combos in round 1 or 2 as well. They've maintained a fairly consistent champion selection for their team. Also seeing Janna, Lucian, and Warwick banned out here by Team RAR. Warwick did make it into, I believe, the last game where it may have been played by them or their opponents. I can't recall the champions into that matchup. There was so much action, so much going on, and I get confused by who's blue and who's purple. Anyways, guys, again, we have Lucian, Janna, and Warwick banned out by Team RAR, playing from the purple side with Gamja Namja banning out Callista, Malphite, and Orianna. 3 of those are complete respect bans. Also, iSync quickly locking in a Fiddlesticks jungle. Haven't seen Fiddlesticks played all that frequently, but I am familiar with the Fid jungle. Do have a friend who's mained that since season 1 or 2 when he started playing, and it is quite an impressive feat to play it well, though it's also quite an impressive feat to play it poorly, as Fiddlesticks is a very strong AP jungler. That hands things back over to RAR, however, where we're seeing both Sivir and Vi hovered over as potential champion selections. Looking like the Sivir will be swapped out for a Graves pick. We've seen Graves played previously in the evening, though I can't recall if it was played by Team RAR. Also, the Vi has been locked in here by Summoner A Freaks. Handing things back over to Team Gamja Namja, where Caitlyn and Nami are being hovered over by the Derp Sheriff. That may be a Derp Sheriff playing the Sheriff. And my freaking user looking to hover over the Nami pick. This may be their bottom lane selections being revealed, but that does leave their mid and top lanes as their last pick, making them hardest to counter. Apologize for my silence here, guys. Looking at a Twitch chat comment, looking like Grand Volt was hoping we were hosting EU tournaments, which unfortunately we are not currently. All of our tournaments are hosted on the North American servers, as Not So Stock Gaming is a Canadian company. And we are seeing Caitlyn and Nami both locked in for this semi-finals matchup. Again, guys, it is Team Gamja Namja on the blue side, with Team RAR playing admirably through 3 rounds so far. Of course, Gamja Namja in the same situation, or at least I would assume so, managing to pull off 3 victories to make their way into the semi-finals. Also having Dark King Zilla quickly lock in Morgana. Not seeing Morgana banned out is a slight surprise, but with those 3 respect bans and the optional bans coming in from Team RAR, though I suspect those could be respect bans as well. With the brief delay before the matchup started, they are like performing a little bit of intelligence work, a little bit of detective work there, finding out what their opponents play. The Lissandra will also be locked in here. We've seen Lissandra played fairly successfully, I believe in either the first or second round of play when Orianna was also banned out. That leaves only Doki FTW from RAR to select his champion, but Lux Eternia and B-Boy Noobs are on the blue side, locking in their champions. Katarina and Aurelia will be locked in. Aurelia and Katarina are 2 very strong snowball potential champions. Caitlyn is a fairly strong poke-based ADC, with Nami able to do a little bit of poking and offer crowd control for her as well. We're seeing Fiddlesticks as an AP assassin type jungle. No real tank on their team, but Aurelia should be able to mitigate a little bit with Fiddlesticks' fear, as well as Nami's crowd control may do a bit of the same. I suspect we may see a bit of a pick and split competition coming out from the blue side here, while the purple side is looking to lock potentially in a Victor for their mid or top lane. No, we're being trolled here. We have Lissandra locked in as their mid lane with Morgana and Graves, a very strong, very potential-ridden bottom lane as well. And Vi in the jungle. No serious snowball champions, but some champions with a very high tier of performance capability. Looking to see what the top laner will be locking in here on Doki FTW. It will be a Darius, I believe. Yes, Darius does get locked in. Now just 55 seconds remaining for summoners to finalize their runes and masteries, as well as those summoner spells, as well as trade around champions should they choose to. Also seeing reports in Twitch chat that Warwick win games. Indeed, we've seen Warwick banned out fairly consistently, though he has been played in one round on the stream this evening. Also, guys, as we are into this 30-second period remaining for champions to finalize those runes, mastery, summoner spells, and trade around the champions should they need to, I'm going to get myself ready to head off for my 3-minute break as we get into spectator delay. So again, I will be leaving you briefly in silence, but I shall return as we get ourselves into load screen and onto the rift. Again, guys, we have Gomja Nomja on the blue side, Team Rar on the purple side. This is a semi-finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. Alright guys, I have returned. It appears that we are already into Low Screen here. Looks like our semi-finals matchup actually has two summoners that are untrimmed from Season 4, so two fairly new accounts, or I shouldn't say fairly new accounts, as we have seen Oracle Ascendant with over or just under, I should say, 300 wins in the ranked queue, making his way all the way to Bronze 1, but not quite able to get into Silver for the end of season. I suspect iSync may be in a similar situation there. The remainder of those trims are coming out as Gold and Silver. 3 gold trims from the purple side with 2, I believe, from the blue side, 2 of them being Silver and 1 from the purple side being Silver as well. Also seeing a little bit of discussion about support picks in the Twitch chat. Indeed, Janna, Thresh, and Blitz are some very top tier supports. Morgana also definitely in that list. Nami fairly frequently picked as well. Of course, in the matchup at hand, we do have a Nami and Morgana support pair. Alright, looks like our team may actually be setting up for the first invade we've seen in the tournament tonight. Lysandra looks for a little bit of poke against Katarina, and while we talk this one through, I'm going to do my best to get the scoreboard reorganized without missing too much of the action here. Looks like a ward will come out from Morgana in the bottom lane. Tribush against the Caitlyn Nami pair. Caitlyn had tried to get a couple of tracks on that, will succeed in getting only one there as Graves and Morgana look to scare her off, but Nami has not yet been spotted out in the bottom lane. Looks like I now have the scoreboard properly ordered as well. Also apologize for any kind of background noise there, guys. Just doing some volume checks as we're starting to get a little bit late, and I've been being a little bit loud. Hopefully I can get my personal volume adjusted with you guys still able to hear me correctly. Checking the stream volume, it sounds like it is still loud and clear. So if you guys have any issues hearing or understanding what I'm saying throughout the rest of tonight's tournament, please feel free to let us know, and I'll do my best to make things more adequate and higher quality for you guys. And of course, after I said Purple Team may have been setting up for that invade, we saw them get a little bit of an aggressive ward placement, but not actually come across the map into the blue side of the jungle. Monster camps have now spawned up, and we're seeing Vi engage onto the blue buff with assistance from Morgana. Graves once again for their bottom lane, starting out in the bottom lane, not opting to leash for their jungle. We've seen that happen throughout multiple rounds of play now, where Team Rar sends only their support to leash for the jungle onto that blue buff. Also, we've now seen Nami and Caitlyn pick up the Krug camp, which is an interesting choice, while Fiddle is picking up his blue buff to start things off. That means Caitlyn and Nami will have a slight health advantage heading into the bottom lane, not a large one though, and they will have a slight gold advantage as well as potentially a buff coming off that camp, though I'm not sure if you only get the passive or buff from the camp if you smite it. Somebody potentially in Twitch chat could let us know a little bit more about that. Krug camp. Dark Binding comes out from the Morgana but connects with a minion as Nami just steps behind it. Nami gets the bubbles, but it does not connect onto Morgana. Both ADCs also trying to hound each other away. Graves coming in full ham. Dark Binding as well as Cesspool connects onto Nami. Graves switches over onto Nami as opposed to Caitlyn. Caitlyn, however, has about 400 feet. Nami with about 100 feet. Graves goes down to the Piltover Peacemaker at 3 minutes into the game. That will be first blood in favor here of Team Gamja Namja. Caitlyn Nami looking to exit that fight as Morgana tries to pick up the kill onto Nami, who is sitting with only about 200 HP. However, she has just healed up fairly efficiently using a health potion as well. There's going to be a little bit of action into the middle of the Lysandra. Gets a poke onto Katarina. Katarina doing her best here to farm. Has actually managed to maintain more or less evenness with Lysandra at this time. Top lane appears to be fairly even as well, and jungle clear speeds have not really diverged yet. Darius lands a nice pull onto Aurelia, getting a little bit more damage than I thought he would onto her into the top lane. Again, guys, we've seen that first blood come out fairly early. Caitlyn managing potentially a little bit of an outplay against the Graves, so we did see Graves go fairly aggressive into the Nami-Caitlyn pair. Nami, of course, having the heal, while Morgana does not have any kind of sustain to offer Graves. Was potentially a bit of an overextension in a misplay. The Morgana will throw the Dark Binding, and not quite soon enough to connect with the recalling Caitlyn-Nami pair. They will succeed in the recall. Darius Darius again pulling in the Aurelia. Both of those champions getting fairly low. Darius, however, down to about 200 HP in the top lane. Aurelia could pick up the second kill of the game, but Darius gets under his turret, and Aurelia returns to her farm, seeing her now with actually a 6 farm advantage over Darius in the top lane. Mid lane still fairly even, but a 3 farm advantage for Katarina, which is actually a little bit unexpected, as Syndra has a range advantage, and they are both pre-6. Fiddlesticks looking for a gank in the mid, does not have his ultimate available yet either, so it will be a fairly ineffective gank. Lissandra exiting onto the opposite side of the map, throws a little bit of poke, which does not actually connect onto the Fiddlesticks. Graves and Morgana getting some pressure into the bottom lane here. Graves actually has a farm advantage over Kaylin in the bottom lane, despite Kaylin picking up first blood. Looking like things will be reset into the top lane as Aurelia opts to recall. Darius could potentially pick up a little bit of additional farm here. Seems like he is fairly healthy and has a fair amount of mana remaining. Looks like one of our semi-finals matchups may have just concluded. Also, looks like we have some win reports coming in from the secondary tournament. Graves taking a fair amount of pressure. The Dark Binding comes out from Morgana, but it will not connect onto Nami. And I apologize, guys, I will be distracted for one moment here. Having a win reported from Team Coffee Shrine. Indeed, that was the matchup between Team Coffee Shrine and Team R4 Pizza Machine, which has already been affected onto the bracket. Coffee Shrine sitting in that finals placement match, waiting for the match we have on the stream to conclude. Also, our secondary bracket tournament, we have had Team Samsung White as well as Phage Clan report wins for round 3. Looks like Phage Clan has our 3rd place title in the secondary event, while Team Samsung White will be going home with first. Soggy Poo has 2nd, and the Anaconda as 4th. And that event's going to be actually into the mid lane, though, as I'm a little bit distracted. Katarina picking up the kill onto Lissandra as she just reaches level 6. That is a well-executed attack coming in from Katarina, picking up their 2nd kill of the game. Now seeing a 2-4-0 kill score in favor of Team Gamja Namja. Darius may be potentially overextended here as Fiddlesticks comes up into the top lane. Aurelia continues the engagement, and Fiddlesticks will not even get the assist as Darius goes down. That's going to be the 3rd kill for Team Gamja Namja in this matchup. Team Rar potentially a little bit exhausted after their comeback victory in the quarterfinals. Of course, they've made 1 comeback victory so far, and early game leads are so easy to throw away, especially at this level of play. So we'll see if Gamja Namja can continue to grow this gold advantage they've gained, continue to grow this kill lead, and pick up the first dragon or the first turret of the game, or if Team Rar is going to find a solution and come back with the win. Lissandra looking for pressure in the mid lane is down about 10 farm under the Katarina, and Katarina will be able to fairly effectively farm under her turret, actually picking up, I believe, all of those last hits. That is quite an impressive display, but Fiddlesticks has his ultimate and performs an amazing gank against Lissandra. Katarina picking up her 2nd kill there into the mid lane. Fiddlesticks looking to farm in Vi's half of the jungle. He will engage with Katarina onto Vi. Vi could be in trouble here. Not quite sure what Vi was doing, waiting to engage onto Fiddlesticks, knowing Katarina was available. Vi actually managed to stay alive through this so far. Darius re-engaging against the Aurelia, picks up the kill. Thought he was done up there, but Aurelia actually managed to not do quite enough damage, potentially using her entire burst to get him down as low as he did, and he pulled her back in and got the last little bit of damage. That's going to be the 1st kill going over to Rar. They are down 1 kill, sorry, they are down 5 kills to 1, but no dragons and no turrets have yet come down. Fiddlesticks re-engaging in the river here around Dragon. Lissandra coming in, full ham 2 with her E. Kaylin will go down to about half. Ignite is on to Kaylin. It's going to be a 4 versus 1 fight, though Lissandra forced a flash out over the wall. Morgana coming back and throws it grinding onto the Katarina. Blue team potentially being a little bit outplayed there by Team Rar. Rar managed to maintain their lives despite being behind here. Of course, as I say that, Katarina re-engages onto the Morgana, and Morgana will go down, making things a 6-1 situation against Team Rar. Looking like Nami might choose to recall from the jungle, but makes her way towards the Tribush. Seeing Darius also in the Dragon Pit, not quite sure what's going on here. Again, guys, Rar is down 5 kills right now as we approach the 10-minute mark. Team Gamjanamja has been exerting dominance at this early point in the game, and of course with these snowball champions, I suspect Katarina has a sizable advantage now, sitting at 4-0 with a 20 farm lead over Lysandra as well. Aurelia, however, is 1-1 with Darius. She does, however, have almost a 30 farm lead over Darius. That is an impressive lead for Team Gamjanamja on the blue side of this match. Dark Binding comes out from the Morgana. It will connect onto Kaylin. Graves getting a little bit more poke onto Kaylin. Kaylin continues putting damage onto the Graves, however, and Graves will go down to about 300 HP. Looking like Aurelia is waiting in the wing, looking to engage onto the Darius once again. Actually waiting for some cooldowns or some mana to come back up. Her ultimate will come out, and Darius will go down here, seeing now a 7-1 kill score in favor of Gamjanamja. Rar, potentially putting all they had into that last matchup, are a little bit tired and not ready for this level of play tonight. Morgana lands the Dark Binding, however, onto Nami. The Cesspool comes out as well. Graves takes a huge amount of pressure from the Kaylin. Piltover piece will come out, but he has jumped himself to safety. The Piltover piece here from Kaylin will not be able to connect. Again, guys, we are in the semi-finals of tonight's tournament. Both of these teams undefeated throughout 3 rounds of play. We saw Rar pull off an amazing comeback victory from behind in their quarterfinals game, but it looks like they may not quite have what it takes to compete in this semi-finals match. Of course, if they lose, they will have a chance to compete for the 3rd and 4th place titles in the bronze match, but after that last comeback victory, I'm not ready to quite count them out yet. Morgana, however, taking a bit of pressure from the Kaylin in the bottom lane here, is down to about 400. She Graves with about 200 feet, looking to try and come back into that potentially. Morgana misses the Dark Binding onto Kaylin. This shirt is taking huge amounts of pressure. Ping's coming out from the blue side all over the mid portion of the map. Not quite sure what's going on, that they're going to wrap back around on Lysandra. Morgana and Graves are somehow still alive in that bottom. That turret is still up, but it will quickly go down here, and Lysandra will go down as well. It's going to be a huge rotation coming out from Team Gamjanamja, seeing them do amazingly well at this early point in the game. Going to set up for their first dragon here at the 11-minute mark. Looks like that will be the first dragon of the game going down right there, indeed, to the blue side of this matchup. Blue side again being Team Gamjanamja, with the purple side being Team Rar. Graves getting caught out by the Fiddlesticks Katarina pair quickly goes down. That is an unfortunate situation for the Graves, but 3 members of his team are going to try and catch out the Aurelia. Aurelia goes down to just below half HP. Aurelia will go down. Going to be the 2nd kill of the game for Team Rar. They are now making a coordinated offensive. This could be what they need to come back into the game, though it could be a little bit too late as well. Flash coming out from the Morgana. Dark Binding comes out, connects onto Katarina. Fiddlesticks goes down to the Darius as Nami comes in from behind. Katarina re-engages onto Morgana. Morgana will go on the ultimate from Katarina. Maybe enough, but not quite enough to finish off the 3 members of Team Rar. However, Nami comes back, and Nami picks up a double kill, which is, I'd call, more or less unheard of. She's now duking it out against the Lysandra. Teleport coming in from a blue team. There's going to be Aurelia teleporting in, and Aurelia picks up the kill. Somehow, Nami stays alive despite duking it out with the mid laner from Team Rar. Of course, Lysandra has only 62 farm compared to Katarina's 92, and is 1-4 this time, so does not have the greatest item. Seeing her with only her sustain item, the part of the Catalyst Converter building into the ROA. That will be the 2nd turret, however, taken down by this Kaylin. Kaylin doing amazing as well in this game. Aurelia, the only one with snowball potential who is not yet snowballing. Kaylin, of course, not really a snowball champion, but managing to out-farm Graves by almost 4 at this point, pick up 2 kills, has a decent itemization advantage, while Katarina is definitely an all-star for her team so far. Dark Binding connects with the Aurelia, but Aurelia's ultimate will come out and finish off the Morgana. Aurelia picks up a 2nd kill there onto the Lysandra, and this is where Aurelia says, I am going to start snowballing. Of course, Katarina was there to assist her. Katarina to pick up one of those kills. Thought Aurelia picked up both of them. Aurelia engaging onto the Vi, but Fiddlesticks picks that one up for himself, sitting now 2-1-6. Going to potentially see this mid lane inner turret going down fairly quickly to Team Gamjanamja. Blue team with great coordination has picked up an early advantage, and they seem to know how to use it here. We are 14 minutes in. This is nearly a 10,000 gold difference between these two teams. They're looking for their first inhibitor turret right now. This is really impressive. Fiddlesticks picks up the Morgana kill as well here. He gets locked down by Lysandra, but Lysandra will go down. This mid lane inhibitor going down a little bit later than I thought it would, but definitely going down. The inhibitor potentially going down as well. Graves, Vi, and Darius not able to defend this inhibitor. Vi and Graves are in their base. Darius picking up a turret for their team, but they've just lost all of their mid lane turrets as well as that mid lane inhibitor. Katarina goes full ham on them, picking up 2 kills under the Nexus turret. Dark Riding, however, comes out from the Morgana. Caitlyn has been locked on, but she 90 caliber nets in the wrong direction, but maintains her life despite doing so. Ace in the hole will come through, connects onto Darius. Lysandra has been locked down by the Aurelia. Aurelia may actually go down here, but picks up the kill onto Darius, somehow still alive despite standing inaccessible. Katarina picks up the kill onto the Morgana as well, but Katarina will go down to Darius. Blue team will continue their siege onto this Nexus turret at 15 minutes in. Icing cover finally goes down here, seeing Purple side look to make a bit of a comeback. We're going to see 4 members of Team Gamja Namja go down in that fight. Vi looking for the 5th kill to make it an ace. They are down 23 kills to 8, down 5 turrets to 1. We've seen them come back from this before, but that was past the 30-minute mark in the game. That's a bit of a throw there in favor of Team Raw, but not quite enough to put them nearly at odds again, with the blue side, Gamja Namja, exerting huge amounts of power into this game. Seeing a Vi recall from the Dragon Pit. 4 members of our team will initiate onto the Golem, and Darius actually picking that up for himself. Lysandra and Morgana are potentially going to be engaged onto by the Katarina, but she chooses to ignore them, getting a little bit of pressure into the mid lane, makes her way now down towards the bottom and looking for an additional pick onto her team. Lux Eternia sitting 10-7, has 17 of their 23 kills participated in, is roughly... my math's not that good, guys, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, back to things with hand over. Vi and Lysandra trying to farm out in the middle, looking to relieve pressure from super minions that are currently spawning against them. We are seeing blue team look to set up for a siege into the bottom lane. Of course, the bottom lane still has its inner and inhibitor turret remaining. The top lane also has its top lane outer turret remaining. Darius teleporting up to the top lane to relieve some pressure, though he was aware of Katarina and Caitlyn in the bottom lane. Not sure if he's simply lost hope for the remainder of that match and is saying, I'm going to keep my turret alive at all costs, or if he just wasn't necessarily aware of that situation. Katarina picks up a triple kill under the inner turret. I believe she has been down. No, she is still alive. Picks up the quadra kill. That could have been a penta if Darius was there, but she goes down to the turret damage. That is another huge play coming out from this Katarina, playing from Team Gamja Namja. Seeing her now complete 2 items with the needlessly large rod required, as well as having her Magi's Soul Stealer. Going to be a very powerful Katarina very, very early in this matchup. Nami taking a few turrets will go down to the Darius, again a 27-11 kill score, a 7-1 turret score. Rar is not going to be able to come back from this, and we're now waiting for the victory conditions coming out from Team Gamja Namja. It's a little bit unfortunate, but they will have their chance in the bronze match. Of course, I say that, but they are still fighting. They could find a way. They did it once before. But Caitlyn picks up the double kill as Vi goes down. Now looking for the bottom lane inhibitor turret. No, the inhibitor turret is already down, looking for the bottom lane inhibitor. Darius trying to contest his flashes in against Caitlyn. Could pick up the kill. Also coming out from the Aurelia. Also coming out from Caitlyn as well. Darius will go down. Lysandra looking to come back in as well. Aurelia is fairly low. Lysandra throwing a couple of auto attacks here, but not fully going in. Misses the poke onto the Caitlyn, not choosing to engage her. Katarina now coming in from the side, while Graves is also coming in. We're seeing Dark Binding manage to connect onto the Aurelia, but she is still in range of the inhibitor to attack it, and the inhibitor will go down. Graves also going down. Katarina picking up a triple kill there, now sitting 17-3-7. Has been the all-star of her team for sure. Looking at the second Nexus turret going down in under 20. This is going to be an under 20-minute game. We have seen our other 3 games played out by RAR in rounds 1, 2, and 3 take between 35 and 45 minutes. This is the fastest game we have had on tonight's stream. That is some amazing play from Team Gamja Namja. Again, guys, congratulations to Team Gamja on making their way into the finals matchup of tonight's tournament. A great performance still by Team RAR. You guys have one more matchup to play, determining your third or fourth place finish of this evening. Alright, so that was the blue side emerging victorious in our semi-finals matchup. That is Team Gamja Namja going to get that win affected onto the bracket if it's not already showing there. And we're going to have Coffee Shrine playing from the blue side against Team Gamja Namja on the purple side. Also, Team RAR will be playing from the purple side in the bronze matchup, where they're going to be facing off against... I'm going to double check which team that is. Looks like Team R4P3 Machine. Again, R4P3 Machine will be playing against Team RAR in our bronze matchup. The winners of that match will get the third place title, while the losers go home with the fourth place prizes. Of course, we are going to be following the finals matchup in the stream, where we have Team Coffee Shrine facing off against Team Gamja Namja. Looks like Gamja Namja is waiting for an invite from Team Coffee Shrine, so I'm going to be moving my way over to the tournament bracket to find the rosters of Team Gamja Namja here. Dokivjo is saying, what? That wasn't the finals? Indeed. We have a 5-round tournament tonight. You guys were in the semi-finals. You have one more game to play. You guys can still go home with 1,600 RP each, so it could be as low as 800. The finalists are playing for 32 or 24 for the first and second place teams. Of course, the first place team also gets those coveted triumphant Rise skins. Again, guys, looking... Oh, going to refresh this window so we have the tournament up to date. Also, I believe our secondary event has already concluded. Just going to scroll down there. Yes, we're seeing those rosters. Again, looking for the members of Team Coffee Shrine. Not Coffee Shop, Coffee Shrine. Here we go. I believe I may have Avlan on my friends list. I believe Avlan did add me earlier in the day. Yes, here we go. In when ready. Again, guys, heading into the finals matchup of tonight's tournament, we're going to have Team Coffee Shrine playing on the blue side with Team Gamja Namja playing from the purple side. Also, can report side a bronze matchup is getting itself started, so best of luck again to all 4 of our remaining teams. Again, we had 4 remaining in the semifinals, and nobody is technically eliminated. Just changing up the orders, determining the first place matchups and the third, fourth place matchup. Again, our first place matchup here, the finals match, is going to be Team Coffee Shrine on the blue side with Gamja Namja on the purple side. R4P3 Machine playing against RAR in the bronze matchup. Getting a question about who's on Team Purple. Guys, it is the upper half of the bracket. That is the blue side, with the lower half being the purple side. As we've gone through 4 rounds of play, I thought you guys would be aware of that. I do apologize if I skipped on that. Again, guys, will be R4P3 Machine playing on the blue side, and they're also responsible for forming up that matchup. For anybody not aware, that is dictated by actually your placement in the bracket. The placement, so the team placed above their opposition gets to play on the blue side and gets to form up the matchup. A little bit of responsibility and a little bit of a reward. Of course, it's completely randomly determined aside from the pathing after the first round seeding. Again, so we are for P3 Machine versus RAR, with RAR playing for their 5th time this evening from the purple side. R4P3 playing from the blue side, though, so they did get moved around from side to side a little bit. Also, our finals matchup, both of these teams undefeated so far. Looking back to the beginning of tonight's event, looks like Coffee Shrine did start in round 1, so both teams making it to the finals are undefeated through 4 rounds of play tonight. We are looking forward to an awesome finals match, seeing an all-gold team playing from the blue side, with again the gold and silver mix coming in from the purple side. Alright, seeing all 10 members of these teams coming into our lobby here, so our finals matchup will be ready to go momentarily. Also going to take a moment again to remind you guys, if this is your first time joining us and you have not yet done so, we would love if you hit that follow button and join us for future events as well. Of course, if you want to view or participate, you are free to do either. The bracket for tonight's tournament has just been posted into Twitch chat. You can also find info about our additional events on that website. For anybody still unaware, this is a not-so-stock gaming amateur bracket tournament. Summoners must be ranked between Bronze 5 and Gold 1 in the solo queue in order to participate. We have gotten all the way into the finals matchup for tonight's tournament. We have Team Coffee Shrine on the blue side with Team Gamja Namja on the purple side. Looking to see both teams say they're ready to go. Not quite sure what we're waiting on here. Avalon says they're ready. Waiting now on a purple team response. Again, guys, this is going to be the finals matchup for tonight's tournament. Looking like we have readies from both teams. We should be into champion selection momentarily. Alright, Katarina will quickly be taken away from Team Gamja Namja. Looks like a volley bar will be the first ban from Gamja Namja. Team Coffee Shrine opting to make Riven their second ban here. We saw Katarina and Aurelia played in the last round of play, but Riven has been banned out. Potentially, I'm not aware of Team Gamja Namja's champion pool, though that could either be a respect ban or a standardized top lane ban for a Team Coffee Shrine. Looking like Draven will be the second ban coming through from Team Gamja Namja. Getting a question about a stream for the bronze match. Again, guys, throughout the not-so-stock gaming tournament, we stream one matchup per round. As much as the bronze match would be awesome for us to stream, if we did that before the finals matchup or after the finals matchup, it would cause delays for those teams, as well as extend the event by at least an hour for two teams, as well as our streamer. And I'm a tired guy. Just kidding, though. Yeah. We do stream one match per round, meaning that we'll be streaming our finals matchup, while the bronze match is left to occur on its own, unless they need an admin for some form of issue. Also, we've seen a Kali and a Gnar banned out. Suspect a Kali is potentially a respect ban there as well. Looking like they played Katarina in the mid lane, knowing a Kali is a very similar champion, and we've seen her played at least once tonight, though I don't believe it was by Team Gamja Namja. Seeing those three very snowball potential champions banned out against a team that picked all snowball champions in the last round is not unexpected at all. And Aurelia will be picked up by Ayup on Team Coffee Shrine, so they will remove Aurelia from Team Gamja Namja as well, but they have left Warwick available. I think will hover over a Warwick pick. No, he will lock in the Warwick pick for Team Gamja Namja, as well as Lucian now being locked in as well. It looks like Zubaba Man will be hovering over a Jinx pick here. Will be the first time we get to see Jinx played into tonight's event. Coffee God also quickly locking in Taric. Believe that will be a Jinx Taric bottom lane, something we have not seen in quite some time. Also, Janna being locked in here by my freaking user on Team Gamja Namja, waiting just on Lux Eternia, who we saw play Katarina in the last round to select the champion, potentially their mid lane champion, unless B-Boys noobs would be locking that in for them. Lux is a potential strong champion, though Ahri is a higher tier champion to select. Suspect that Ahri may be making it into the game, though Lux is a great champion if you're looking to snowball as well. LeBlanc also left into the game, has huge snowball potential. Ahri, Syndra, Lux. or LeBlanc? Will it be one of those, or will it be something else played in here by Lux Eternia? The mid laner from Team Coffeeshot has not yet locked in, so there is potential to counter whatever Lux Eternia does decide to play. Though, of course, opting to counter as opposed to play something you are more comfortable on could result in net negatives or positives. Seeing Aloha hover over a Malphite pick, and Avalan will quickly lock in Zed. Zed versus Ari is a matchup we've seen repeatedly throughout different events, and I believe that turns into more of a skills matchup as they are both highly mobile poking champions. Waiting on B-Boy Noobs now to select a champion. We're going to see Renekton hovered over fairly quickly here. Also, guys, as we are seeing the last couple of champions locked in, I'm going to send you a quick reminder that as we get into that spectator delay period, that is my time to go take a quick break. So as we get into that spectator delay period, I will unfortunately be leaving you guys in silence to look and analyze the picks and bans for yourself. And then as we get into the load screen and onto the Rift for our finals matchup, this matchup between Team Coffee Shrine on the blue side and Team Gamja Namja on the purple side. Again, once we get back into the load screen and the game itself, I will be returning to shoutcast this finals matchup. But as we are now into this 1 minute period where they can finalize their picks, not their picks and bans, but their runes masteries and their summoner spells, as well as trade around these champions should they need to, I am going to leave you guys briefly and hope for no issues. Actually, I'm going to wait out the 50 seconds, make sure that nobody managed to disconnect before they actually begin loading into the game there, and then as we actually get into that 3 minute spectator period, I will take a moment to return. Again, guys, we've had a Jinx Taric bottom lane pair locked in here for the blue side being Team Coffee Shrine. They're going to be facing off against a Lucian Janna bottom lane pair coming in from Gamja Namja. The mid lane face-off will be Zed for Coffee Shrine with Ari for Team Gamja Namja. Then the top lane matchup is going to be Aurelia versus Renekton, those being selected by the blue and purple teams respectively, with the junglers being Maokai for Coffee Shrine and Warwick for Team Gamja Namja. Warwick is a very popular jungler since the patch 4.20 came out. I'm seeing him with over a 55% win rate, so we'll see if that turns into a win for them, if they're just their performance in general turns into a win for them, or if blue side will have all of the answers. And with that, guys, we have reached our spectator period without any forms of issues, so I'm going to take a brief absence here, and I shall return as we get into the game. absence there, I have now returned, and once again with what appears to be perfect timing, as we are just looking to get ourselves out of the load screen and onto the Rift here. Also seeing IGN Suplex plugging our YouTube channel in Twitch chat. Indeed, we do have a YouTube channel, and the majority of our tournament videos do get uploaded to YouTube after our broadcasts, as they do expire from our previous broadcast history on Twitch after 1 or 2 weeks. Not quite sure exactly what the period there is from Twitch. But speaking of our tournaments, we are into our finals matchup. We have Team Coffee Shrine on the blue side, with Team Gomja Namja on the purple side. And the matchup has begun. We are 20 seconds in here. Summoners are leaving the base. Everybody has purchased their items. Seems like there will be no slow starts, aside from Tarek being maybe 2 or 3 seconds behind the remainder of his team. He is on his way out of the base already. Look, we have 4 members of the purple team into the bottom half of the map, are actually into the mid lane, with Renekton looking for an early ward. He potentially will wait in the wing behind the red buff in the bush. Ahri going to get 2 auto attacks onto Aurelia, not quite walking into range for the turret hit to come onto Ahri, though I thought she may have. That is a great map awareness being exerted by the purple team's Ahri at this point. Again, we saw Lux Eternia do very, very well in the semi-finals matchup, where she got to play some Katarina, looking to see if she can dominate a second game in a row, or if the Aurelia or Zed playing from the mid lane will have the advantage. Seeing Aurelia with the flask, I believe she will be their top laner. Zed, I suspect, will play from the mid lane. Also going to get this scoreboard reorganized for everybody. Looks like we have the top laners on top of the jungles, just below the mid laners in the mid. And the pings coming out are redonkulous. Alright, purple side, we know you want to do something. Our Ahri is terrified to death of whoever's in the mid lane. MIA pings, come here, pings, MIA pings, ping, ping, ping. Careful, ping here, no. It's gonna be alright. Again, guys, I apologize. Getting distracted a little bit. We are in the finals matchup here. Coffee Shrine on the blue side with Gomja Namja on the purple side. Minions have reached the mid lane and buffs have just spawned. We are seeing a Team Coffee Shrine opt to start Malphite on his red buff, while Gomja Namja chooses to start on the Gromp camp, as we see done at the higher level of play. Generally, we've seen most teams starting with their large buff, but indeed, we have been informed by some of our Diamond and Master tier players that starting with the Gromp or Krug camp, depending on which side of the map you're on or which lane of the map you're in. You guys know what I mean, which one is there and available to you depending on which side of the map you start on. It does give you level 2 and allows you to take your large buff by yourself. Going to come back into the matchup at hand here, though. It appears that Aurelia may be having a little bit of trouble against Renekton in the top lane, seeing him with a full wave and a bit of farm, while Aurelia has only picked up 2 last hits. Of course, he's pushed minions directly under her turret here, so she should be able to pick up a few last hits there, potentially, though she will be competing with the turret's damage. He's seeing her pick up a few more last hits, as that wave did get directly under her turret, picking up at least 3 in that one wave. Will leave her about 4 farm underneath the Renekton still. Seeing the wave clear, the jungle clear speed coming out from the jungle is fairly even, while the last hitting potential from both mid laners seems even as well. Lucian has a slight advantage over Jinx in the bottom lane. Looking at Lucian Janna pair have managed to zone the Jinx Tarek against that bottom lane at her turret. Tarek potentially waiting for a 3rd level here before he really comes into his own, able to really play things through. Jinx potentially not quite performing as well as a Lucian in the early game, though as we get into mid-game I suspect that may turn around a little bit. Of course, that will potentially, partially at least, be up to the Janna, managing to zone the blue side teams. There's going to be a gank into the mid lane. Ahri potentially overextending here, indeed, overextending. We're going to see first blood coming out in favor of Team Coffee Shrine on the blue side. A well-executed gank by the Malphite, punishing Ahri for extending as far as she did, chasing on to Zed. Zed picking up the kill for his team. No, Malphite actually picking up the kill while Zed got the assist. Also, speaking of our YouTube channel, I can post that link into Twitch chat for you guys. Feel free to check that out at your leisure. Going to be action into the ball lane. Jinx able to poke onto the Janet. Tarek trying to punish her as well. Exhaust comes out on Lucian. Jinx changes her focus onto Lucian as well. I believe that was a heal coming out potentially from, yes, heal coming out from the Lucian. While Janet has activated a health potion as well. Her Q was not able to connect onto neither Tarek nor Jinx in that exchange. Malphite executing a gank into the ball lane. The sapling will come out, not quite able to detonate on Lucian. Will in the end detonate on Lucian, though slowing him down. He tries to get a few more auto attacks back onto the blue side. We're going to see Renekton re-engage onto Aurelia. Actually managed to turret dive this, but will slice and dice back out. So he'll take only one turret hit for that engagement. Zed back in the mid, trying to punish Ari as well. He does have roughly a 5 farm advantage. Renekton never has a 5 farm advantage over Aurelia as well. So between the top and mid lanes, things have evened out. Lucian looks like he has a 6 farm advantage over the Jinx, and Warwick has a 2 farm lead over the Malphite, which is not all that significant, but still a lead nonetheless. Looking like a 200 gold advantage, however, for the blue team, which is the result of that 1 kill and the assist gold going over onto the Malphite and Zed. Aurelia in the top lane is out of mana. Ignite comes in from the Renekton. He will die of this turret. Slice and Dices will take him 3 turret hits to get back to safety, but he will remain alive. He has now evened out the kill score for his team, seeing now a 1-for-1 kill score. Team Gomjin now has a 200 gold lead as we approach the 6-minute mark in this match. Not too much going on quite yet, but 2 great plays so far. Malphite with his gank into the mid lane, costing Ahri her life, as well as Renekton with a little bit of an outplay over Aurelia in the top lane. Or Aurelia potentially just overstaying that, potentially knowing that Renekton has huge diving potential. I apologize, guys, in reports in Twitch chat that it's Maokai in the jungle, not Malphite. Indeed, that is a Maokai jungle. I do apologize for that. Again, it is Maokai being played from the jungle against Warwick, not a Malphite. They are fairly similar in their skins, but indeed, Malphite, a hugely different kid. Ahri will go down a second time in the mid lane as Maokai exerts another well-executed gank. Again, guys, that is Maokai, not Malphite, and I do apologize for any confusion I may have caused there. The recent visual updates have me potentially not as familiar with everybody as I once was, and I do occasionally mistake champions for what they aren't, like the Tryndamere and Jarvan 4. First time I saw Jarvan's rework, I thought it was a Tryndamere visual update, but I was like, nope, that's Jarv. Again, guys, Aurelia in the top lane with Zed in the mid lane, Jinx and Tarek as their bottom lane pair, Maokai in the jungle, facing off against Renekton top lane, Ahri mid lane, with Lucian, Janna in the bottom lane, and a Warwick for their jungler. Warwick has also just reached level 6, so I suspect we'll be seeing some impressive ganks coming out from Warwick, as well as going to be action in the bottom lane, as Jinx managed to get both Janna and Lucian to around 300 HP. She is also at 300 HP, though Tarek is a little bit more healthy. I'd like to see them re-engage against the purple team, but purple side has backed off a little bit. Lucian looking for a ward into the blue team Tribush. Aurelia has her ultimate available, and Maokai again into the top lane with another well-timed gank. Seeing Renekton go down to about 200 HP, has used a heal or his ultimate or something to get more healthy there, and he will end up going down. Then Tarek forced to flash out as he goes down just below 50 HP. Lucian also down to 100 HP in the bottom lane. Janna fairly low as well. Jinx not all that healthy. Looks like this fight will be disengaged while Jinx returns to farming. Again, guys, this is the finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament, where summoners must be ranked between Bronze 5 and Gold 1 in the solo queues. We have gotten through 4 rounds of play, so we all see Warwick waiting in the wing for a gank onto Zed here. Zed looking to push in a little bit against the Ahri. Warwick will come in, uses his flash as well as ultimate. Ahri uses her taunt a little bit early, but Zed tries to respond back onto her with his ultimate, which is not going to be nearly enough, as he was sub 50 HP at that point. He will go down in the mid lane, making this now a 3-4-2 kill score. Warwick with his first successful gank of the game. However, also seeing Warwick about 10 farm up over the Maokai, so despite Maokai being 102 and Warwick being 0-0-1, I believe they're going to be fairly even in their goal scores. Indeed, Warwick only down about 100 gold under the Maokai. MIA pings coming out from the bottom lane from Team Gomja Namja. Again, guys, Coffee Shrine playing from the blue side with Gomja Namja on the purple side. Looking down the board here, it seems like the top lane is once again fairly even. Both of those laners with 1 death and 1 kill. It's going to be action into the bottom though as Culling comes out from Lucian. Exhaust coming out onto him as well. Jinx will remain with about 300 HP. A health potion has been utilized. However, Lucian flashes back in and picks up the kill onto Jinx, going to even out the kill score here. Also looking for a kill onto Tark. I believe they will get that, despite Maokai and Zed making their way into the bottom lane. We're going to see a 4 for 3 kill score in favor of Team Gomjana, but only momentarily, as Zed and Maokai are able to finish off Lucian. Janna tries to flash to safety. Maokai will continue the engagement of a sapling, as well as whatever he uses to grip onto you coming in. Zed now forced to tank the turret as he picks up the kill on Janna. One more turret, it would finish off. He's flashing out of range of that turret to maintain his life. There's going to be a successful play coming in from Team Coffee Shrine. A great play by the Maokai Zed pair into the bottom lane, turning things once again back into their favor. Aurelia making play into the top lane as well. Renekton will take a fair amount of damage there, but will maintain his presence in the lane at least a little bit longer. Maokai, or the Ahri potentially singing out that they're heading up into the top lane, so we're seeing both of them make their way up the river. They're going to walk over a site ward placed down by their team. A site ward placed down by the blue side should they walk their way through the river bush. Looking like Warwick will take the tri-bush path though, entering the lane from behind her turret. Ahri chooses to follow him as well. Ignite has come out onto the Aurelia, and Warwick will ultimate in under turret range behind the turret. Ahri potentially being caught out here by the Maokai there. Ignite, I believe, has come out onto Ahri. No, that's simply a part of her skin, I believe. Looks like Ahri will exit that fairly safely. Warwick making his way back down the river as well, while Renekton recalls from the top lane river bush. Jinx and Tarek looking to chase down Janna, but Tarek will take a Q coming in from the Janna as she makes her way back onto her side of the map, looking to wrap around back into the bottom lane here to assist her Lucian. Jinx and Tarek looking to exert a little bit more pressure against that bottom lane outer turret. As we are 11 minutes in the game, we are seeing a 5-for-5 kill score here, roughly a 200 goal lead in favor of Team Gomjana, but no turrets and no dragons have yet been taken from this game. Zed looks to engage onto Ahri. Ahri's down to half HP. Her taunt will miss, and the poke, I believe, misses as well. Zed now taking some turrets, but Ahri goes down to 100 HP, and she will be finished off. While Zed exits the fight before Warwick can re-engage, going to be action into the bottom as well. Jinx already down to about 500 HP. Lucian getting fairly low as well. The Super Mega Dazzler comes up, but not quite able to exit. Lucian actually picks up the kill onto Tark, despite being down to 50 HP. He will maintain his life. Zed coming in from behind with Maokai also entering the bottom lane here. Warwick will make his way around the river, will spot out the Maokai and Zed making their way into the ball lane, potentially responding in from behind the turret as well. Lucian drops the culling onto Maokai, but Jinx comes back in from behind. Lucian will go down. Janna now being chased down, but Maokai is down to 300 HP. Warwick coming in back from the river as opposed to behind the turret where he thought he was going to enter from. Warwick waiting at the ultimate, does not have vision on Maokai. Maybe he does not have his ultimate available. His ultimate is on cooldown for about 3 more seconds. He will exit the teleport coming in from the top lane. Aurelia now having a 4th member into their bottom lane. Zed ever gets shut down by the Warwick. Warwick picks up a double kill onto Maokai, picks up the triple kill onto Jinx, I believe. Yes, that is a triple kill for Warwick, despite Aurelia being able to finish him off as well. Aurelia now in the bottom, going to be looking for pressure against the bottom lane outer turret, as Renekton has just succeeded in taking her top lane outer turret as the first turret of the game. Ahri also alone in the mid lane, get that mid lane outer turret down to half, no, a quarter of its HP. Quickly clears out another minion wave here, and her minions will arrive. This will be a successful second turret of the game for Team Gomjana. We've seen an even kill score so far, an even game so far. But with that heavy rotation into the bottom lane, Renekton and Ahri made the right call there, maintaining their laning presence, taking down 2 turrets for their team. Of course, Warwick picking up the triple kill definitely didn't hurt them either, and that is going to be what Warwick probably tries to do the remainder of the game. This is, of course, why we see Warwick being one of the most popular junglers in the current patch. Maokai engages against 2 members of the Pearl team. Ahri going to go full ham on him, despite there being 2 other members of Team Coffee Shrine. We're going to see Renekton go down in exchange for the Maokai. Aurelia and Zed now chasing down the Ahri. Ahri will go down as Zed picks up the kill. That was going to be the first dragon of the game as well, as Team Gomjana just sacrifices the Ahri or Renekton pair in the top lane to know that they have 3 members of Coffee Shop in that top lane jungle. They will be safe to take down the dragon. Lucian and Janna now re-engaging against the Taric Jinx pair. Lucian backing off this fight as he gets fairly low. The 2 mega attacks from and Jinx gets excited. They're now chasing down on the Janna. Taric looking for a stun here. I believe that is a stun coming as well as the snare coming, the slow coming out from the Jinx. A Q comes through from Janna onto Jinx. Janna making her way to exit this fight with about 50 feet. Warwick, very powerful at this early point in the game, picks up a quick kill onto Taric. And Jinx is looking to exit lane. Warwick, however, flash over, uses ultimate as well, picks up the double kill onto Jinx. This Warwick play is quite impressive, seeing him starting with the Skirmisher Saber there, as well as having a Bilge Water Cutlass and Boots of Mobility. Of course, Boots of Mobility allow you a little bit more speed, a little bit more of an engage potential than the Boots of Swiftness, so we see a lot of junglers picking those up to allow themselves to clear the map a little bit faster. Also, you're seeing those on Maokai as well, though Maokai has his 3rd level boots at this time. Are getting a bit of damage onto Zed in the middle, still seeing an even kill score, though Namja has picked up the first 2 turrets of the game. They are up only 2,000 gold as we have reached the 15-minute mark. This is a fairly close finals matchup. Zed engaging onto the Ahri. Ahri trying to dash herself to see. Ahri will make her way back behind the turret. Zed looking for a dive here potentially. Pink's coming out from the blue side. Aurelia is coming into it. Zed utilizing his ultimate. Zed taking 1 too many turret hits here though. Picks up the kill onto Ahri before Aurelia and Maokai can make their way into range with about 300 health remaining. Warwick and Renekton looking to pick up the kill onto Zed, going to re-divert their attention onto the Aurelia and Maokai pair though. Janna and Lucian also come in. Janna manages the Q onto Aurelia, manages to get the flash out of Aurelia as Maokai tries to slow down the opposition. Again guys, this is Team Coffee Shrine on the blue side, now up by 1 kill despite being down by 2 turrets against Team Namja on the purple side. Jinx also looking to split push a bottom lane turret here. We're going to see Renekton, Lucian, and Janna all make their way back into the bottom lane. Jinx may be able to get out safely. She may actually get caught out here. Renekton making his way through the Tri-Pressure ward. Renekton has been spotted by the side ward. Jinx throwing the slow as well as the Chomper down. Renekton flashes in under the turret. He's going to fully turtle that. This Q comes out from Janna, not quite able to connect. Zed also into the bottom lane here. Jinx quickly goes down there. Renekton looking to exit from the turret damage. Taric there to assist. That is going to be 3 versus 2 fight though. Make that 3 versus 3 as Aurelia comes in from the side as well. She does have vision. Chooses to engage on Lucian as opposed to Renekton, who was a little bit lower, and going forward with the ADC is definitely normally the better choice, and I do think she made the right call there despite Lucian being behind the Raptors team, so engaging onto Renekton would have allowed her to do a little bit more damage potentially to the Lucian Janna pair. Seeing them now make their way back into the mid lane while Taric mitigates pressure coming in from minions in the bottom, and Jinx has also rehealed. At least you'll head out to the mid lane as well, though we have a little pressure coming into the top lane from the purple side. Aurelia has hard engaged onto the Ahri, and Zed will finish things off here. Ignite taking down onto the, I do not believe will be quite enough to finish her off. Maokai coming in from the side, but he's on her team, so again she will remain safe. That's going to be a successful kill executed by the blue side once they bring them up by 1 kill here, seeing a 14-13 kill score, a 27-25 goal score. In the opposite direction though, a 2-for-1 turret score again in favor of Team Gamja. Namja Coffee Shrine is down again by about 1,1400 gold here. They're up by 1 kill, down by 1 turret. I believe they're down by 1 dragon as well. The first dragon of the game going over to Team, yes, Gamja Namja on the purple side. Taric has been engaged onto Jinx, trying to keep him safe, but he will go down. Warwick going to re-engage onto things. The ultimate comes out, the huge suppression, the huge damage. She instantly gets deleted. Maokai now by himself against 3 members of Team Gamja. Gamja now with a kill advantage as well. Maokai will be going down here, giving them a 2-kill lead into this match. A huge play coming in again from there. Warwick now sitting 6-1-3, is carrying the weight of his team on his shoulders. Aurelia has re-engaged against those 3 members of Team Gamja. Zed is there to assist her, but it looks like they're going to fall off this engagement. Aurelia spotted out by a side ward there, chooses to make her way back into her jungle. Ahri choosing to push down into this mid lane inner turret, will choose to back off that as Zed comes into range. The taunt does manage to connect. He chooses to re-engage, so Aurelia coming in from the side. Ahri trying to juke her way to safety, I believe has been successful despite additional damage, and the super mega death rocket somehow connects with the Ahri, finishing things off. Jinx gets excited. Now only a 1-kill deficit for Team Coffee Shrine from the blue side, despite a now a 2-turret deficit as well. Lucian succeeded in taking down that bottom lane outer turret, and now Team Coffee Shrine has no outer turrets remaining on the map, though they've only taken down the bottom lane outer turret for themselves, seeing them down 1 kill as well with a 16 to 15 kill score. This has been a fairly close matchup. Namja, however, has managed to gain roughly a 4,000 gold advantage here. Looking like Renekton has opted to swap out his Warrior Totem for a Sweeping Lens here. Not a bad choice by their top laner. Looking like we have 2 Sweeping Lenses from both teams, as well as a Scrying Orb coming out from the Lucian. Bit of an interesting choice on Lucian. I'm not as familiar with the uses for the Scrying Orb, though I've seen it taken throughout a number of matches. I've never personally really been a fan of using it. Renekton will be spotted out by the site where she will quickly clear out as they have a vision ward into the Pixelbus. Dragon also respawning onto the map in 3 seconds. The animation will begin. We see it slink its way into the pool. Both sides are in range to attempt to contest it. Slight Ward comes out back into the Pixelbus trying to clear out the vision ward from the Jinx. Sorry, Jinx trying to clear the vision ward from the purple team. We're seeing Namja now engage onto Dragon here. Blue side is in range to contest it. They have, however, managed to quickly take down that Dragon, having a fair amount of damage for the early point in the game we are at. Aurelia, however, is able to respond by taking down that top lane outer turret. Warwick engages onto Avalanche on the Zed, and Zed will quickly go down. Maokai going down there as well, as the remainder of Team Namja continues their advance, seeing an 18 to 15 kill score. Renekton looking to potentially recall from the melee, but he will re-engage onto the mid lane inner turret here. They're potentially looking to siege all the way down onto this inhibitor turret, taking the first inhibitor turret for the second time in an event, in a matchup in tonight's event. Aurelia gets pressure towards the inner turret, but will actually fall off the turret, looking to recall into her base, looking to keep this inhibitor alive, but she will not get there in time. The inhibitor turret will go down. The inhibitor will be going down here as well. That was a very strong play coming out from Team Namja, getting themselves the mid lane inner and inhibitor, as well as the inhibitor itself. After securing Dragon, it did cost them their top lane turret, but not much more than that. Maokai engages fairly heavily against the Ahri, and Ahri will be going down here. Indeed, Zed picks up a kill onto Ahri. Lucian now being pursued by the Maokai. We'll see if Lucian can be caught out here. Looking for Team Coffee Shrine to make a play potentially into the mid lane, as they do have super minions now spawning into the mid lane. Is really the only place they can look to make big plays, and of course it will be the hardest place to make those plays as well. Warwick looping around from behind Team Coffee Shrine will be coming into their mid lane. The mid lane inner turret will quickly go down to Coffee Shrine though. Coffee Shrine picking up their third turret of the game, looking to even things out here. That is actually the mid lane outer turret, not the inner turret. I do apologize, guys. Lucian now recalling from the bottom lane after getting a little bit of pressure into the bottom lane. Warwick making his way out of the mid lane, will potentially re-engage against Tarek, but Zed is there to send Aurelia coming in from behind as well. Zed going to hard engage on the work. Warwick, I believe, has just ultimated onto Zed. Zed, however, picks up the kill onto Warwick despite getting fairly low in that fight. Renekton looking to re-engage onto blue team. Blue team clearing out a ward placed down by Team Namja. Again, guys, it is Namja on the purple side with Team Coffee Shrine on the blue side here this evening. Seeing Janna play a little bit brave here, looking for some vision control potentially. Will drop his sweeper into the mid lane bush and clear out a sight ward placed down by Team Coffee Shrine. They will quickly clear out the Raptor camp while Zed looks to relieve pressure from the bottom and has successfully, I believe, relieved pressure from the bottom and begins to recall. Lucian also clearing out a Raptor camp for his team while Aurelia recalls from one of their bushes. It looks like Ahri and Renekton could set up for a potential Baron play here. We are 22.5 minutes into the game. Baron has only been up on the map for about 3 minutes. It would be fairly early for them to try someone with all 5 members of Team Coffee Shrine alive. I do not believe they will. They're going to make their way into Coffee Shrine side of the map, chasing it down onto Tarek. Maokai and Zed are in the wing. Zed finishing off a blue buff for himself. Ahri lands the taunt onto Maokai. Maokai takes a fair amount of damage. It re-engages back onto the purple team, doing what a Maokai does best. However, Renekton is there to try and mitigate damage. Looks like Ahri has taken a fair amount of pressure. Johanna taking pressure as well. Lucian not getting all that low. Tarek, however, is getting low, and Maokai has already gone down. Going to be a 2-4-0 exchange. exchange in favor of a Team Gomjam. They pick up a third kill here, a fourth kill as Zed goes down as well. Jinx throws the Super Mega Death Rocket after Ari picks up the triple kill. We're going to have Gomjam making their way directly into Coffee Shrine's base. They're looking for this first Nexus turret. They do not yet have minions. They're going to face tank this turret, trying to get damage. Minions will arrive. However, it looks like we have two super minions coming in from two different waves. Going to see this turret quickly. Then the ultimate comes out from the Warwick. Warwick now taking turrets, but Jinx is down to 100 HP. Warwick trying to finish it off. Takes one too many steps, though. Takes a laser from the base pit pool. Laser turret thing. Going to see that first Nexus turret go down, but the second turret go down only to half of his HP before Purple Side will be forced off their advance, losing their Warwick. Warwick with that huge overextension, potentially costing them their chance to end the game right there. Again, guys, this is the finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament for November 23rd. We have Team Coffee Shrine playing from the blue side, facing off against Team Gamja Namja playing on the purple side. Gamja Namja has exerted control of Dragon Littles, picked up more turrets than their opposition in this game. They also have a 3-kill lead, translating into roughly a 6,000 gold lead as we approach the 25-minute mark here. But Team Coffee Shrine has been putting up quite the fight, making as many plays as they can. They are still in this game despite losing their mid lane inhibitor. Zed actually picks up a kill onto Renekton, and we see one member of Gamja Namja go down. Lucian looking for a kill onto a member of Team Coffee Shrine. Tara getting very low as Ari comes in to assist the Lucian. Indeed, Tara will go down. Maokai getting fairly low as well. Maokai will go down. The culling comes out from Lucian. Jinx, I believe, will go down. Has 50 HP remaining. They're looking for one more auto attack, one more skill onto the Jinx. The poke comes out from Lucian, and he will pick up the double kill as Jinx goes down. Only Aurelia and Zed now left to defend the blue side base. It looks like Warwick has solo engaged onto Baron. He's doing a fair amount of damage, but taking even more from that Baron. Will need assistance from his team at this early point in the matchup. Opting to go for Baron as opposed to trying to end the game there may be a smart choice, or it may be a bit of a misplay. Aurelia looking to come in as will dodge the Q coming out from the Janna. Seeing the Baron quickly go down to Team Gamja Namja. That's going to give them all the strength they need to siege down onto the last Nexus turret of the game. Looking like Team R4P3 Machine won their bronze matchup against Team RAR. So congratulations to R4P3 Machine on your third place finish, and also congratulations to RAR for making your way into the semifinals, and thank you for completing your participation in tonight's event. You will be awarded your fourth place prize package, still 800 RP for your participation. We understand it was a long and difficult event. Thank you for playing, and thank you for performing as well as you did through those rounds of play where we got to watch you guys. Also, everybody else, a huge thank you to our participants. So we're going to see the first dragon here going down to Team Coffee Shrine. Ari also being heavily initiated onto, goes down to about 400. She will go down as her Zonya's expired. Maokai re-engaging onto the Lucian Janna pair, getting fairly low here, and Warwick is coming in from the side. I believe Warwick will finish off the Maokai. However, Lucian picks up a kill. No, Lucian goes down to Zed. Zed picks up another kill. Warwick goes down to Jinx as well without actually picking up a kill. No, does pick up the kill onto Maokai. Still going to be a 3-4-1 trade there in favor of Coffee Shrine. However, Zed will go to make that a 3-4-2 exchange as the Janna and Renekton look to come back into things here.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Again, guys, the prize packages are 1,600 RP for the third place team and 800 RP for the fourth place team. That is RP per Final 5 summoner. I'm not quite sure what it translates to an overall team package. But again, the Final 5 summoners from the third and fourth place teams will be receiving 1,600 and 800 RP respectively. Should be out within the next 3 or 4 days, though it can take up to 2 weeks to deliver. I believe the rules technically say 3 weeks, but I've never really had to take any more than 2 weeks to get there to you guys. Again, guys, with our bronze match concluded, our third and fourth place teams have been determined, but we are still in the finals matchup of tonight's event. We have Team Coffee Shrine playing on the blue side. They are down about 9,000 gold to Team Gamja Namja on the purple side. It's only a 4 kill and 4 turret difference, though. We're going to see Maokai re-engage onto the Ari from Gamja. Now the Ari will quickly utilize her Zonya's Aurelia, going a little bit too ham there. Lucian picks up the kill. We're going to see two members of Team Coffee Shrine go down. Zed getting very low. Warwick utilizing his ultimate, picks up the kill onto Jinx as well. The culling comes through from the Lucian. Taric getting very low. Zed so low there, and Lucian will pick up that kill. Picks up the double kill as Taric goes down as well. Looking to pick up this mid lane inhibitor for the second time in the game. 20 seconds till Maokai comes back up in that mid lane. The Nexus turret has regen back up to actually all of its HP, but they are quickly going to eliminate it. I believe this is the game. Indeed, I see that Nexus pop after a 4-0 surrender vote from the blue side. That is the game in favor of Team Gamja Namja. Gamja Namja emerging victorious from tonight's amateur bracket tournament. That was quite the performance in the semifinals and finals matches we got to see them play. Also a great performance by all other teams we got to see play tonight, of course, and a huge congratulations to our top 4 teams in the main event, as well, of course, of our top 4 teams in the secondary tournament. Our first place team tonight is Team Gamja Namja, winning out over Team Coffee Shrine, who emerges in the second place position, still getting that 2,400 RP prize package for each of their final 5 summoners, though Gamja Namja will be going home with 3,200 RP and a triumphant Rise skin for their final 5. Our 4 P3 machines making 1,600 RP for each of their final 5, and Rar going home with 800 RP for their participation tonight. Again, that is for their final 5 summoners. The same situation for Samsung White in the first place in our second event. Soggy Poo Bottoms as the second place team. Phage Clan going home in the third place slot, and the Anacondas in the fourth place slot. Again, congratulations to all of those participants, and a huge thank you to all of our viewers coming out and supporting us this evening. Again, if this was your first time out, or if this even wasn't your first time out and you just haven't done it yet, we would love if you do hit that follow button and join us for future events. This is Dark Corpse signing off for the evening, and good night from Not So Stock Gaming.